Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 301, Back to Earth, 2, and Meeting Inhumans, I/N. I am really sorry guys. I was really busy since day before yesterday and wasn't able to write anything. POV Rio. So, Luna, do you have any more places to visit before we return to Earth? I asked Luna. She was currently playing hide and seek with Adam and Eve on the ship. According to Luna, Adam and Eve have been really sad that Attila wasn't able to come with us. Even with the absurd size difference, Luna's pets became quick friends with each other. Because of Attila's massive size, she was unable to join us on the ship and Luna had to return Attila using her teleportation ability. I had asked her if she could have brought me to Morag using her teleportation ability. She simply smirked and she conceded that she could have done that, but that would have changed the timeline and this was something I had to do on my own, something like a quest that must be completed by me. I conceded to her point and after spending 2 days on the beach island I decided to return. Namiri had informed me that Aurora had gained consciousness and what kind of changes her body was going through. Luna assured me that it would be completely fine and there was no need to worry about anything. Yes, there are. We haven't even scratched the surface, but I want the others to be here too. Luna said in her usual dreamy manner. She does have a point there, Jean chirped in from the side. Yes. I already miss the others, I said in a reminiscing tone. Even though it hadn't been that long since I have been away from the rest of the girls, but I still miss them. Now I understand my clumsy girlfriend's pain. Dora, don't worry, I understand your pain now. A certain clumsy woman sneezed suddenly and tripped due to that, but fortunately for the clumsy woman she was able to grab the table and balance herself before she could land on her face. Guys, I have just heard that Rumi is also out on a mission, Nat said while walking down the stairs from the upper floor. Oh, what is she doing? I asked Nat curiously. Apparently, Eric found the name of the guy who tried to teleport inside Elysium. Well, technically it was Emma who found out. It was due to complete luck that she found out the guy's name when he was lurking around her office in Madagascar, Nat answered and plopped down on her chair. Oh, so who is the unlucky bastard? Jean asked curiously with a raised eyebrow. Gordon, he belongs to a group known as Inhumans and their base is in Nepal, Nat answered and furrowed her eyebrows in thought. Inhumans, I was already expecting them, but I didn't think that Gordon would be caught by Emma with his pants down. Let's see what happens next. Everything depends on Jiaying now. If she decides to play team with us then it would be completely fine, but if she becomes hostile then farewell afterlife. Nat, set course for Earth, we are going back, I told Nat, who gave me a teasing smirk. Aye, Captain, Nat said with a smirk and did a mock salute and entered the coordinates for Earth. As soon as she was done, I started to power up the warp drive, and as soon as the drive was completely powered up, I activated the drive. POV Dora. I am really surprised that Fury called me. Until today, Fury has only called me once before and it was when they decided to test my disguising skill. It was usually Hill that called me, but Hill is away on some mission regarding the Tesseract. She thought that it was a secret but I still found out. I finally arrived in front of Fury's room and knocked on his door. I heard Fury's growl from inside telling me to enter and the door opened with a swish. I entered the room and found Fury pointing his gun towards me. I was immediately worried but not by much. I am pretty sure that my cover is still intact regardless of my lack of balance. Agent Tonks, reporting for duty sir. Even though he was pointing a gun in my direction, I didn't lose my cool and reported to him formally. What is your negative point? Fury asked me in a neutral tone. This isn't funny you fucker. Is this insult Dora Tonks Day? I know that I lack balance but I don't deserve to be insulted like this. Even though I fumed inside my mind, I still had to answer. I am a klutz sir, I said while gritting my teeth. Fury nodded his head and finally lowered his gun. Can't lower my guard since Leviathan can enter my office like he owns it, Fury said in a neutral tone, paranoid arsehole. How dare he make me insult myself? I will fry an egg on his bald head and make him choke on that egg. I have got a mission for you, Fury said and threw me a file. I caught the file and opened it and quickly skimmed through the file. Why the fuck is the fucker giving me a mission to steal dead bodies? I looked at Fury weirdly. He must have a dead body fetish. He could build a new cemetery with all these bodies. When do I start, sir? I asked Fury, not quite sure of what to make of this mission. As soon as you can, Fury growled coldly. Don't worry Fury, I will definitely break eggs on your bald head. Nobody messes with Agent Tonks and gets off scot-free, well, except the floors and types of furniture. These two are the bane of Agent Tonks. You are dismissed, Fury shooed me off. I quickly left his office and decided to visit the cafeteria before I returned to my room. I reached the cafeteria and all of a sudden I sneezed and tripped, but thankfully I caught a table nearby and stopped myself from landing on my sweet and delicate face. My poor face, you have suffered so much throughout all these years, I will try to protect you as much as I can. I ordered some of the oiliest food available and gobbled them down without any remorse. Momo would be proud of me. After I finished my food, I cheerfully left the cafeteria, but my happiness didn't last that long and I tripped once again, but this time I wasn't lucky and I skillfully planted my face on the floor. Thankfully the skin on my beautiful and poor face is really thick and it wasn't bruised. I arrived in my room and opened the file once again. I needed to read the file carefully before starting the mission. But before I could do that, I needed to do something more important. I needed to get some eggs. POV Rumi. Welcome to Afterlife. How may I help you? The woman greeted us politely, but that's only on the surface. Her voice, posture, and everything might be polite, but her thoughts are completely opposite. She might fool novices with that face and that expression, but that definitely won't work on me. My eyes drifted towards Logan. I wanted to know if he noticed it or not, and he did notice it. I wanted to smile, but I had to stop myself from smiling. Then my eyes drifted towards Emma. I wanted to see if she was reading the woman's mind or not. I am inside her mind. Emma's voice rang through my head, and without giving away any sign, I turned back towards the woman. We are from Elysium, we come here as friendlies, we don't want any fight, I said, and the Asian woman smiled, but it was pretty clear that the smile was fake. For exactly this reason I didn't lower my guard. I have heard about you people. The woman trailed. I would have to be living under a rock if I hadn't heard about your exploits. The woman continued her bullshit. But, you are keeping some of my people in Elysium. I want them back. The woman's whole persona changed. Looks like she is going to show her true face now. As soon as she said that, other people also started to come out from around us and they started to surround us. Are you really sure that you want to fight me? I asked her with a raised eyebrow. The woman's face soured and she grimaced. Looks like she does know me. I truly want to avoid any conflict with your group and your people, but I want my people back, the woman said in a serious tone. Even if they are happy where they are. I asked the woman, who went completely stoic. The people were already surrounding us now. I wouldn't have bothered so much with them, after all, I was getting a fight out of it, but they are really weak. It would be like that I was bullying them. I want to talk with them. The woman finally spoke up after thinking some more. The woman looked really serious about this, and it didn't look like she would back down from this demand. I thought for a few seconds before I looked towards Emma, who slightly nodded her head. Since she agreed, I decided to give the woman an answer. I can arrange a meeting for you in Madagascar if you want, I said, and the woman seemed to think for a few seconds. That will be completely fine with me, but before we could build any kind of friendship between our groups, we need to deal with this matter first, the woman said, and the people who were surrounding us started to back off. Sure, but you better not pull off any tricks or I would be the least of your worries, I warned her. The woman grimaced once again but didn't say anything more, and she retreated back inside the gates. It looked like she might try to pull some kind of trick. Is that it? What are we going to do now? Kurt asked, looking completely confused. Yeah kid, that's it. It was good for them that a fight didn't break out, Logan shrugged in his usual tone. Yes, that's it, Kurt. Like I had said previously, we didn't come to fight, but if they started a fight then they were free game. I said and pulled out my phone to check the time. But they seemed like they were ready to fight, Braddock muttered under her breath. Believe me, they weren't. It was just a scare tactic. Let's go back now, I said, and Kurt nodded his head. That woman should never be trusted, Emma said coldly, and Kurt grabbed Braddock and teleported out. Only after a second Kurt popped back and took Logan with him. Activate your diamond form, I said to Emma, who immediately activated her diamond form. I placed my hand on her shoulder and Flash stepped along with her to Elysium. Chapter 302, Chapter 307. POV Rumi. So, how did the meeting go? Eric asked me and Emma. Both of us were sitting on the opposite side of the table. After returning to Elysium, we told the rest of the group to return while we reported back to Eric, and here we are now. Raven was also with us in Eric's office. We found out their base and I had a conversation with one of the leaders or some representative. I was saying, but Emma cut me off. She was the self-appointed leader of the Inhumans. Emma spoke up and she once again leaned back on her chair. Rumi doesn't have all the facts, so I will fill in the gaps where I can. The woman's name is Jiaying Johnson, or simply Jiaying. Emma finished and I nodded at her gratefully for the additions. After that, I recited the whole incident in front of Eric and Raven. Emma spoke up in the middle from time to add some facts that I didn't know about. When I was finally done with my story, Emma decided to speak up. She wanted to tell us about the things she had found inside Jiaying's mind. That woman cannot be trusted. I didn't have much time to delve deeper into her mind, or I could have been found out, so I looked through anything I could, Emma said with a shrug. Eric gestured her to continue. First, I don't know what she is planning, but she wants to take those Inhumans with her. She won't shy away from using force if needed, Emma said, and I was kind of expecting this. I don't understand why she is so fixated on the Inhumans who are happily living here. Something is definitely amiss here. Secondly, if the meeting ends on a happy note. That is if those Inhumans agree on their own accord to leave with them, then she intends to use us. She hates a government organization with passion. I didn't find which organization, but she would go to any lengths to see that organization burning. Emma said and took a deep breath. No matter the outcome of our next meeting, she wants to instigate a fight between that particular government organization and us. If we become friendlies, then she would do something from the inside, and if the meeting ends on a sour note, then she would simply point that organization in our direction. That is what she plans to do, Emma finished, and once again she leaned back in her chair. Now that we know this, we can simply cancel the meeting, you know. Why risk our people for someone's agenda? Raven was the first to speak up. That wouldn't work. I don't know much about these kinds of stuff, but I know canceling the meeting would just postpone the incident. No, that won't work, Eric said while shaking his head. If we cancel the meeting, then we would be showing them that we are weak, and not only that, we would be also sending Jiaying the message that we know about her true intentions. She would simply find some other way after that. We would just be delaying the face-off, Eric finished and shook his head once again. We also can't kill her off. If we do that, then we would be simply starting a fight between the Inhumans and us. Remember what I just said, nobody in Afterlife knows Jiaying's true intentions, and we would simply become enemies. Emma said with a frown on her face. The fight between Inhumans and us won't be a problem. We would win easily without much problem, but I don't want them to die needlessly, Eric said, and both Raven and Emma gaped like fishes out of water when they heard Eric. I was also somewhat surprised after hearing Eric. The hell? Both Raven and Emma exclaimed loudly. You aren't sick, right? Raven asked Eric, looking really worried. Eric could only smile wryly seeing Emma's and Raven's reaction. I was also having some weird thoughts. Eric had never cared for anyone else except metahumans. Well, at first I didn't care about them much, but after watching them I understood that they aren't much different than us, Eric said in a sheepish tone. Wow. I never thought that I would hear something like that from you, Eric, Emma said with a genuine smile on her face. I also agree with that. Suddenly my senses picked up something and a smile appeared on my face. Rio is back. POV Rio. I landed the ship in front of our house. Momo and Fleur were already out of the house, waiting to greet us. Weird. Nat told me that Aurora and Namiri were already back, so why are they not here yet? I powered down the ship and the four of us walked out of the ship with huge grins on our faces. Momo was in the front, so I grabbed her first and pulled her towards me, and before she could say anything, I smashed my lips on hers. She moaned, and after a few minutes, I finally parted my lips from hers. Fleur was already beside us waiting for her kiss. I grabbed her waist and I initiated a hot kissing session with her. Once again a few minutes passed when I finally backed away from her. I missed you girls, I said looking towards Momo and Fleur caringly. And what about me? Rumi appeared beside us out of thin air and asked with a small pout on her face. She looked damn cute when she pouted. It was a very rare occurrence, so I saved the memory in the special memories section inside my mind. How can I forget you? I said with a teasing smile and snaked my arms around her waist and pulled her into my arms. I leaned down slowly and pulled her into a heated kiss. Rumi moaned into my mouth and a few minutes had passed when we finally finished exploring each other's mouths. So, how was your trip? Anything fruitful? Momo asked curiously, and Adam and Eve started to chirp from Luna's arms. Only now both Momo and Fleur noticed Luna's new pets. I think we have a hell of a story. Jean nodded her head with a knowing smile on her face. SHIELD Headquarters, New York. Nick Fury was talking about something with Agent Coulson on his way out of the base. Agents were moving around the place always saluting Fury and Coulson on their way when suddenly an egg landed on Fury's bald head. Fury immediately turned around with a gun in his hand. Everyone around Fury froze and no one moved a muscle. Fury looked around but scowled when he didn't find anybody. Now the bodies of everyone around him were shaking, trying to stop their laughter. Fury noticed this and scowled even more. Fury growled loudly and touched the top of his bald head, and only now he found that someone had thrown a rotten egg at his head. Shut up. Fury snapped angrily and everyone froze once again in fear. Coulson didn't know how to react. He was unable to understand how to react to this. He conceded that the guy who threw the egg really had a pair of balls of steel. He declared inside his mind, but he really felt pity for the guy. The whole base was riddled with hidden CCTV cameras after Leviathan broke into Fury's office, and he was sure that the guy was caught on some camera. When I find the person responsible, I promise that he or she is going to regret the. Fury couldn't even finish before another rotten egg landed right on his face. Nobody said anything. The whole place was completely silent, until everyone burst out laughing. Fury was shaking in complete fury, A/N, pun intended. Shut the fuck up. Fury yelled, and everyone stopped laughing when they noticed the rage in Fury's eyes. Fury didn't say anything more and turned around and started to head directly towards the CCTV room, and Coulson followed him like he always did. POV Aurora. I finally landed on the couch inside Namiri's office. I am spent, I said in a tired tone. Take some rest. I have some work to do, Namiri said cryptically and sat down on her chair or throne, whatever you wanted to call it. What are you doing? I asked her, and Namiri was already typing something on her computer. I am sending a nice and incriminating video to some nice and famous news channels, Namiri answered with an evil grin on her face. I laid down my head on the couch after I heard Namiri's answer. I simply shrugged after I heard her answer. Maybe a few minutes passed when Namiri started to cackle in mad glee like a villainess. She must have done something evil. What have you done now? I asked her curiously, even though a part of my mind wanted to stop me from knowing what she had done. That bitch is going to find a lot of problems in her life starting tomorrow, Namiri said with an evil grin, and once again she started to cackle like a villainess. Pity. I almost felt bad for that woman. After all, she was simply doing her duty, but she was still a bitch, so I used the keyword almost. Aurora, I am done. Let's go back to Elysium, Namiri said, getting up from her throne. I simply nodded, and with some difficulty, I pulled myself up from the couch. Namiri picked up a pen from her table and turned it into a portkey and handed me the portkey. Even though you are no longer a human, I don't know if your body would be able to handle the stress of flash step or not. Namiri said, and I nodded my head hearing her explanation. Namiri flash stepped and I activated the portkey and arrived in our living room and found that Rio was already back. Momo, Fleur, and Rumi were sitting around Rio while gaping like a fish out of water. Namiri was looking at them weirdly. What happened? Namiri asked with a raised eyebrow and a weird look on her face, but I find it odd that Namiri wasn't already trying to mount Rio. Chapter 303, Killing Gao. POV Rio. Wow, that was a lot to take in. Dora muttered with an odd look on her face. This was the third time I have recited the whole story about my true heritage. First I had to tell Momo, Fleur, Rumi. As soon as I finished telling the story, Namiri and Aurora popped up and I had to retell the story once again. I was surprised that Namiri wasn't trying to pull out my dick as soon as she saw me. She patiently heard my story. Even though she was gobsmacked, she did mount me after I finished my story. So, because of Namiri, we had an intense sex marathon right after I finished my story for the second time. Namiri found out that she had a special ability. She used it the whole time during the sex marathon and she loved that particular ability of hers. Both Aurora and Namiri were the first to pass out with silly grins on their faces. Both Namiri and Aurora were really tired. The rest of the girls fell asleep somewhere in the middle. Fleur was the last one who was still up. Even though Fleur was no longer a Vila, her sex drive was still out of this world. Even though I have been with Fleur for so long, it still surprises me every time. If I didn't have so much stamina, then I really doubt that I would have been able to satisfy her. I really pity those men and Vilas who get married back in the HP world. I pity those men because too much sex can be really toxic, and I pity the Vilas because if I go by Fleur's standards, then they could never be satisfied by simple men. It might hurt their pride, but it is the truth. They shouldn't shy away from the truth. So, when I finally woke up the next day, I decided to visit Dora. I have really missed the girls when I was out in space, so I can't even imagine how she feels when she has to stay away from us. Before I tell her anything, for whatever reason, her inner pervert came out and she asked for roleplay sex. So, the next moment I was a HYDRA agent who was caught red-handed by the big bad Agent Tonks. When we were finally done, I started to tell her about the things I have recently discovered, and here we were now, with Dora staring at me looking completely odd. Do you have any idea how awesome this is? My lover is a primordial god, and a few years ago I didn't even know that there were other worlds. Dora gushed out in an excited tone and snuggled into my arms. So, how have been, Dora? I asked her after some time while I was caressing her back. Dora immediately started to pout. I could have been better if Fury wasn't such a dick, Dora said with a pout on her face. I raised my eyebrow towards her. What did Fury do now? Do I need to kill him now? What did he do now? I asked Dora, her pout intensified by several folds. He made fun of my clumsiness. Dora mumbled under her breath. But unfortunately for her, my hearing is really good and I heard her clearly. I wanted to laugh so badly, but seeing her pout like that, I decided otherwise. But I got him back. Dora did a complete 180 and gushed out proudly and puffed out her chest. Since she was naked, it looked even more impressive, and I squeezed her boobs gently. Dora moaned when I pinched her nipples. So, what did you do? I asked Dora while I was still caressing her chest. Dora moaned softly. For a couple of seconds she wasn't able to say anything coherent. I threw rotten eggs at his bald head and face. Dora tried to look really proud, but she failed due to my ministrations. My fingers have already reached her snatch. I imagined the scene, and this time I did burst out laughing. Please, you gotta give me the memory, I said and plunged my fingers inside her honeypot. Dora groaned in pleasure and squirmed in my arms. Sure. Dora moaned while gritting her teeth. I leaned towards her chest and licked her right nipple and her head snapped back in pleasure. By the way, why did he call you? I asked her, gently bit her collarbone. Dora's pussy was getting tighter with each passing second and I knew that she was really close. He gave me a mission to steal some dead bodies, Dora stuttered out in between her moans which were getting louder with each moment. Dead bodies. What the hell is Fury going to do with dead bodies? I guess he is starting Project Tahiti. Looks like I would need to pay a visit to Guest House, which is where they started Project Tahiti in the original timeline. Keep me posted, Dora. I need to know everything about your mission progress, I said to Dora. She looked really close now but I didn't want her to finish now, so I slowed down my fingers. Dora's eyes immediately snapped in my direction and she growled like a wild tigress. Shut the fuck up and fuck me. Dora exclaimed and lunged at me. POV Namuri. I silently strolled down through the downtown area of New York. I finally arrived in front of a completely rundown building. All the windows in the building were blocked with wood planks. I arrived at the front door. It was a reinforced steel door. I banged on the door loudly and only after a few seconds, someone opened a small slot on the door and peeked outside. The slot closed and with a loud clang the door opened. I strolled inside without any care and the man behind the door lowered his head in respect. I didn't even bother to take a second look at him, after all, I didn't need to. He was one of my imperious servants. I reached the lift and pressed the button for the top floor. Today was the day I would be taking over Gao's business. I can't deny it, after all, she generously gifted me her business and I never look a gift horse in the mouth. I arrived at the top floor and the lift opened with a ding. On this floor, Gao had set up her whole management department and she also had her office on this floor. As soon as anyone saw me, they would lower their heads, it was some kind of greeting and they were also paying me respect. I finally arrived in front of Gao's office and the receptionist got up from her chair and lowered her head. She gestured me towards the door. I opened the door and walked in like I owned the place. Well, I did in fact own this place. Gao was sitting behind a desk, the room had a kind of medieval vibe to it. Gao shot out of her chair as soon as she saw me. What are you doing here? Gao asked me coldly. Why? This is my office, it would be pretty weird if I didn't come here. I asked in a mocking tone. I looked at her like she was a complete fool. Gao was completely dumbfounded. For a few seconds she looked at me blankly until she started to giggle. Sorry, it was a really good joke, it has been some time since I have heard a good joke like that, Gao said and giggled once more. But I have to commend you, you have got guts. Since you are already here, you must know what kind of dangerous people are involved in these kinds of businesses, Gao said with a feral grin on her face. Oh, yes, I do know, I said with a smile. I would have expected nothing less from a resourceful woman like you, it must have been easy for you to find my business, right? Gao asked me sweetly and I simply nodded my head casually in agreement. But I am really curious about something, how did you enter the building without causing a ruckus? Gao asked looking really curious. Everyone in this building knows who they work for. I can't think of a single reason why they wouldn't let me enter, I said like it was a matter of fact and shrugged. Gao looked at me weirdly. I have no idea how you accomplished such a feat but believe me you are going to regret it. Gao said and she started to release some kind of energy from her body. This must be Qi, Rio has already told me about this. For a human to be able to channel Qi is a humongous accomplishment but for someone like me, it was a child's play. Rumi had always used Qi since she has gained armament hockey and after she showed me it was really easy to replicate. I didn't get armament hockey but I did learn how to channel Qi. So, this is how Qi feels like when a dead person uses it, I said and Gao completely froze in shock but she quickly moved past her initial shock and her look hardened. How do you know about Qi? How can you sense my Qi? Gao demanded. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to use it because you won't be leaving this place alive. I said and Gao's eyes narrowed. You have no idea who I am but don't worry, before I kill you, I will find out everything you know about Qi. Gao said and smiled viciously. Is that so? But I do know who you are, don't worry, you won't be alone in hell for too long, the rest of the members will be there shortly. I trailed with a smug grin on my face when Gao looked really horrified for a few seconds before two arms wrapped around her neck and with a quick twist the person behind Gao snapped her neck. Gao's body dropped on the floor completely lifeless. The person behind Gao walked out of the shadow and another me appeared. She was me but she was slightly different than me, like her skin tone was slightly darker and her hair was lavender colored instead of deep purple like mine and instead of 9, she had only one tail. She was my alter ego. Not only her appearance was different, but her personality was also different. She didn't have a moral compass nor did she have any shred of goodwill inside her, but fortunately, she was under my absolute control and she was way much weaker than me, but she was good for situations like this because she had the ability to merge with shadows. Fuck you, geezer, did you see how fragile she was? I snapped her neck like a toothpick, pathetic insect. Queen, I don't know why you don't take over this world. The whole world is filled with insects after all. I cut off Alter before she could finish speaking. I called her Alter, after all, she was my alter ego. You know, I am already taking over the world, I said dryly. But your way is boring, Queen, Alter whined while dropping her arms. Taking over the world must be done using bloodshed and slaughter. How can I have my fun if I can't bathe in the blood of innocence? Alter continued her whining. You can bathe in her blood if you want, I said, pointing towards Gao's dead body. Alter's face scrunched in disgust. I would get sick, she was an ancient hag, who knows what kind of diseases she was carrying, Alter snarked back. Alter, I will call you later, I said and dispersed her. She has started to call me queen since she had found that I was the one who was in control. Deep purple flames appeared in my hand and I dropped the fire on Gao's dead body, and in a few minutes, nothing was left of her body. Chapter 304, Chapter 309, R18. POV Rio. Come on, you can do better than this, I taunted Aurora in a mocking tone. She was right in front of me, trying really hard to get up from the ground. It was clear that she was gritting her teeth due to frustration. You were the one who challenged me though, I said in a sing-song voice. It might seem like I am being cruel, but I needed to do this. I knew Aurora hated being mocked and she always pushed herself when someone taunted her determination. I am up, let's continue, Aurora said while breathing heavily. Even though she said she was up, she still wasn't standing. Her legs were shaking while her whole posture was screaming, I am dead tired. That was the point though, she wasn't hurt except for some minor scratches and bruises. Aurora looked like she would keel over any moment now, but she was still trying to hold herself up on her legs. In one hand she had her wand, she was trying to cast spells but it wasn't working anymore. Her wand was completely fine but her magical core was completely depleted. I had to commend her determination though. Usually, when a person's magical core became empty, their body would give up and they would simply pass out. That is how human bodies worked back in the HP world. When I was in HP world, I was a human, so, if I had emptied my magical core then I would have passed out too. Even Namiri with her absurd magical powers wasn't an exception to this rule. But, I don't think that would happen now, at least not with me or Namiri. I think Aurora is still standing because of her recent body upgrades. Momo and Fleur have done extensive tests on Aurora and they have finally concluded that Aurora has become a lightning human. Her body would still function like any other human body. Like, she was still breathing even though she no longer had lungs, even though she no longer had blood running through her body still needed oxygen. During our first night together after I returned to Earth, I noticed that she didn't have any blood inside her body. She would still sweat even though she no longer had sweat glands. She would still need to eat and drink even though she didn't have a digestive tract inside her body. She still needed to use bathroom facilities and she would still become pregnant even though she no longer had a womb. Well, neither Momo nor Fleur were able to find out how her body works, so, I simply had no chance of figuring it out. But what both Momo and Fleur did confirm was that she won't feel much different than before because her body would still function like any other human. A/N, just think that she ate Goro Goro no Mi fruit. This way it would be much better to imagine, and if you haven't seen One Piece then you could read about Goro Goro no Mi on fandom. Aurora was really happy to find out that she would be able to get pregnant. I remember the happiness I saw in her eyes at that moment. She was really ecstatic after hearing the report, but now her eyes were filled with clear determination. Aurora, that's enough. You can rest now, Momo yelled from the side. This was another test Aurora had to go through. Momo and Fleur wanted to see how Aurora's magical core has changed and if it has changed at all or not. No. I can keep going. Aurora said stubbornly. Now, I really regret taunting her. Aurora, listen to the doctors. Oh, well, they aren't doctors so experts. Aurora, listen to the experts, Dora chirped in from the side where Momo and Fleur were. Aurora, you don't need to push yourself anymore. You have worked really hard but you need to stop now or you might hurt yourself and I don't want that, I said in a caring tone while I flash-stepped beside her, pulled her into my arms for a tight hug. Okay. Aurora mumbled in a low tone and moments later I felt that her breathing evened out. I looked down and saw that she was already asleep. She was only standing because of her clear determination. I will be back after I put her in bed, I yelled and flash-stepped into our room with Aurora still in my arms. Since I flash-stepped for such a short distance it wasn't a problem. I gently laid down Aurora on the bed and caressed her face before I kissed her on the forehead. I waved my hand and took off all of her clothes. Next, I casted a score jiffy on her to get her cleaned before I covered her body with a duvet. Aurora was completely different than the other girls. A smile made its way to my face when I remembered the first time I have been with her. Flashback. So where are we going today? I asked Aurora. We have been dating for a couple of months now, but we were yet to do the deed. We have explored each other orally, but we haven't taken the final step. No matter how many times you try, it is still going to stay as a surprise, Aurora said with a smirk on her face while wagging her finger in front of my face. To be honest, I didn't mind going to places while not knowing where I was. With the other girls, it was me who decided almost all of our date locations, but with Aurora, it was completely opposite. It was Aurora who decided our date locations almost all the time. I have only decided on a place once. So, are you ready? Aurora asked me and extended her hand towards me. I gently grabbed her hand and she activated the port key, and I felt a familiar tug around my navel and both of us were whisked away. I landed on wet sand, with the ocean in front of my eyes. It was clear that we were on some beach. The water was very clear and there were hills behind us. There weren't a lot of places with this kind of landscape. If I had to make a guess, then I would say that we were somewhere in Italy. I have already noticed that it was only the two of us who were on the beach, and only now I noticed that there was a tent set up a few feet away from us along with a fireplace. Can you guess where we are? Aurora asked me curiously. If I had to guess, then I would say that we are somewhere in Italy, I said, and Aurora nodded her head with a smile. We are in Calamariolo, Bonii, Italy to be exact. This was a tourist beach. When I told Namiri about this beach, she bought the beach from the Italian government and made it completely private, Aurora said with a smile on her face. From what I know, there is no way that the Italian government would have sold a place like this willingly. Namiri must have strong-armed or forced the government to sell this beach to her. Knowing her, she would never allow a place like this to slip through her claws. I like it, I said with a huge grin on my face. Aurora smiled and started to strip. There is no one here beside us. That was the only thing Aurora needed to say, and I was already stripping. Within a couple of seconds, both of us were completely naked and we were ready for skinny dipping. We have already seen each other naked a few times, so we didn't feel awkward. Want a race? No powers though, Aurora gave me a challenging look. Accepted, I said, and Aurora was already running towards the water. I didn't need to use my powers to defeat her. My physical stats couldn't be compared with normal humans or even metahumans. I quickly ran past Aurora and jumped into the water. Aurora finally reached me and glared at me. You cheated, Aurora said while clenching her fists tightly. No, you said no powers. I didn't use my powers. This was a basic sprint for me, I said with a smug grin on my face. That is still unfair, Aurora grumbled, but I grabbed her arms and pulled her in my arms. Feeling her hot naked body against me was turning me hard. I was already excited seeing her naked in front of me. She looked like some ancient goddess. Aurora frowned, but her frown quickly turned into a grin. Looks like someone is excited, Aurora said with a grin on her face when my hardness brushed against her stomach. It isn't my fault that you are so beautiful, I said cheekily. That earned you points in my book, Aurora smirked and started to caress my chest and abs. How many points? I asked her curiously with a raised eyebrow. Major points, Aurora said and tiptoed so that she could reach my lips. Her lips met mine and we initiated a heated make-out session. Neither of us knew how much time passed, but Aurora suddenly backed out a bit. Take us to the tent. Aurora mumbled and her fingers finally wrapped around my member and she started to stroke me roughly. We started to make out once again, but this time it was much rougher. I flash-stepped along with her and appeared right in front of the tent. I used my power to open the tent zip. Aurora pulled me towards the tent and slowly sat down on the floor mat, and she pulled me down along with her. Take me, Rio, take me like you own me, dominate me. Make me yours, Aurora mumbled in between her moans, and when she finished she bit my collarbone. I was getting really close now. I backed off a bit from her and pointed my dick in front of her entrance. I grabbed her hips and slowly pushed forward. The tip of my dick was quickly enveloped by her folds. She was also aroused and it already felt like she was already trying to milk me. Aurora groaned in pleasure and within a couple of seconds, I was completely sheathed inside her. Come on, don't make me wait and fill my insides. Aurora stuttered out in between her moans. I leaned down and started to suck on her boobs, one at a time while I started to move my hips slowly. I quickly picked up the pace and Aurora started to moan and scream my name. I felt really proud of myself at that moment. I knew what Aurora wanted. She wanted to be dominated by me. So, I quickly picked her up and turned her around while I was still pounding her. Aurora was now on her knees and elbows getting pounded by me from behind. Yes. Yes, harder. Aurora screamed and I obliged. I increased my momentum and I was really close now. I knew that I was going to blow my load. Aurora. I am coming, I grunted, and Aurora's was already spasming. She was already coming and her pussy walls tightened even more around my member, and I finally shot my load inside her, filling her womb with my seed. I slowly pulled out of her and Aurora fell on the mat and turned around to look at me. I love you, Rio, she said with a caring tone, and I laid down beside her. I love you too, I said and started to kiss her passionately. This was just the beginning. We didn't stop until Aurora finally passed out with a stupid grin on her face. Chapter 305, Chapter 310. POV Rio. After putting Aurora in the bed, I returned to the training room and found the girls were reading the Quibbler. They looked really hyped up while reading the paper. Luna must have written something juicy. I leaned by Fleur's shoulder to check the headline. I guess Namiri and Aurora forgot to tell me about this, not that I can fault them. Both of them had more pressing matters on their hand. Fucking like rabbits was much more important at that time, and the next day, Namiri went out early morning saying that she had some business to take care of and Aurora was busy with her tests. On the front page, there was a giant headline printed with bold letters along with pictures of Namiri, Aurora, Reed Richards, Susan Storm, Johnny Spencer, Benjamin Grimm, and Victor Doom. The headline was, "Heroes are being held captive." I quickly skimmed through the article and I have to say, Luna really knows how to spice things up. The article went into detail about how the recent heroes of America were being held captive by the government against their wills. After all, in the US, astronauts were considered heroes. I am pretty sure that a lot of people will be busy now wanting to keep their asses off the fire. I wonder how the president is going to react and who is going to take the fall this time. Asterisk whistle asterisk I bet Fury is going to have a massive headache today and I like it, Dora said after whistling in appreciation. Thankfully, the Quibbler isn't going to take much heat this time. Momo said looking really pleased. I read through the article and found the reason why Momo said that. Apparently, the news channels were a lot faster than Luna. Well, in either case, Luna wouldn't be having a problem though. Namiri would have taken care of it. I wonder if Namiri would be questioned about this or not. Well, I am sure that she would be able to deal with something like that. Yeah, your boss is going to have a really hard time, I said to Dora while I was making some new plans inside my mind. But hard-working agents like me aren't going to get leave because of this. I need to head out and start my body-robbing mission, Dora said in a sarcastic tone, and Flash stepped after she gave me a peck on my lips. So, either of you have anything planned for today? I asked, looking towards both Fleur and Momo. I wanted to inspect the orb you brought me, but it can be done later. Fleur said with a thoughtful look on her face. I have nothing to do. I am completely free, Momo said with a smile on her face and glomped on my arm. She pulled my arm in her cleavage. I have played with those boobs so many times that I can't even remember, but they can still get me aroused in an instant, and Momo knew that too. Do you have anything planned? Fleur asked with a naughty smile on her face and pulled my other arm in her cleavage. Well, I can think of something. I trailed off with a smirk on my face and Flash stepped along with the girls in my arms. SHIELD Headquarters, New York. Fury wasn't having a good time since last night. First, someone threw rotten eggs at him right in front of everyone. Within an hour, the tale about the rotten egg incident spread throughout the building like wildfire. He wanted to make an example of this guy, but unfortunately, even with all these new hidden cameras, he wasn't able to catch the culprit. It was like that the eggs appeared out of thin air. He was already a paranoid bastard, so he immediately concluded that it was the work of a metahuman. But he didn't even know how that was possible. The whole building was rigged with mutant detectors and they would have picked up something if it was the mutants. Leviathan was still able to enter his office without raising any alarm, so he knew that the sensors weren't that perfect, but he thought that only Leviathan was able to move around without being sensed. He finally returned home. Nobody knew where his home was except him. What did you expect? He is a paranoid bastard, after all. He was thankful that Fox hasn't caused any chaos lately. Unfortunately, he shouldn't have thought that. As soon as he opened the TV, he saw that every news channel had gotten their hands on some CCTV footage from the facility where they were keeping the astronauts. He wanted to scream and shout in frustration, but he knew that it would be useless. He could do that later, or he could take it out on the culprit behind this. He decided that he was going to have serious chat with the person responsible for this. Namiri Kiyama was the first suspect that came to his mind, but there was very little chance that he could accuse her. There was also the fact that the media was able to get their hands on CCTV footage from inside the facility. There was no way Namiri Kiyama could get her hands on something like that. It must be the work of someone from the inside. Before he could think about it anymore, he got a call from the president, and he wasn't happy with this incident, and the reason the president decided to call him, because it was his department who was in charge of this matter. The president immediately ordered him to take care of this matter, or it will be Fury's ass that will be on fire. Fury didn't even know where to start. They were already caught with their pants down and everything was in the public now, so there was no way he would be able to put a lid on this. So, now there was only one thing he could do now: get a scapegoat to take the fall. This was the best idea he could think of in this situation, but everything changed when the next morning that blasted paper called Quibbler came out. He had no idea how the hell the journalists from the Quibbler were able to get so many incriminating documents on them. His agents will be crucified by this, and there was nothing he could do to stop this. If he tried to do something, then he was sure the shield would be revealed to the general public. That was something he would never allow to happen, so he had to sacrifice all those agents. It was something that would hurt his department heavily, but this must be done if he wanted to save his department. When he finally arrived in his office, he had only thought in his mind. He needed to figure out the mole, but he had no idea that he would never find the mole no matter how much he tried. POV Rumi. Are you sure about this? Raven asked me with an unsure expression on her face. Yes, this will work, I assured her once again. Since the Inhumans who are coming for the meeting have never met Raven, I have asked her to impersonate me while I keep an eye on the meeting. Yes, I also agree with her. She should stand guard until Jiaying tries something and she would be able to keep better watch from some distance, Eric said while rubbing his chin. He had a thoughtful look on his face. When will they arrive? One of the Inhumans asked us. They really liked it here and they didn't want to go back to Afterlife. When we told them about the upcoming meeting, they were really reluctant to agree with us, but they finally relented when we told them that we won't allow anything to happen to them. They will be here shortly. Rumi, you should go and set up, Eric said. I nodded my head in understanding and Flash stepped into a room in the opposite building we had already set up. I didn't need much to keep an eye on the meeting. I just needed to hear what they were talking about. My natural eyesight was enough to see what was happening inside the room. I called a house elf and told him to bring some coffee for me. Stakeout is impossible for me if I don't have coffee in my hands. Only after a minute, the house elf popped back and handed me a coffee mug. I thanked the house elf and sent him on his way. I took a sip from the cup and a satisfied grin escaped from my lips. I leaned on the window frame, kept my eyes towards the entrance of the building where the meeting was scheduled to happen. Almost half an hour passed when a smile appeared on my face. It was because Jiaying was finally here along with a couple of guards. With this, the meeting has officially begun. Chapter 306, The Time Stone. Stark Industries, New York. I am going to scrap this idea. Tony mumbled loudly, shocking everyone around him. What are you talking about? Virginia asked in a worried tone. This laser project. I don't think this is going to work, Tony said, looking completely serious, which was a pretty rare sight. And why do you think that? A scientist-looking guy spoke about his concern. There is not enough power. I have seen Leviathan's power and I don't think a laser like this is going to hurt him, and he can always dodge. After all, the laser isn't small, Tony exasperated, pointing towards the truck-sized laser they have made. But this isn't something you can decide on your own, you need to discuss with our contractors and our investors, Virginia said with a frown on her face. Pepper, you take care of them while I plan something else. Tony dismissed the matter with a thoughtful look on his face. Virginia wanted to scream at Tony, but he was her boss, so she couldn't do that. She could only follow his order. POV Rio. I was relaxing with Momo and Fleur on our yacht while drinking beer. Momo and Fleur were sunbathing in their bikinis while I was lying beside them. I was under shade. I didn't like sunbathing like the girls did. Suddenly a sparkling portal opened and the Ancient One walked out. Forgive me for interrupting your time with your women, the Ancient One spoke in an apologetic tone, and she genuinely looked sorry for interrupting us, but since we were just relaxing I didn't mind it that much. It's no problem, we were just relaxing, I said, and with a wave of my hand conjured a beach chair for her. The Ancient One looked at the chair critically for a second, but she finally shrugged and sat down. Can I get you something? Fleur asked the Ancient One politely. Some tea would be nice. The Ancient One said, and Fleur called a house elf, asked her to bring tea for the Ancient One. Only after a few seconds the house elf popped back and placed a teacup near the Ancient One and popped out. Thanks. The Ancient One said dryly, looking towards the place where the house elf had appeared. I have always wondered, what is your name? Momo asked curiously. I was immediately interested in the topic. In the movie universe, her name was never revealed, but in the comics, the Sorcerer Supreme or the Ancient One was a man named Yao. I wonder if her name is Yao even though the gender is swapped. The Ancient One got a look of melancholy on her face. It has been a really long time since I have used my name, there is no longer anyone alive who knows my name now. The Ancient One said with a sad look on her face. The Ancient One didn't speak for a few seconds until she looked towards Momo and a small smile appeared on her face. I was named Flavia. The Ancient One said with a smile on her face. I don't mind being called by that name, I could get used to it once again, Flavia said and started sipping her tea. Rio, I wanted to talk with you about something. Flavia turned towards me and said with a serious look on her face. Yeah, sure. What did you want to talk about? I asked Flavia while I looked slightly curious. Did she figure out something about me? I know that she keeps using that time stone to look around. So, she might have noticed something. I wanted to ask you, how you absorbed that infinity stone. Flavia asked me. I looked at her blankly for a few seconds, deciding if should tell her or not. From what I have seen, she wouldn't try to fight me. Even if she tries, I am confident that she won't be able to cause problems for me. I finally decided to tell her about my true heritage. I didn't give her all the details though. Flavia was completely shocked after hearing my story. For a few minutes, she didn't speak and kept gaping like a fish. No matter what she knew about this universe or this multiverse, nothing could have prepared her for a shock like this. She couldn't imagine how strong I would be if I absorbed all of them, since all the Infinity Stones were aspects of my own powers. That was a lot to take in. Flavia murmured under her breath. We are simply frogs living inside a small well if we compare ourselves with strong entities like you. Flavia was exasperated and she started to fiddle with the Eye of Agamotto she was wearing around her neck. That's the time stone, right? I can feel it, I said with a smile on my face. I already knew that the time stone was inside that artifact, but I decided to feign ignorance. Flavia stopped fiddling with the Eye of Agamotto and looked at me. Yes, you are right, Flavia said with a serious look on her face. You already had some idea about my true heritage, right, and you still brought the stone to me. I asked her weirdly. I am pretty sure that someone smart and experienced like her would have guessed something. I really wanted to know why she brought the stone with her. Did she have that much confidence in her own powers? Yes. I know that you would have come for the time stone someday. Now, knowing this, I could have done two things. I could have tried fighting you, or I could hand over the stone to you. Flavia said in a serious tone, and then finally, she opened the Eye of Agamotto, revealing the stone to me and the girls. It was a pretty easy decision to make. If I fight you, I know that there is no way I am going to win, but this way, we can avoid a conflict which would have obviously resulted in my death, and I know that you will protect Earth from the threats out there, so the stronger you are, the better it will be for us humans, Flavia said, and stone flew out of the artifact and started to float over her hand. Well, I guess I can't deny the logic behind your decision. Momo and Luna would have been really sad if you had chosen otherwise. I said and extended my hand towards the stone, and the time stone flew into my palm, and with a bright green light I absorbed the stone, and memories about how to use the time stone's power started to appear inside my mind. Several memories started to pop inside my mind, and I immediately started to understand the laws of time and how to manipulate time according to my wishes. It wasn't reality-bending powers, but I got powers to reverse time, pause time, and the strongest power, I could exist out of time. That power was still locked. It was a complicated power, to be honest. It could make me exist out of time, meaning that I won't be bound by the laws of time. It was a really simple power, but at the same time it was also very complicated. But I wasn't worried about this power at this moment, because currently, I wasn't able to use this power. The important thing is the time reversal power for now. This power will give me the ability to reverse time, but this power isn't absolute. Like if I reverse the time while I am on Earth, the whole universe won't be affected. At most only our solar system would be affected. But everything is not flowers and roses. This power can't be used continuously without stopping. The next power I gained is to use the power to stop time. At most, this power will also affect only our solar system. This power also got the same limitations, but the strongest suit of these powers are that they are almost absolute. Only a few beings like the Living Tribunal, Adam Warlock, the one above all, could ignore these powers. There was another power which was important. The future sight. I would be able to see all the possible futures up to a certain point, but I can only do that when I activate it. My power wasn't like Luna's. She is able to see everything. It doesn't matter if it was about the past, present, or future. She is even able to see everything about other realities. That is way too OP. But as my powers keep growing, the range of my time powers will also keep increasing. That is something good. That means if I reach my previous level, then I will be able to affect whole groups of multiverses with my powers. Seeing you absorb the Infinity Stone with my own eyes was much more impactful than the memory, Momo mused with a grin on her face. Yeah. I could feel your powers increasing even though I don't have a connection with the stones, Fleur said with a thoughtful look on her face. It could be possible that she can feel cosmic energies because of her bloodline. She also felt the Phoenix Force which was locked inside Jean. Pity. I didn't feel anything. I only noticed the light. Flavia said in a slightly depressed tone. I am feeling quite different now. I am way stronger than before. I even got a lot of raw power from the stone, even though the stone only represented time powers. I said with a contemplative look on my face, and green rings appeared on my right hand, and the four of us were wrapped in a small bubble and everything around us froze completely. Wow. I never knew that the stone has time freezing powers. Flavia mumbled under her breath and shot a projectile made of her magic into the water. The water splashed and froze in midair. The stone always had this power, but you weren't able to use this power simply because the stone didn't belong to you, so, you weren't able to use its full potential, I said with a thoughtful look on my face. I think Rio is right. Rio had mentioned that the stones have some level of sentience. It must have known that you weren't the original owner, so the stone didn't allow you to use all of its powers, Momo said with a contemplative look on her face. I guess you are right. Flavia said with an odd look on her face and kept playing with water in the ocean. 2 down, 4 more to go. I wonder what kind of challenges I will face next to get the rest of the stones. Chapter 307, Old Crowd. Somewhere unknown. An extremely beautiful woman could be seen sitting alone on a giant asteroid sailing through some unknown part of the omniverse. The woman was dressed in a very skimpy set of draconic armor. Even though her armor was completely black, it was still shining like it was made of gold. Image here. The woman's complexion was somewhat pale, but she looked like any other normal human. If she wasn't in space, nobody would have known that she was not a human. Well, not exactly normal after all. The woman had demonic horns on top of her head and the woman's eyes were glowing red, even her scara was glowing red. The woman had ash-colored hair, but her hair looked really slick and silky. The woman's body was surrounded by a crimson aura. All of a sudden a frown appeared on the woman's face. The woman stood up and crimson smoke started to ooze out of her body. Her frown transformed into a small smile, and with that, the woman's body started to morph, and the next second the woman transformed into something that could only be seen in nightmares. Then the woman slowly dissolved into crimson smoke. Image here. A crimson smoke cloud appeared on a semi-molten planet. From the smoke cloud the same woman walked out in her nightmarish form. Even the ground on the planet has turned into lava, but the woman didn't even flinch when her feet landed on the ground. The planet was extremely hot, any normal being would have burned long ago. The woman slowly transformed back into her human form and started to walk on the lava. This was an absurd sight, but the woman still managed to make it a beautiful and enticing sight. The woman finally stopped and she licked her lips seductively. Finally, a sick smile appeared on the woman's face. "Ardit, you should knock when you enter someone's house." A feminine voice was heard and a naked woman floated out of the lava. This woman was also extremely beautiful, and this woman had silver hair along with 2 draconic horns on top of her head. The woman's eyes were slitted in the middle like a reptile and her pupils were glowing red. Kukuku. The first woman, now known as Ardit, chuckled. "Hydriana. I have already seen all of you and we have done more than just seeing each other naked. There is nothing to hide," Ardit purred in a seductive tone. "But you should have knocked, it is called manners, you bent. Being lovers isn't an excuse." The second woman, now recognized as Hydriana, said proudly and started to get out of the lava, exposing her naked body to Ardit. Ardit grabbed Hydriana by her waist and pulled Hydriana into her arms, and Hydriana smashed her lips on Ardit's. After a passionate kissing session, both of them separated. Hydriana's body started to glow and a skimpy silver and black armor appeared on her body. "I wanted to do much more, but I think we have much more pressing matters at this moment," Hydriana said with a scowl on her face. Image here. "Kukuku, my thoughts exactly," Ardit chuckled. "So, you felt it, right?" Ardit asked her lover, but before Hydriana could answer a knocking sound was heard. Hydriana smiled that the newcomer had some manners and decided to knock. "Come in," Hydriana said, looking into thin air, and the next moment another woman appeared in skimpy armor. The woman had white feathery wings behind her back and in one of her hands, she had a lance. The woman's auburn hair was flowing out of her helmet. The woman had a metal halo floating on top of her head. Image here. Along with the woman, a blonde man also arrived. The man was in a blue Chinese-style dress and he was carrying a trident with him. The man's eyes were glowing blue, it looked like he could shoot lightning out of his eyes. Image here. The woman gave Hydriana a friendly smile, but as soon as her eyes landed on Ardit, she gave the woman a disdainful glare. The woman's eyes returned to Hydriana and she smiled once again. "It's nice to meet you again, Hydriana, and I loathe myself for seeing you once again, Ardit." The woman greeted Hydriana politely with a sweet smile on her face, but as soon as her eyes returned to Ardit, her voice turned from polite to clear disdain. Ardit sneered at the woman. "Don't worry, the displeasure is mine." Ardit greeted back in a similar disdainful voice. "It's nice to meet you too, Gotson. How have you been?" Hydriana greeted back the woman politely. "I have been nice till now, but now that I have seen her, I am feeling sick." The angelic woman named Gotson answered, but once again shot a jab at Ardit. "Will you two stop fighting?" the only man asked in a defeated tone. Both Ardit and Gotson started to glare at the men. "Lars, you better not be trying to take that demonist side," Gotson growled while looking at the men. The men was now recognized as Lars simply shrugged it off like nothing. "I am not taking anyone's side. I am simply stating the facts. Both of you know that you can't fight, so why do you even bother to hate each other?" the men said in a dismissive tone. "Sorry to burst your bubbles, Thunder Bastard, but there is no way I am going to be civil with this slut." Ardit snarled at Gotson and the men sighed once again. "See, such a mouth could only be found on a demon. I don't know why you are still with her, Hydriana." Gotson asked Hydriana, who smiled and pulled Ardit into her arms. Ardit's anger vanished into thin air and a smug grin appeared on her face. "Love is just like that, Gotson, you can't choose who you fall in love with," Hydriana said proudly and pecked Ardit on her lips. Gotson scowled at the sight in front of her. "Damn pigeon, you said that I have a dirty mouth, but it was you who was screaming like a slut when Lars was fucking you. Let me remember what you were screaming," Ardit said with a smug grin, and Gotson turned red like a tomato and started to growl in anger. "Ah. I remember. Plow this sacred garden and plant your seeds, fuck me harder." I want to come like a waterfall, paint my insides with your essence like I am your cum dump, rub my pus. Ardit started to mimic Gotson, but before she could continue Gotson cut her off. Shut up. That was only once and I was drunk. Gotson yelled with an embarrassed look on her face. She wanted to hide in a hole so badly and she would give anything for a hole to hide, but the started planet didn't have a hole. Gotson. Ardit got you there, Hydriana said and started to chuckle. Gotson was so embarrassed that she shrunk back in shame and she wanted to disappear out of existence. Lars knew that it was an awkward situation, so he decided to keep his mouth shut and he found the situation really troublesome. The incident happened a few centuries ago when they decided to go for a drink in the mortal world, so they had to seal all their powers temporarily or they would have destroyed the world. Gotson got drunk and became horny because Ardit and Hydriana were already making out, so she ended up doing it with Lars. They weren't lovers or anything like Ardit and Hydriana, but when you live for millennials a quick fuck isn't something frowned upon. At most Lars and Gotson could be called friends with benefits. They sleep with each other from time to time to relieve stress and take a break. But that night things got really wild and Gotson screamed some things which shouldn't be spoken by an angel. Enough of that, but I think we have some more pressing matters to discuss now. Hydriana said, successfully changing the topic. Yes, since the two of you are here. I think the two of you also felt it. Ardit asked with a serious look on her face. Gotson and Lars nodded their heads with a smile on their face. Yeah, let's go and meet Ikagan. After all, it was him who took the responsibility to guide him. Lars said with a smile, and both Ardit and Hydriana nodded their heads in agreement. The next second the four of them disappeared using their own methods of teleportation. Ardit dissolved into crimson smoke, while Hydriana disappeared with a magic circle below her feet. Lars disappeared with a rumble of thunder and Gotson vanished with a sound of flutter of her wings. The next moment the four of them appeared in front of a middle-aged man. The man was staring towards a computer screen. The man noticed their arrival and smiled. The man looked like a real god. Image here. Thanks for knocking, Hydriana. I can depend on you when it comes to manners, the man said softly, and Hydriana puffed out her chest proudly. This made Ardit stare at her lover's chest hungrily. Since the four of you are here, may I presume that the four of you felt it? The man asked politely, and the four of them simply nodded their heads. Ikagan, what can you tell us about him? Gotson asked the man, now recognized as Ikagan, in a hurried tone. Everything is going on smoothly. He had just absorbed the second aspect of his power. All of you must have noticed that, Ikagan said, and got up from his chair, and the whole landscape changed and they arrived in a huge garden with a tea table and 5 seats. All of them quickly sat down and tea appeared on the table on its own. I can't wait to meet Nemesis once again. I really miss him. It has been so long that the three of us have gone on a destruction and a killing spree. Ardit gushed out, looking really excited. Yeah. I really miss those times. I miss the slaughtering the three of us did together, Hydriana said with a gentle smile on her face. When he died. I also vowed that I wouldn't bathe in the blood of babies until he returns. I am sick of bathing in the blood of innocence, Ardit said with a scowl on her face. I simply can't understand your fetish with baby blood, nor do I understand why someone like you should exist, Gotson said with a scowl on her face and glared at Ardit disdainfully. Gotson. I have said multiple times that she needs to exist because if there is good then there must be evil too. Ikagan said in a defeated tone and rubbed his temples. Yeah. I know, there must be a balance between everything. Gotson slumped back in her chair looking defeated. Good that you understand, but he no longer goes by the name Nemesis, he calls himself Itsuki Ryo now, Ikagan said with a smile when he saw that Gotson understood what he meant. A human name? What the fuck? Ardit said with a dumbfounded look on her face. Well, there were some complications with his reincarnation, Ikagan said with a frown. What happened? Hydriana asked hurriedly. The rest of them also paid rapt attention to what Ikagan was going to say. His soul merged with a human soul and I had to reincarnate him manually, Ikagan said, and 4 horrified gasps were heard. Please don't tell me that he got those pesky things morals or some shit like that. Ardit said in a desperate tone. If that happened then it would mean the end of the Omniverse for her. You don't have to worry about that, his personality has changed, but I think this Leviathan would be much better than the last one. Ikagan said with a huge grin on his face. Really? Lars asked, looking really unsure of what to make of this situation. Yes, if you want, then you can see his life, Ikagan said, and a holographic screen rose up from the table and Itsuki Ryo's life started to play on the screen since he was born. It was an abridged version of his life and after a few hours, it finally ended. Wow, you were right. He has really changed for the better. He took lovers. I am so happy for him. He has been so lonely since the two of us decided to get together, Ardit cooed like a mother. Yeah, his progress is also good, but he needs to balance his soul with his body, Hydriana said with a smile on her face. Looks like he will be back in full power before the war starts for real. Gotson mused. Yes, we need to prepare though. Ardit, I need you to do something for me. Ikagan said in a dark tone, and a sick smile appeared on Ardit's face. Chapter 308, Meeting the Inhumans, 2. A/N. Yesterday I asked if you wanted to read a side story with a different MC or not, and I am really surprised with how vehemently denied to have something like that. So, please bear with me if the quality of my writing somewhat drops. Currently, I am really bored with the plot. Well, enough of that, let's start the chapter. POV Rio. For how long can you use this power? Momo asked me curiously. That depends on the area I want to be affected by my powers. If I use my powers at maximum range, then I could use it for a couple of days without stop, I said with a thoughtful look on face. The time around was still frozen while the four of us could easily move and play around. You said you could reverse time, right? Fleur asked and splashed water with her leg. Yeah, I said, and another green ring appeared on my hand and I rotated my hand. The water Fleur had splashed returned to its original place like it had been before. What are the limits of this power? This time it was Flavia who asked me with a curious look on her face. Depends on what I am using my power on. Just now, I used my power on the splashed water. I can go on doing something like that for months without a break, but say if I had to bring back a person from the dead, then I would have to spend a lot more energy, I said while green rings were continuously forming on my hand. What is the maximum output? Momo asked me. Looks like she is back in scientist mode if the gleam in her eyes meant something. Let me think about this. With my current power level 1 will only be able to surround this whole solar system, just like I had said before, but rewinding the time of the whole solar system would be really tiring, but I think I would be able to rewind it for about 4 days before getting completely spent. I think I could reverse the time of our whole solar system for about 2 days without stopping, I said after decreasing 2 days from my calculation. It's not that I didn't trust them. I trusted them with my life, but some things should be kept secret so that you can have a trump card, and Flavia is still here. She might be the one to bring me the time stone, she might be a good person, but I don't trust her completely. I might sound like a paranoid bastard. But like I had said before, for the safety of me and my girls I am happy being paranoid bastard. It's much better than being a stupid bastard. No matter how Flavia looks. She is really strong. I am not saying that she would do something, but she could always try something. Yeah. I think I need to calm down or I might turn into fury. I shuddered as soon as the thought appeared inside my mind. That was a really disturbing thought. Must have been Nargles. Hey. Are you alright? You look somewhat pale, Fleur asked me in a worried tone, and I simply shrugged. Thanks for asking, Fleur, but I am completely fine, I said and gave her a reassuring smile. Rio. Can you return everything to normal? I don't want to impose on you guys any longer, Flavia asked and simply nodded my head, but before I could do anything Momo decided to butt in the conversation. Rubbish. You aren't imposing on us. Why don't you take a break and relax here with us, Momo asked Flavia, looking really hopeful. Flavia's eyes turned towards me and I simply shrugged, signifying that she was free to decide whatever she wanted. I didn't mind her staying here with us. After all, we aren't doing anything naughty and we were simply relaxing under the sun. After a couple of minutes Flavia finally agreed to stay here and relax, but before she could do that, she needed to return to Camartage so that she could inform someone about her absence. So, I had to return the time to normal. Everything around us turned back to normal. Our yacht once again started to move because of the ocean waves. Flavia left after making a portal saying that she would return in a couple of minutes. I wonder if the other girls noticed the change or not. Namuri and Jean might have noticed it. Jean is self-explanatory. She has a cosmic entity stuffed inside her gut, and since Fleur was able to notice it, I am pretty sure that the Phoenix would be able to notice it. Namuri might have noticed it because she is the one who is most sensitive to magical energies among the girls, and her powers got a huge boost after she was exposed to the cosmic clouds and she got her bloodline powers kickstarted. Rumi might have felt it too. After all, her instincts are monstrous. Yes, it's possible that she didn't notice anything since we are taking about the Infinity Stones here, but the chances of something like that would be very low. She must have noticed something even if she didn't know what happened. I wonder what she is doing now. From what I remember, she said that they had some meeting with a group of Inhumans. Let's see how the meeting progresses. If Jiaying tries something, then I might have to pay a visit to Afterlife and exterminate them. POV Rumi. The meeting finally started after usual bullshit like greetings and ass-kissing. Finally, Jiaying asked if she could talk with the Inhumans. Since we had already agreed about this beforehand, we called the group of Inhumans we had on Elysium. They were somewhat uncomfortable with this, but they still decided to talk with Jiaying. At first, Jiaying asked them how they were being treated and stuff like that. All of a sudden I felt something, but nothing happened. I immediately looked around, but there was nothing. I am pretty sure that I felt something. I have no idea what it was, but it was completely gone now. My eyes narrowed on Jiaying, but I knew that no one from Jiaying's group could do something like this. I don't know what it was, but it felt really strong. And from really strong I mean Rio-like strong, or it might have been slightly stronger than Rio. It could have been a cosmic entity. I need to tell Rio about this as soon as the meeting ends. Jiaying finally told them that they had to return to Afterlife, after all it was their home. The group Inhumans from Elysium obviously disagreed, telling her that they were happy here and they didn't have look over their shoulders all the time just because they were different. Jiaying finally understood that they wouldn't agree with her willingly. Jiaying gave a subtle signal to a guard she had brought with her, and that is when it started. The guard she had brought with her started to use some kind of mental powers. The guard on the right side is using some kind of mental power, I said into the microphone, and Eric gave a subtle nod after hearing me. Jiaying asked them if they wanted to go back with her to Afterlife once again, and surprisingly this time they did agree. A huge grin appeared on Jiaying's face and she turned towards Eric. Eric didn't bother with it and gave me signal to engage. Without making a sound I stepped into the meeting room and my hand wrapped around the throat of the guard on the right side. The guard wanted to fight back, but my grip tightened around his throat. This made him flail helplessly, and this finally got the attention of Jiaying and the other guard in the room. What is the meaning of this? Jiaying screamed in anger and other guard shot some kind of wave from his hands in my direction. I didn't even bother to guard against them because I knew that those waves won't be able to harm me, even though I didn't know what those waves did. The waves finally collided with my body and I felt the waves trying to push me back. So, that is what the waves did. They would just push you away. Jiaying really must have underestimated us, and she had only brought these weaklings with her. I also want to know what is the meaning of this, Jiaying. After all, it was your guard who started to use his power and broke the neutral agreement, Eric asked Jiaying while he leaned on the table in front of him. Will you stop using your power? It's simply annoying, I said with an annoyed look on my face, but the guard didn't stop using his powers. I waited for a few seconds, and when I saw that he was still using his power, I decided to change my approach. If you don't stop using your power, then I will snap his neck like a twig, I said, and the threat worked like a charm and the other guard finally stopped using his powers. Jiaying was still silent. Looking really adamant, not wanting to say anything. Jiaying. It would be really good for you and your people if you cooperated with us. Eric asked sweetly, but Jiaying remained silent. I immediately noticed that Jiaying was subtly trying to pull something out. It wasn't a gun or Eric would have noticed it. Jiaying pulled out a small button from her pocket. I must have some kind of beacon or distress signal. I didn't say anything to Eric and allowed Jiaying to use the button. I wanted to see what has she prepared. The next second, I felt. Please play with me, Cliff Kuan asked cutely while making puppy dog eyes. Chapter 309, Meeting the Inhumans, 3. POV Agent Tonks. I slowly crept through the halls of the hospital without making a sound. Even if I made a sound, there was no way anyone would bother with me. After all, I was currently mimicking the daughter of the head doctor. She was known for coming here to meet with her father from time to time. No matter what, I have to say that S.H.I.E.L.D. takes information collection very seriously. I am so happy that we are able to use magic to avoid surveillance, or I can't even imagine what kind of information S.H.I.E.L.D. could have acquired about us. I finally arrived in front of the morgue and quickly slipped inside the room, and my nose was immediately assaulted with the smell of dead bodies. Ugh. I hate Fury for giving me this mission. I cast a spell to clear the smell and picked up the chart kept on the front table. I quickly skimmed through the names of the dead bodies and finally found my targets. I took out a stretcher from the next room and prepared it so that I can take out the body. There is no way I am going to carry a dead body within my arms, and I just have to take out the body. A van is already waiting in the hospital parking lot for the body. I finally pulled out the first frozen body and I carefully levitated the body over the stretcher and carefully lowered the body. I casted a notice me not on myself and the stretcher so that no one would notice us. I quickly left the stretcher in the hall and returned for the second body. I returned to the room next to the morgue and took out another stretcher. It didn't take me a lot of time to get the second body, and after casting the notice me not on the second stretcher, I quickly brought it to the hall, and it was completely easy after that. Using magic, it was really easy to push the stretchers. I arrived in the parking lot and deactivated the notice me not charms I had cast on myself and the stretchers. The people waiting in the van finally noticed me and immediately rushed at me to help me. They quickly grabbed the bodies and carried them into the van. Thank you, you were much faster than any one of us anticipated. Looks like rumors about you are really true. A tall man spoke to me in an appreciative tone. Yes. Mortal, stroke my ego. Finally someone who understands how awesome Agent Tonks is. The team didn't wait any longer and quickly drove out of the parking lot. I should also get out of this place. I pulled out my phone and started to text Rio. After all, he told me to keep him posted. POV Rumi. I didn't say anything to Eric and allowed Jiaying to use the button. I wanted to see what has she prepared. The next second, I felt something arriving, and before doing anything else, I leaned my head towards the right and a blade appeared exactly where my head was. I'm impossible. My attacker stuttered out. The man was one of the oddest-looking creatures I have ever seen, and that's saying something when I have fought that abomination. The man didn't have any eyes, and from his face I quickly concluded that his eyes weren't surgically removed. He was born that way, but that's something I can contemplate later. My grip around the first guard's throat tightened, and a little bit more force. A loud crack was heard throughout the room. Everyone in the room knew what happened. Jiaying, the second guard, and the new man who teleported in the room had horrified looks on their faces. I threw away the guard's limp body like it was garbage. Don't look at me like that. After all, it was you who attacked me, and like I had said, if you attack me once again I will snap his neck, and I am not a liar, I said in a serious tone and turned my eyes towards the teleporter. He must be Gordon, the inhuman who unknowingly gave the information about their base. But this guy doesn't have any eyes. I wonder how Emma was able to get the location from his mind. It's possible that he created the image inside his mind after hearing the description of the place from others. Jiaying, do you want to say something? Eric asked curiously. He is yet to make any move. Well, he didn't need to make any moves after all. I was more than enough if I had to take care of them. Raven has already changed back into her true form. When I finally killed the inhuman in my hands, the inhumans finally got back their memories, and they started to glare at Jiaying venomously. How dare you, bitch, the oldest inhuman roared in anger. How dare you play with our memories? You would go to such lengths to silence us, the man asked, looking completely enraged. Jiaying was completely silent and didn't even bother to answer them, and made a small gesture towards the teleporter and the second guard in the room. Neither of them did anything, but I knew that they would surely do something. Though I am curious to find out if Gordon noticed the gesture or not. After all, he is kind of lacking eyes. It is possible that he has some kind of sonar powers too which help him. I think I heard something really interesting. You said that Jiaying was trying to silence you. Now, I really want to know, why did she try to silence you? Raven asked curiously. I would have never revealed this to the outsiders, but you leave me no choice other than this, Jiaying. The oldest in the group said in a regretful tone, and this was when the teleporter acted once again, but this time instead of attacking me he attacked the inhuman who was about to speak up. But he forgot a small detail. His blade was made up of metal. Before the teleporter could even reach that inhuman, Eric stopped him. Gordon, take them. Jiaying screamed desperately. She finally showed some kind of expression on her face. Gordon let go of the blade and teleported behind the group of inhumans, but I flash-stepped right in front of him and punched him in the face. If compared with my full power, it was just a love tap. I didn't want to splatter his brain like a watermelon. He would be an important source of information. You messed up, Jiaying, I said, giving her a condescending look. I think you are right, Rumi. If she prepared to go to such lengths, then it must mean that it must be something important, Eric said with a thoughtful look on his face. You guys go back. We will talk later. Eric turned to the inhumans lived on Elysium and dismissed them. They became really happy and immediately went to leave the room, but that is when the second guard decided to attack once again using his waves. I flash-stepped in front of the second guard and backhanded him while seriously holding back my power. The man dropped on the floor and spat out several of his teeth along with a lot of blood. Before the guy could try anything else, I cast a stupefy and knocked him out. Is there any more surprises? More reinforcements? I asked Jiaying in a mocking tone. Before Jiaying could answer, Rio flash-stepped inside the room and the temperature inside the room dropped several degrees. Why are you here? I asked Rio with a confused look on my face. I didn't have any plan to make an appearance here, but it was Nat who reported to me that blows are being exchanged in the meeting. Now, I find myself really annoyed because my time with Momo and Fleur was interrupted, Rio said in a bold tone. Wow. He is really angry. Jiaying and the Inhumans are fucked. Even though I have threatened to kill all of them, I still wasn't going to kill all of them mindlessly. I only killed the first guard because I said I would, and he still had control over the minds of the Inhumans. But now that Rio is here, Jiaying is going to regret doing anything. I looked towards Jiaying with pity in my eyes. I told you not to try anything funny during the meeting, but it seems that you didn't take it seriously. Now it is out of my hands, I said with pity in my voice and shrugged my arms. I could clearly see fear in Jiaying's eyes now, but she was still acting like someone tough. I did what was necessary for my people. Jiaying started to spout some bullshit about her people, but before she could continue, Rio got bored. Crucio, Rio said in a bored tone, and Jiaying started to scream out her lungs. Please. You should have tried something new. That shit has become really overused, Rio said in a bored tone and kept using the Cruciatus curse on Jiaying. Rio. Don't break her mind. There are a lot of important information we can get from her mind, I reminded Rio, who nodded his head slightly in agreement. After using the Cruciatus curse on Jiaying for a minute, Rio finally stopped and turned towards the knocked out guy on the floor. Looks like you have to pay the price for Jiaying's mistake, Rio said with mocking look on his face and awoke the guard who I had backhanded before. The looked at me with fear in his eyes. But now, he shouldn't be afraid of me after all. Rio is here and he is angry. Without saying anything, Rio fired a skin-melting curse towards the man. The man's screams rang throughout the room while his skin was slowly melted from his body, and after a couple of minutes, the man finally left the world. Pity. I still feel unsatisfied. Rio said, looking really depressed. Anyone would think that he was depressed because he killed someone in such a manner, but I knew the truth. He was still depressed because he wasn't able to torture Jiaying. You can kill the teleporter too, Eric said in a neutral tone. Looks like he also knew the real reason why Rio looked sad. After hearing Eric, a small smile made its way to Rio's face. Chapter 310, The Hand Retaliates. Midland Circle Financial, New York. Can any one of you tell me what is happening? Sowand asked furiously as he arrived in the meeting room. 3 people were already present inside the room. Please calm down and take a seat, the only woman in the room, known as Alexandra Reed, said while gesturing towards the seat. Sowand frowned but followed Reed's command and took the seat. Sowand might be someone arrogant, but he knew that he shouldn't mess with someone like Alexandra Reed, even more so when she was the leader of your group. After all, since Alexandra Reed was their supreme leader, she was intelligent, cunning, and ruthless. She was herself responsible for the deaths of hundreds and millions of lives, including innocents, just because they were a means to an end for her. During the collapse of cities and society since the Hand was active, it was Alexandra Reed who made the plans for their destruction. Alexandra Reed never regretted her actions though, and still thought that they were necessary for her plans, and those cities needed to fall so that she could move forward with her agenda. Reed also saw the rest of the members of the Hand as expendable pawns, and it was very known among their group. She has always been completely apathetic to the deaths of her own comrades, though she never thought of the other members as her comrades. For her they were only a means to an end who could be sacrificed if it meant that her own agenda was being forwarded. Sowand knew about Alexandra Reed's nature and her intentions, that is why he avoided standing up against Reed. Sowand could be easily described as a twisted individual. He took pleasure in causing as much pain as he can to his enemies. He also exudes a large amount of confidence. Reed, I was really busy with some of my business. Now, will you tell me what was the emergency that required all of our presence? Murakami asked in an annoyed tone. Murakami was a person who liked to pull strings from the shadows, and he almost never showed his face in the public. Murakami was always known for his overconfidence and thrill-seeking nature, which is why he always displayed outright defiance to Alexandra Reed. Murakami was a thrill-seeker, as evidenced by hunting games such as the rare but dangerous moon bear, which Murakami had personally slain as a trophy despite coming close to being killed by the animal. He had already tried to take over the control of the Hand but apparently failed. Gao was killed, Alexandra said, and a gasp was heard. Everyone turned towards Bakuto. Everyone in the group knew that Bakuto was a gentle and righteous man. His faction in Hand also trained troubled individuals and gave them a purpose in life. Unlike the other members of the Hand, he didn't like using violence as the primary solution to all of his problems. He always felt that he was much more outgoing than his associates, but if it was necessary then he didn't have any qualms over killing innocents who dared to stand in his way. But no matter how heartless he seems to be, he was the only member of the Hand who had feelings for something like companionship. But like the other members of the Hand, his mindset was also twisted. He despised traitors but still gave multiple chances to rejoin him. He was strongly against corporations who controlled the society. It was somewhat contradicting since he himself demanded complete obedience. As of now, his biggest enemy was Namiri Kayama, who was single-handedly controlling the world economy. What? How? Bakuto asked with a depressed look on his face. He was the only one who had expressions like that on his face. He was feeling bad after hearing the death of their companion. I knew that something like this would happen if you stayed in control. Murakami roared angrily while pointing his finger towards Alexandra Reed, who didn't even bother to react. The lone woman in the room simply shrugged in a dismissive manner. She died due to her carelessness. If she wasn't so arrogant, then she wouldn't have died, Reed scoffed in a dismissive tone, and veins started to pop on Murakami's and Bakuto's head. Sowand decided to remain silent and watch the new development from the side. How dare you say something like that? That is why I always said that you are unfit to be our leader, Murakami said with a smug grin on his face. Murakami wasn't bothered by the death of his companion, but he saw this as a chance to become the supreme leader of the Hand. In fact, Murakami also had similar thoughts like Reed regarding Gao's death. No matter how many times you say that it would be completely meaningless if you are unable to defeat me in a one-on-one fight, Alexandra Reed said in a mocking tone. Murakami was so enraged after hearing that the armrests of his chair cracked. Bakuto knew that it would be really bad if the two of them fought this time, so he decided to step in. Murakami, you need to stop. Alexandra, don't pour fuel into the flames, we have much more important matters to discuss now, Bakuto said, and Murakami decided to glare at Bakuto. I agree with Bakuto, fighting among ourselves isn't going to help us. Not when one of us has just died and we need to find the person responsible for this. Sowand spoke up for the second time since he arrived. Murakami reluctantly backed down and Alexandra simply smirked when she saw that. Do you know who is responsible for killing Gao? Bakuto asked looking towards Alexandra Reed. Yes. It was Namiri Kayama who was responsible for Gao's death. I don't know how she did it. If she did it on her own or if she hired someone, but I know that it was her for sure, Alexandra Reed said in a cryptic manner, and everyone else in the room frowned. How can you be so sure that it was Namiri Kayama when you don't even know how Gao died? Murakami asked with a sneer on his face. Because it was Namiri Kayama who took over Gao's business as soon as Gao died, Alexandra Reed said, and Bakuto gritted his teeth in anger. Namiri Kayama was his biggest enemy, and now she has also killed one of his companions. He would never forgive Kayama for this, and Kayama was going to pay with her life for all the crimes she has done. According to Bakuto, Kayama's first crime was controlling the world economy and her second crime was killing Gao. By the way, where is Gao? Is she still recovering? Sawand asked curiously, but Reed simply shook her head in denial. Her body is gone. From what I know, Gao's body was incinerated, Reed said with a massive frown on her face. The other three had horrified looks on their faces. How did she find out about our secret? Sawand stuttered out in fear. This was completely unnatural for him to feel fear, and it has been so long that he has forgotten when was the last time he had felt fear until today. How did she find our secret? Murakami asked in a low tone. Reed shrugged once again. I don't think that she knows our secret. She might have incinerated Gao's body to get rid of the evidence, Alexandra Reed said in a dismissive manner. So, what are we going to do now? Bakuto asked dangerously after a few seconds. Now they were confident once again when they heard from Reed that Kayama didn't know their secret. There is nothing else we could do at this moment. We simply kill her. She had dared to act against one of us. That alone is punishable by death, Murakami growled in anger, but Sawand and Bakuto were still waiting for Alexandra Reed to speak up. When Murakami noticed this, he once again growled in anger. This was another sign that Alexandra Reed was still their supreme leader. This time I agree with Murakami. Namiri Kayama must be put down. She has caused a lot of trouble for us. It would be better if we deal with her now before she could strengthen her position much more, Alexandra Reed said, and this time everyone nodded their head in agreement. Alexandra Reed gave the responsibility of killing Namiri Kayama to Bakuto. After all, he was the one who was most affected. POV Namiri. Ha. It's really relaxing to find out that everything is going according to the plan and you have nothing to worry about. Since the others were still asleep, I had decided to leave them be for the time being, but now that they are awake, I need to collect the 5 of them. I don't want Doom though, but unfortunately, they came in a package deal. Acquiring Gao's business was also awesome and easy. I felt really good after acquiring her business. That ancient hag didn't know how to manage the drug business. Even though the US government thinks that it was me who told the press that we were being held against our wills, but they can't act out against me since they have no proof and I have made them sweat for long enough. I would simply give them a deal that neither side could decline. I finally arrived in front of my car. For a few seconds, I stared at my car. So shiny. So beautiful. I opened the door and entered the car. After getting settled in the seat, I finally pressed the ignition button, after a small pause. Boom. Say cheese, Cliff Cohen said cutely and took a picture of you. Chapter 311, Former Students and Namiri's Rage, I/N. I have researched the whole day and I had found out that Olympians are really not that important in Marvel Universe. Most of them had lost their powers and they simply like to stay hidden in their pocket dimension. Only Hercules and Ares are the ones who have some roles in the plot. Yes, it's true that Gia plays a huge role, but she isn't an Olympian. She is basically Mother Earth. She is also one of the elder gods. So, I have simply decided to ignore the Olympians and Gia. I know that you wanted me to involve her, but you have to remember that this is an AU movieverse and I honestly want to avoid her to keep the things simple as I had avoided including Kong the Conqueror. Including him would have complicated things. POV Jean. Ah. A satisfied moan escaped from my lips. Just like I have said hundreds of times, the best way to start your day is with a nice cup of coffee. Nothing can defeat this, that is why I am here, Café Amora Mocha. In Elysium, this is the place where you can get the best coffee. Yeah. I know that the house elves would be able to make coffee for me whenever I ask them and they will bring it to me anywhere I want, but the problem is that they somewhat lack coffee-making skills. Those are my personal thoughts though I hope that the elves don't find out my thoughts or they would punish themselves. Even though there is the taste factor. I also like the atmosphere in this cafe. Metahumans with all kinds of looks coming and ordering food and coffee without any care of the world. They would sit together regardless of their looks or native country, they would chat with each other regarding everything else. This would have never been possible if it wasn't for Rio. The door opened once again and a familiar group of youngsters walked in. It has been a long since I have talked with them. Now, I feel bad that I haven't found some time to meet up with them. Before I could call them, one of them noticed me, and only after a couple of seconds the whole group was surrounding my table. "It's nice to meet you once again, Professor Gray. How have you been?" one boy asked from the group. A small smile unconsciously made its way to my face. "Why don't you all sit down? It has been so long since we have talked, and I am no longer a professor. As for your question, I have been really nice," I said with a smile on my face. The group quickly pulled back the chairs and sat down. We were 2 chairs short, so I used my power and pulled 2 chairs from the nearby table. "So, who is your new friend?" I asked curiously while looking towards the new girl in the group. "I am pretty sure that I haven't seen her before in the school." "Professor, let me introduce you to Marie Dancanto, my girlfriend," the first teenager proudly introduced the girl who blushed. "Bobby. You shouldn't call me professor anymore," I said while sighing in defeat. My eyes turned back towards the girl and I extended my hand towards the girl. "It's nice to meet you, Miss Dancanto. I am Jean Grey, their old professor, though it seems like they don't want to let go of me," I said with a small smile, and everyone in the group chuckled sheepishly. "So, how have you guys been? How is life on Elysium?" I asked them curiously. "It's the best place I could have ever asked for. I would have never thought that I would have been able to live so freely. I don't need to hide anything here. It's, kind of." Kitty was the first who answered my question. "This isn't the first time I have heard something like this. Almost all of the metahumans in here have similar feelings like this." "Freeing," the girl with purple streaks asked Kitty, who didn't seem to find the right word. After hearing Jubilee's suggestion, Kitty nodded her head in excitement. "Though I miss my parents sometimes, but I think it's better this way. Our last meeting wasn't so nice," Jubilee said in a depressed tone. For a few seconds, nobody said anything. Honestly, I feel bad for Jubilee, but there is nothing I could do. I know that a being named Sublime was responsible for the hate between humans and metahumans, but Rio didn't find a way to reverse the process in his mind. From what I have heard, Sublime used some kind of virus, but he didn't make an antidote. It's the same for me, but the last time I talked with them, they treated me like I was a monster. My brother didn't even talk to me," Bobby said while gritting his teeth. His girlfriend quickly grabbed his hand and squeezed reassuringly. "Odd. I have already noticed this, but why is she wearing gloves? I miss my parents." Thankfully we parted on a good note. "I didn't have the courage to call them after the truth about metahumans came out," Kitty said with a smile and shrugged. "This is the best place I could have ever asked for. I don't have the best experience with parents," the last boy, who was named John, said cryptically. "He had been always like that. Somewhat emo, but who knows what kinds of hardships he has gone through. I shouldn't make fun of his life. I think it's better that we change the topic," I said, and everyone immediately agreed. My eyes went back towards Marie, Bobby's girlfriend. I know this is a personal question, but I noticed that you are wearing gloves. Do you have problems controlling your power?" As soon as I finished speaking, the girl got defensive. Don't take it the wrong way. I am not making fun of your control or anything. I am simply curious. If you tell me, then there might be a way I can help you," I said in a gentle tone. I don't want to scare her. From her looks it seems like she has some really bad experience with her powers. Whenever I touch someone I hurt them. I put my last boyfriend in a coma, that is why I wear gloves and avoid skin contact, Marie said in a low tone. I think I might be able to help you though. If it isn't a problem, can you visit the infirmary in the evening?" I asked Marie. She turned towards Bobby, who nodded his head reassuringly, and then she turned back towards me and nodded her head in acceptance. "So, what do you think about Leviathan? I mean, he made this place possible, after all," I asked the group. I have asked this question several times, but I want to hear what my former students thought about him. It wouldn't change anything between me and Rio. After all, my love isn't that fickle, but I still wanted to know. I was simply curious. John stared at me for a couple of seconds. "TCH. Lucky bastard." John snorted and looked away from the group. Honestly, I wasn't expecting something like that. I stared at him with a confused look on my face until the others burst out laughing. "Oh. Don't be like that, John. You shouldn't be jealous of him since he has so many girls with him," Kitty said while giggling. "Oh. I understand now. I didn't expect that kind of reaction from John though. 3 years have passed since I had closely interacted with them, so it is quite understandable that he has changed so much. I wanted to date him so badly when he threatened the whole world for the first time. He is the wet dream of a lot of girls," Jubilee said with stars in her eyes. I am glad that she wasn't drooling. "Like. He would date us. He doesn't like younger girls," Kitty snorted, and Jubilee returned to the real world. "I hope that you didn't just call me old," I asked Kitty in a sweet tone, who was already sweating buckets. No. I meant he likes mature women, you know. Women in their 20s, Kitty stuttered out, and I nodded my head in acceptance. Now that I think of it. She is right, and I had already heard from Momo that Rio's always liked older women and Momo had to work really hard to get his attention. So, how is it like, sharing him with other girls? Jubilee asked curiously. The rest of the group was also interested, including the guys. TCH. 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 This isn't something we should discuss in front of boys. I clicked my tongue while wagging my finger in front of them. All the girls immediately started to glare at the boys, who gulped hard. After a few seconds, only 4 of us were left on the table. Only girls, obviously. Bobby had to leave reluctantly when his relationship came into jeopardy, and John left when he felt his health was in real danger. POV Namuri. For a couple of seconds, I didn't notice what happened. I blinked several times until I found myself sitting in the middle of my burning car. My car. Whoever did this is going to pay for this. I'm going to break their bones and then skin them alive. Even though my hot ass was literally on fire. I didn't care about that now. I slowly stood up from the burning seat and my whole body was on fire, but I wasn't hurt. Only my tuxedo was on fire. That was a nice tuxedo too. I am going to scoop out their eyes too. I walked out of the junk of my beloved car and I used my ice powers to put off the fire. My hair was a mess and some rags were barely hanging on my body. I might be an exhibitionist, but I didn't like the fact that my tuxedo was ruined and only Rio was allowed to see my body. I wasn't worried about giving someone eye candy because this was my private parking lot. Since it's my private parking lot, it means someone high up from my company security team betrayed me. My eyes turned back towards my car. My vision blurred due to tears. I started to release my absurd magical pressure unconsciously. I touched the hood of my still burning car. Don't worry. I will kill every last one of them. You will be avenged before tomorrow ends, and trust me. They will be glad that they finally went to hell when I am done with them. I said while gritting my teeth, and with a last look towards my car I stepped into our room in Elysium for a new tuxedo. After all, you can't go on a killing spree while looking bad, and I also have some people to torture so badly that they beg for death. So, I have to dress much nicer. Chapter 312, Namuri's Rage, 2. R18. A/N, this chapter doesn't have a lemon. It's rated R18 for the graphic torture scene. If you don't feel comfortable with it, then I will put a mark before the torture scene so you can skip it. POV Namuri. After I finished dressing in my best tuxedo, I took at myself in the mirror. Now, I am ready to go on a killing rampage. Now that I was finally done with my clothes, I stepped back into my parking lot. My car was still burning until now. Nobody was here. I didn't expect anyone to be here. After all, this is my private parking lot and I don't have any kind of surveillance in here. After all, I can't have cameras here when I'm always popping in and out whenever I want. From what I know, I am pretty sure that my car won't be discovered by anyone else until tomorrow morning when the cleaners come here, but I can't be sure. After all, the culprit might come back and take a peek to check if he succeeded or not. But that brings me to another problem. I don't know who was responsible for the destruction of my shiny car. Since there is no surveillance in here, I don't have any way of deducing the identity of the culprit, but is only the tip of the iceberg. I have so many enemies that it isn't funny any longer, and I am continuously making enemies too. Business rivals, governments of several countries, criminal organizations, and I can keep going on. I wonder if there is some spell that could allow me to see the past. I pulled out my phone and called Momo. After all, she is the one who possesses unrivaled spell knowledge. Momo finally picked up the phone. Moshi, how may I help you? Japanese. Is she kidding me right now? Or she simply wants to talk with someone in Japanese? Well, now that I think of it, I also miss the feeling of speaking in Japanese. Momo, I needed some help. Do you know any spell which can allow me to see the past? Or find someone who had tried to cause me harm? I asked her in Japanese. Momo didn't answer me for a couple of seconds. I can't tell you for sure, but as far as I know, there isn't a spell like that, and I wouldn't recommend using a time turner at this moment. They have deteriorated a lot due to overuse and they are somewhat obsolete too, Momo answered back in Japanese. I wanted to curse so badly, but I held myself back. After all, we were all responsible for the deterioration of the time turners. We used it every time we had sex with Rio. So now, I had no way to find out the identity of the person who placed the bomb on my beloved car. By the way, did something happen? Momo asked in a worried tone. She was back in English. It was clear that she was genuinely worried. Yeah. Someone placed a bomb in my car and tried to kill me. I trailed off and Momo seemed to choke after she heard me. You are talking about your shiny car? Momo asked and I hummed sadly in agreement. Now, I feel really bad for them. Momo said in a sad tone. Don't worry, they will also feel bad for themselves when I am done with them. I said while gritting my teeth. Hey. You can ask Rio for help. He gained some time powers a few hours ago. I think he will be able to help you, Momo said, and I released a relieved sigh when I heard that. Thanks, I will call him now. I will call you later, bye and thanks, I said hurriedly after thanking Momo and cut the call. Then I called Rio. After the phone rang for a few seconds, Rio picked up the phone. I could clearly hear someone screaming in the background. Hello honey, what can I do for you? Rio asked me in a sing-song voice. I wanted to flirt with him so badly, but I could do that later. Maybe, give him a reward and do a roleplay with him. Dora told me about her latest adventure with Rio, where Rio was a bad guy and she was Big Bad Agent Tonks. I heard that you gained some time powers, will you be able to see the past? I asked him, and the scream in the background intensified. Yep. I can do that. Did something happen? Rio cooed. I know when Rio was like this. It was when he was annoyed and angry. It was pretty clear who he was angry at. Yes. Someone tried to kill me but ended up blowing up my car. I reluctantly answered him. After all, I knew how protective he was and I wanted to kill the people responsible with my own hands. I am on my way. Avada Kedavra, after a few seconds Rio said, and AK'd the poor fool who was screaming in the background. He must have been a fool. He should have known that he should have never angered Rio. Well, he can ponder it in his afterlife. Rio Flash stepped beside me and he finally cut the call. As soon as Rio arrived, his eyes went towards my still burning car. After a couple of seconds, his eyes turned back towards me. I almost feel bad for the guys responsible for this, Rio said dryly. It's good that you don't feel bad. Now can you find who blew up my car? I asked him desperately and he simply nodded his head. He raised up his left hand and a green ring appeared around his hand and a green hologram rose up beside my car. A hologram of myself appeared beside the car dressed in rags. I immediately understood that it was past me. Rio paused the video and stared at me blankly. I simply shrugged my shoulders. He shook his head and resumed the hologram. In the hologram, I went back into my car and it finally exploded. After the explosion, I walked out of the car with completely intact clothes. Soon, I disappeared from the parking lot and after a few seconds, a man appeared in the parking lot. I immediately recognized him. He is the head of my digital security team. Since I was also in the digital business, I needed a digital security team, but he was a guy I never expected to betray me. The hologram video continued to play and I saw how that motherfucker placed the bomb in my precious car. He is going to pay. Jim Hardy, you are going to pay. Rio didn't need to continue the video, so he finally stopped. It looks like you know him. Rio asked and I simply nodded my head. The green ring on his hand disappeared and another similar green ring appeared on his hand, but this was slightly bigger than the previous one. My still burning car was covered in a slight green glow and soon the fire started to increase. I was confused when I saw that, but quickly concluded that Rio was reversing the time. He was fixing my precious car. Soon my car returned to its previous state like it was before the explosion. I was so happy that I wanted to jump him right here and now. When the green ring finally disappeared from Rio's hand, I jumped into his arms and smashed my lips on his. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I kept mumbling on between the kisses. I only allowed him to go after a few minutes of hungry kissing. I would have fucked you right here and now, but I have some people to kill. I said sadly and he simply caressed my cheek lovingly. We can fuck all we want after you finish your revenge. Sex after successful revenge is much more exciting, Rio said while nodding his head like a sage. Rio must be right. After all, he knew that porn scenes were faked. I nodded my head like a good housewife. After that, we quickly headed inside the building. Both of us were disillusioned. After all, I didn't want anyone to know that I was in the office. I headed directly towards Jim Hardy's office and Rio was calmly following behind me. We soon arrived in his office and I quickly stunned the dickhead. Rio quickly prepared a portkey and gave it to me. I put the portkey on Jim and activated it. As soon as he was gone, both I and Rio Flash stepped into the torture room we had in Knox. This was the first time we were going to use the torture room. Until now, only Rio tortured people and he preferred Crucio. Jim Hardy was strapped in the chair in the middle of the room. But before I do anything, I wanted to confirm if he did it willingly or not. I don't want my first torture victim to be an innocent. Rio was leaning on the wall at the end. I finally revived Jim and as soon as his eyes landed on me his eyebrows shot up in fear. That isn't a good sign. Legilimens, I said and dived into his mind. Jim was screaming on top of his lungs but I didn't care. I only wanted to know if he did it willingly or not. I ignored everything else. I quickly found the information and he did it willingly and happily. I completely ignored why he agreed though. Hello, Jim. I never thought that you would do something like that. That was really bad of you, I said cryptically, and Rio used his powers to float a scalpel in my hand. I raised an eyebrow in his direction. This is an interesting choice of weapon to start the process. Jim, though. He looked completely horrified when he heard what I said. He started to sputter incoherently. I simply walked up to him and slashed his cheek. He squealed like a pig. Speak clearly, I said sweetly. Torture scene starts. A few seconds passed when he finally gathered back his wits. Miss Kayama, what are you doing? And I have no idea what you are talking about. Agar, since he was once again spouting bullshit, I snapped his right index finger. Ha. Ha. I don't know what you are. Arg. I snapped his right middle finger. Since it looks like you aren't going to give me a straight answer, let me somewhat persuade you, I said sweetly and started to run the scalpel on his chest. Jim groaned in pain and started to trash in the chair. But I didn't stop there. I started to draw with the scalpel on his chest. Only after a few minutes, he had a nice nine-tailed fox playing with a dick on his chest. I would have been happy with the drawing if it wasn't so bloody. Do you think you can speak now? I asked him sweetly and glared at me. You don't know who you are messing with, Jim said in between deep breaths. I think you misunderstand something. You are not in control here, but I am, and unfortunately, that was a wrong answer, I said and threw away the scalpel while I pointed toward a small hammer. Rio levitated the small hammer in my hand and I swiftly brought down the hammer on his crotch. Jim squealed like a pig. From the corner of my eyes, I noticed Rio flinched and he instinctively covered his crotch. I wanted to assure him that I would never do that to him, but I can do that later when I worship his man meat. I threw the hammer too and pointed towards a butcher knife. Rio levitated the knife into my hand. This is so much fun, I moaned, breathing heavily. My sadistic side hasn't shown up for a long time. Now, I want you to continue being stubborn. That way I can skin you completely. Please bear with me, I said huskily and skinned his right arm. He squealed like a pig once again. Looks like he is truly a pig under a human guise. I am telling you. It was Bakuto-sama. Some of his pupils came to me and gave me a lot of money to do it, Jim said hurriedly. The fuck is Bakuto? Oh. Yeah. He is one of the fingers of the hand. So, it was revenge for Gao. I will have fun skinning them too. You shouldn't have said it. I still wanted to skin you like the pig you are. You were a bad boy and bad boys must be punished, I said, and a spoon of ice formed in my hand. I dropped the knife and grabbed his face. With a swift move my spoon was under his right eye. He started to scream and thrash in the chair. Don't move, or I will scoop out your other eye too, I said, but he didn't stop screaming and thrashing. So I slowly pulled out his right eye, and as soon as I was done with his right eye, my eye spoon entered his left eye socket. Only after a minute, his other eye was on the floor too. Don't worry, Jim. We aren't done yet, I said, and picked up my knife once again so I can finish skinning him. Half an hour passed when he finally died. I had killed him by accident when I cut off one of his nerves while skinning him. Pity. Torture scene over. I thought after killing a human in such a manner I would feel different, but I don't feel anything. It didn't even bother me now that I think about it clearly. My eyes immediately shot towards Rio in worry. He must think that I am a monster now, but to my relief, he was still looking at me with care in his eyes. Are you done? You know I can bring him back if you want, Rio asked me, and I simply shook my head in denial. No. No need. But we still aren't done yet. I am going to exterminate the hand before the sun rises, I said with clear determination in my voice, and Rio simply nodded his head. Sure. Lead the way, my lady, he said while he extended his arm towards me. A perverted giggle escaped my lips and I took his arm and pulled it between my breasts. He. After we are done, we are going to do a lot more than that, my Rio. Chapter 313, Namuri's Rage, 3. Savage Land, Antarctica. Where the hell is it? A man screamed, completely enraged while looking at his underlings. Looking at their superior's enraged expression, all of them cowered in fear and took a step back. Don't be so barbaric with your men. After all, it isn't their fault that the metal is gone. An older-looking man scoffed from the side. The man looked like a noble, and while the whole drama was going on he was simply sipping tea with a peaceful look on his face, like everything was fine. The whole group might look like humans, but they weren't humans. Their blue skin along with white markings on their bodies were the biggest clues. When the first man heard the older man's words he growled out loud in anger. It is me who will have to answer to his majesty, the first man said while gritting his teeth. The old man snorted with disdain and took a sip from his cup. Ha! As if a half-breed bastard would ever be our king, the old man snorted in disdain. Such words would have already earned him a death sentence, but most soldiers stood exactly where they were and some even nodded their heads in agreement. You know, I should be executing you right now for such words, the first man said in a neutral tone. All of his anger was completely gone now. But you wouldn't. After all, you also loathe that half-breed bastard, the old man nodded with a smile on his face. The first didn't refute and simply stared towards the horizon. And that is why I don't want to disappoint that filth. I would be belittled in front of that filthy mongrel. Sometimes. I wonder if it would have been better to kill that filth and go to prison as a traitor. The first man said with a saddened look on his face. If you are to succeed, then you would be treated as a hero. Not a traitor. After all, he is the king only because he is the only one who can wield the trident, the old man said and continued sipping his tea. The first man's face soured when he heard that. He had sullied our king's trident with his dirty blood. Sometimes I wonder if Neptune is punishing us for some sin or not. The first man said while looking at his soldiers. All of his soldiers nodded their heads in complete agreement. Sometimes I also wonder the same thing, my friend. The old man said and threw away his tea in anger. But it can't be denied that we needed Vibranium B so that we can fight against those filthy surface dwellers. If this continues, then our home would be soon filled with their trash, the old man said in a cold tone. If we use the sensors, then we would be able to get an approximate location. Though I find it really hard to believe that someone was able to take every ounce of that metal with them. I really can't imagine that a filthy surface dweller was responsible for this. The first man said with a thoughtful look on his face. But none of us have taken the metal, so it must have been those savages, the old man said coldly while nodding his head. Let's go back. We can't do anything from here since the metal is already gone. Let's hope that the sensor is able to find the metal. The first man said and ordered his men to gather everything since they didn't have anything more to do here. The old man simply sat down and poured himself another cup of tea. Midland Circle Financial, New York. So, Bakuto, how did the mission go? Murakami asked with a sneer on his face. He was annoyed once again because he had to be here for the meeting. The assassination attempt was a success, but I still haven't received the confirmation, Bakuto said with a smile on his face. The rest of the members inside the room frowned after they heard Bakuto's statement. How do you know that the assassination attempt was successful but you don't know if she had died or not? Murakami asked with a frown on his face. That's because I paid someone to plant a bomb in her car. I received the report that the bomb went off in the morning, but everything has been silent since then. Bakuto said and smiled proudly. He was pretty sure that he succeeded. Bakuto, there is no way that our organization is going to be connected to this incident, right? Reed asked neutrally. We won't be having a problem with that. After all, Namiri Kayama herself made our job easier with zero surveillance in her private parking lot. Bakuto said and Reed nodded her head in understanding. Even though she looked worried, in truth she wasn't even worried because if something happened then she would happily throw Bakuto under the bus. If that's all, then I will be on my way. A new group of prostitutes is coming tonight. Murakami said with an evil grin on his face and got up from his seat, once again disregarding Alexandra Reed's authority. But before he could even take a step, the room's door exploded, throwing everyone towards the other side of the table. Honey, I think that you used too much power, a man's voice was heard from the other side of the door. Ah. Yes. I was kind of excited, you know, a woman said and giggled. A couple finally entered the room and looked around. The man waved his hand and conjured a marble slab where the door has been. The people who were inside the room finally pulled themselves up from the floor and saw the newcomers. All of their faces paled and their bodies became weak when their eyes landed on the men. There was no one on the planet who didn't know who this man was. Leviathan. Reed stuttered out in complete fear. Ah. So, you know me. I am really flattered, but you see I am not the one you should be worried about right now. After all, it wasn't my car you blew up, the man they recognized as Leviathan or Itsuki Ryo said with a sweet smile on his face. When Ryo's words finally registered inside their mind, their eyes landed on the woman who came along with Ryo. Kayama. Bakuto yelled in anger, but Sawan grabbed him before he could act because Sawan knew they shouldn't fool around in front of someone like Leviathan. After all, killing all four of them would be a child's play for Leviathan. Reed cursed her luck. She cursed her own stupidity. She should have seen it sooner. But Namiri Kayama had never shown any sign that she was involved with someone like Leviathan. Murakami simply wanted to dig a hole and hide inside it. He might be a thrill-seeker, but he wasn't a death-seeker. He cursed his luck as soon as Leviathan appeared. There was very little chance that he would be able to leave this place alive, but he would still try. How are you alive? Bakuto asked coolly, but he was still glaring daggers at Namiri, who was still grinning. Heh. Like something like a pesky bomb could kill me, but the same can't be said about your students though. Slaughtering them made me feel really good. Namiri purred, and after hearing Namiri's words, Bakuto wasn't able to hold back and lunged at Namiri after freeing himself from Sawan's grip. For Bakuto, his students were the most precious thing to him, and when Namiri confessed about killing them, his mind was immediately filled with rage. Crucio, Namiri said in a bored tone while pointing her finger towards Bakuto. Bakuto dropped to the floor and started to scream out his lungs while he was thrashing around in pain. The remaining 3 members of the hand looked at Bakuto with horrified looks etched on their faces. One word. Namiri Kayama needed one word to make a person like Bakuto scream like that. What kind of power was this? A part of their minds wanted them to find out about it, but all of them knew that the situation wasn't favorable for them. They didn't even know if they would be able to get out with their lives or not. Namiri finally stopped the spell and Bakuto's scream stopped. He started to roll on the floor because of the residual pain. Namiri calmly leaned beside Bakuto. You see, you might have failed to kill me with the bomb. But you have hurt me with that more than you think. You blew up my car and ruined my tuxedo, both are crimes which are punishable by death. Namiri said sweetly and once again crucioed Bakuto. The other 3 didn't know what to say after they heard Namiri's words. She was doing this because he blew up her car and destroyed her clothes. Murakami finally decided to make his move. I was wondering if we could strike a deal. Murakami started to say, but before he could finish, Namiri uttered the same words and he also dropped to the ground screaming out his lungs. Murakami was feeling unimaginable pain coursing through his body. He felt his whole body was on fire while getting torn to pieces at the same time. When Namiri crucioed Murakami, Bakuto finally got some time to take a breather, but he was still in too much pain to do anything. There will be no deal and no escape. After all, I am just starting, Namiri said with a vicious grin on her face, and a butcher knife of ice formed in her hand. POV Rio. 5 hours have passed since Namiri started to torture them. I simply stood beside where the door was and watched the whole scene from the corner of my eyes. After Namiri stopped crucioing Murakami, she bound all of them magically and hung them up upside down. With a wave of her hand, all of them were now only in their underwear. I had to remind Namiri to get their memories. So, Namiri used legilimency on Alexandra Reed. When Namiri was finally done with her, Reed's brain was dripping on the floor from her ears. I asked Namiri if I should turn back time and bring her back, but she denied, saying that she still had 3 more pigs to skin. So Alexandra Reed got off easily. After that, Namiri plucked out their eyes and started to skin them by order. She started with Sawand. This time she was very careful, not wanting to kill any one of them by accident. Unfortunately, Sawand died after an hour due to blood loss. Then Namiri started to skin Murakami. This time Namiri's technique was much more refined and she succeeded in skinning him completely while he was still alive, but he also died after a minute. After that, she finally arrived in front of Bakuto. She wanted to refine her technique before she started with Bakuto. Even though all of them made the decision of killing her together, she was enraged with Bakuto the most because he blew up her car and burned her tuxedo. When Namiri was finally done with Bakuto, he was still alive, but he was completely broken now. He was alive until Namiri started removing organs from his body. Satisfied now? I asked Namiri while I pulled her into my arms. She nodded her head meekly and cuddled in my arms. Yeah. That felt really nice. Namiri purred and snaked her arms around my neck. I would give her 6 out of 10. She was good, but she could improve a lot more. An unknown feminine voice rang throughout the room and I found myself along with Namiri in an unknown place. Chapter 314, Meeting Old Friends, I/N. For whatever reason, Webnovel is shitting me once again and the picture isn't showing up in the paragraph comments, so I will post the picture in the comments. POV Rio. Where are we? Namiri asked me curiously while looking around. We weren't able to see much because the whole place was covered by mist. Even my OP senses were somewhat useless as I was unable to sense any life sign, but I was sure that someone was here with us. After all, I heard her voice. Fufu. Don't be like that. I am hurt. Once again the feminine voice was heard and my head snapped towards the direction from which the sound came. With a wave of my hand, I blew away the mist. When the mist finally cleared, our eyes landed on a woman wearing a skimpy outfit. At most, it was a pair of black leather bra and panties with a golden skull on them. The woman was wearing shoulder-high black gloves along with a black leather garter belt with thigh-high leather stockings. The woman was sitting on top of a throne made of bones. The woman's body complexion was completely pale. It could be easily comparable with ash. Her hair was also had a similar color and her eyes were completely white without a pupil. It was pretty easy to guess that the woman was not a human. Whistle at the legendary bikini armor. Namiri's nostrils flared in excitement and she gushed out the question like a fangirl. Where can I get clothes like that? Namiri continued asking questions with stars in her eyes. Fufu. It has been so long since I have met someone like you. I like you, Namiri Kayama, the woman said with a grin on her face. With all the skulls and bones, I already knew who this woman was, but she was a lot different than what I have seen in the comics. It is possible that she represents death for the whole omniverse. But what worried me more was the familiar feeling. I am pretty sure that I haven't met this woman in my whole life, but she seems quite familiar to me. I might have known her in my past life. I mean when I was Nemesis. Namiri gasped when the woman said her name. You know me, she looked at the woman with clear awe in her eyes. This was getting pretty ridiculous. Of course, I know you. After all, you are dating him, the woman said, and her eyes shifted towards me. Since I like you, I will give you a bikini armor like mine. You could also customize it because skulls might not be your thing, the woman said with a gentle smile, looked towards me once again. Death? I asked, and her smile widened and she got up from her throne. She was tall, it might be those high heels though. I see you recognize me, though I think that all these skulls and bones were a dead giveaway. It's nice to meet you again, Nemesis. Forgive me, you go by a different name now. Quite messy business if you ask me. Death walked towards me and gave me a bright smile. You are Death? Namiri asked with a bewildered look on her face, and Death giggled once again after hearing Namiri's question. Fu. You can call me Death, but I am not exactly Death. After all, death is simply a concept and I simply represent death. Death said and floated towards Namiri. Death started to give Namiri head pats with a smile on her face. I didn't know what to think of this development though. Death pulled away her hand from Namiri's head and turned towards me once again. You won't believe how surprised I was when Ardit and Hydriana told me that you are back and you have already started gaining back your power. That is when I started watching you, Death said with a smile and snapped her finger. Black smoke rose up from the ground. Skulls could be easily noticed forming within the smoke. When the smoke finally dissipated, we could see an old bony telephone on a telephone stand made out of bones. Death picked up the receiver and started dialing a number. Yeah. I brought him into my realm. You can pop in here if you want, Death, and put down the receiver. The whole stand along with the telephone disappeared into black smoke. The next second a woman in skimpy armor came out of red smoke. The woman's eyes were glowing red and she had an evil aura around her. This woman was also giving me a familiar feeling. A red magic circle formed beside the new woman and another woman came out, and she also had skimpy armor on her body. Is there a rule that you have to wear bikini armor if you are a cosmic entity like them? This is getting really ridiculous now. Both women kept staring at me with care in their eyes. This was making me somewhat uncomfortable. I hope they aren't my lovers. While I didn't feel anything from Death for whatever reason, these two women were way stronger than me. If I fought them then I would die and there was no way around it. That is when the woman with evil aura lunged towards me with tears in her eyes, but the other woman who arrived with the magic circle grabbed the other woman and stopped her. That was so fast. I am pretty sure that she didn't want to kill me or I would have died before I could even twitch a muscle. Don't be a fool, Ardit. Look at him, he doesn't recognize us, you stupid bint. The other woman glared at the woman now known as Ardit. Ardit looked towards me and wiped away her tears. Looks like you are right as always, Hydriana. I wasn't able to hold myself back when I saw him after so many years, Ardit said with a smile. Eto. Who are you? Are you his lovers? Namiri spoke up from the side with a confused look on her face. All three of them looked at each other blankly and then Death and Ardit burst out laughing while Hydriana was giving the two of them disapproving looks. Sorry, don't mind them. Let me introduce myself. I am Hydriana, I am a Hydra as you might have already deduced from my name. I am the universal goddess of magic, Hydriana said with a smile and extended her hand towards me. I accepted her hand and shook it. From your looks, it seems that you already know everything about me, but I would still introduce myself. I am Atsuki Ryo, the current Leviathan of Destruction, and she is one of my lovers, Namiri Kayama. She is a nine-tailed fox, I said, and Hydriana nodded with a smile on her face and extended her hand towards Namiri, who shook her hand with a smile. As for your question, Namiri, I am not his lover. You could say that I was one of his best friends, and Ryo, we do know everything about you. After all, we have been watching you, Hydriana said while nodding her head. This was the second time someone said that they have been watching me. That's kind of creepy though. I mumbled under my breath, and Adrat and Death burst out laughing once again when they heard me, and this time Hydriana also started chuckling after she heard me. I was confused when I saw their reaction. After half a minute they finally calmed down. I am Ardit. Sorry for the scare though. I am the true demon, or simply omniversal goddess of evil. I represent everything evil within this omniverse, and I was also one of your best friends, Ardit said and extended her hand towards me. I accepted her hand and shook it. And I would like to clarify that I don't like men. Ardit said and smashed her lips on Hydriana's. Oh. So that's the case. As you can see, the two of us are together and have been for some millennia, Ardit said and wrapped her arm around Hydriana's waist while Hydriana also did the same. I have much better things to do than watch you have a go at it like a rabbit in heat. I am not a voyeur who likes to watch one of their best friends fuck like a sex-crazed lunatic. Death said while chuckling. Well, I guess I understand their point of view on this matter. That was a disgustingly long way to say that you are single as fuck. Ardit pointed out with a huge grin on her face. A tick mark appeared on Death's head. How many times do I need to tell you that I haven't found someone that I like? Death growled. Says the millennia-old virgin, Hydriana said with a smirk, and the whole place started to shake when Death started to release her power. Scary as fuck. I need to change the topic. Is there a way to get back my old memories? I asked, and Death stopped releasing her power. We don't know much, but I think if you absorb all of your aspects then you will gain back your memories. I can't say for sure because Ikagen knows all the details, Death mused with a thoughtful look on her face. Ikagen and Gotson are the ones who can give you an exact answer. Hydriana trailed off. Ikagen. Gotson. I asked with a confused look on my face. Ikagen is the creator god or the supreme god of this omniverse. He is the one who has been guiding you, and Gotson is one of your best friends, though I don't like her much, Ardit grumbled the last part. Oh. I guess I will meet them sooner or later, I said, and suddenly a thought popped into my mind. How can we interact like this when Ikagen hasn't shown himself to me? I asked, and Death seemed to think for a few moments while Ardit and Hydriana were completely lost. It must have something to do with our realms. Ikagen has his own realm like mine, and you must have absorbed your first aspect after you met with him the last time, right? Death asked me, and I nodded. Then you must have been weak at that time. Or it wouldn't have been a problem, Death concluded. It kind of makes sense. After all, since I have absorbed the Power Stone, I have grown a lot stronger, and now I have also absorbed the Time Stone, multiplying my power by hundreds of times. She also mentioned something interesting. It was about realms. What do you mean by your own realms? I asked her, but she simply smirked. Ah. She said while wiggling her finger in front of me. Can't tell you everything at a time, and I am not your guide. Death said, and all three of them smirked. I wanted to pout, but men don't pout. Now, the reason why I called you here. Death's face turned completely serious when she began to speak. Chapter 315, A Favor and Loki's Schemes. POV Rio. Now, the reason why I called you here is because I wanted to ask you for a small favor, Death said in a serious tone. The least I could do is hear what it is about, I said while nodding my head. Death also nodded her head and once again smiled at me. What I want you to do is simple. I want you to free my avatar. She had been imprisoned by her father. I think you already know about her, Death said with a smile, and I simply nodded my head in understanding. As soon as she said that she wanted me to free her avatar, I knew that it would be about her. I noticed that Namiri was giving me curious looks. Hela, Odin's daughter, Asgardian goddess of war and death. She has a lot more titles, but she is usually known as the goddess of war and death. I explained it to Namiri, who simply nodded her head. A/N, for my story, I decided to go with the movie version of her backstory. In the comics, she was Loki's and Angrboda's daughter, but in the movies, she was Odin's own daughter, but it was never mentioned if Frigga was her mother or not. So, for the simplicity of my fanfic, I will consider Frigga as the mother of Hela. I know Death's request was cliché and it has been used in multiple fanfics, but sometimes clichés are much better than trying something new and messing it up, and even if it is a cliché, you can't deny that this is a genuine reason to get Hela freed. That is the favor I ask of you. Now, the two of you have been here for quite some time. It would be better if you return now. Death said with a smile and waved at us. Take care, Rio. Both Ardit and Hydriana said at the same time while waving at me, and both Namiri and I found ourselves back in the room where Namiri had tortured the members of the Hand. Fuck. I forgot to ask for the bikini armor, Namiri screamed in, looking completely enraged. I guess different people have different priorities. Why don't we go back and enjoy ourselves doing something which doesn't include clothes? I asked her with a smirk on my face. Namiri shot me a glare and grabbed my collar and smashed her lips on mine. I felt my surroundings change and I found myself in our room. Namiri threw me towards the bed, but instead of my soft bed, I felt myself land on top of a package. I looked down and found it was a black package with a logo of a skull on top of it. I already had some ideas about its content, so I handed it to Namiri. She took the package and opened it up and found a bikini armor similar to what Death was wearing, along with a small note with it. It's fully customizable. So go nuts with it, Anti-Death. The note also had a skull on it. She must have a skull fetish or something like that. Namiri looked at the bikini armor with stars in her eyes and she squealed in complete joy. You sit right here. I will back in a jiffy, Namiri said and rushed into the bathroom to get changed. There was nothing I could do. I simply sat down on the bed and decided to wait for Namiri to come out. A couple of minutes passed when the door finally opened and Namiri walked out wearing a completely white bikini armor like Death has been wearing. Her bra was being held together by a chibi nine-tailed fox clip. Another chibi nine-tailed fox could be found on her panties. Namiri's fox ears were out and her 9 fluffy tails were swishing behind her. Someone likes what he is seeing, Namiri purred while walking towards me seductively. Oh. You have no idea. I am gonna rock your world tonight, I said, and a green ring formed around my left hand and everything around the two of us froze. Namiri said with a confused look on her face. Too late to back out now, my vixen, I said and grabbed her hand and pulled her into the bed. Kia. That was just one of her first screams that night. Odin's treasury, Asgard. Loki silently prowled through Odin's treasury. This was a really stupid thing to do, but Odin had finally decided to announce that he would be stepping down and Thor will be coronated as the new king after 7 days, a week. Only after a week Loki's dreams and ambitions are going to come to an end. There is no way that Loki would allow something like that to happen. For his previous plan to work he needed some time, and time was something he didn't have at this moment. Loki finally arrived in front of an odd-looking key. Loki quickly took the key and placed an illusion in that place. If anyone sees that illusion, they would simply notice that the key was still there, but there was a small chance that even Odin would notice it. After all, this was kept in the back of the treasury where Odin kept things that were not that important. But after a lot of study and research, Loki was able to discern the importance of the key. He had no idea why Odin didn't consider this important, but he shrugged once again. After all, this was only going to help his plans. If anyone would have told Loki, a couple of weeks ago, that this key was so important, then Loki would have punched that person right in his face, even when Loki loathed acting like his idiot brother. Then Loki finally arrived in front of his next target. The casket of ancient winters. But he didn't take this. After all, this was something Odin checked regularly, and even Loki wasn't sure if he could fool Odin with his illusions for a whole week. Yes, he had fooled Odin a lot of times previously using his illusions, but he still didn't want to take a chance with this. This was something he was going to remove on the day of the coronation. For now, he had something important to do. He gripped the key more tightly. Loki finally came out of Odin's treasury and walked out of the palace without getting noticed. Loki was able to fool Odin with illusion, so fooling the guards was very easy. Only his mother Frigga could notice his illusions, but he wasn't worried about that now. After all, Frigga was busy arranging things for Thor's coronation. After some unknown time, Loki finally arrived in a desolate place. Loki was standing right in the middle of a wasteland, but Loki was smiling brightly. He pulled out the key and it started to glow. A holographic door appeared in front of Loki with a huge lock on it. Loki entered the key inside the holographic lock and twisted the key. With the clank, the holographic lock opened and disappeared out of existence. Loki grabbed the door handle and pulled the door open. The door also disappeared out of existence and Loki wasn't able to see anything within the darkness. Only after a few seconds, a feminine figure floated out of the dark space. The woman only had one eye and she seemed to be wearing a helmet on top of her head. The woman was wearing a red gown and the woman didn't seem to have legs. Her lower body looked to be like a snake's and she wasn't walking. She was floating above the ground. Finally, the woman thought inside her mind and looked down on Loki with clear disdain in her eyes. Manipulating Loki was so easy that it wasn't even funny anymore. Loki was standing in front of her with clear awe in his eyes. A/N, if anyone can guess who this woman is, then Cliff Cohen would give you a candy. POV Rumi. What happened to Gordon? Jiaying asked in a hoarse tone. Jiaying looked completely broken and her voice was hoarse from all that screaming. Leviathan killed him. Eric said blandly, and Jiaying didn't seem to react outwardly. She wasn't simply in a condition to react. After all, Emma almost melted her brain trying to get all information from her mind. Emma was also taking a rest because she was also tired. All of this could have been avoided if you didn't try to use us and play tricks with us, Eric said in a regretful tone. We found that Jiaying wasn't a bad person only if you are an inhuman. Her personality and mind were pretty twisted. She wanted inhuman supremacy. She wanted the Inhumans to be on the top and the rest were just stepping stones for the Inhumans. She started making plans for Elysium as soon as we came into power. The problem was she didn't have any idea how dangerous we were. She thought that only Leviathan was a threat to their group. That was pretty stupid if you ask me. After all, she still thought that they could have handled me if they ganged up on me, and if they were able to beat me then they would have used me as a hostage against Leviathan. The most stupidest plan I have ever heard. But thankfully she was the only one who thought like this. The others didn't support her ideology, so taking care of her would solve the problem and we won't need to kill all the Inhumans. After all, never allow your enemies to grow stronger. This was something everyone else thought. My ideology was different. I will allow you to get stronger, but you better give me a challenge when you are ready or I would be really displeased. I was brought out of my thoughts when I felt the same power I felt in the morning once again. I need to tell Rio about this. Chapter 316, The Guest House, and Unplottable Islands. POV Rio. What should I make today? Pretty hard choice to make if you ask me. It has been some time since we had tried something different. I decided to make upma. It's a simple dish from India. Soon the girls joined me in the kitchen. Namiri's legs were still shaking and a silly grin was plastered on her face. Dora wasn't back because she was busy with her mission. Rumi was also back, but she seemed to be in a hurry. "What's up, Rumi?" I asked her while still working on the food. Even though the house elves were annoyed with me, they were still helping me around the kitchen. They didn't like the fact that I was stealing their work. That was the gravest sin in their books. But I also didn't back out because I loved cooking for my girls, at least the breakfast, because I was busy most of the time for the rest of the day. So the house elves had to agree with me on a middle ground. While I would be making breakfast, they would be helping me around the kitchen. "Today I will be going to Nepal to meet the rest of the Inhumans along with Eric and Emma," Rumi said with a smile, and a house elf handed her a cup of tea. "Oh. So what happened to Jiaying?" I asked Rumi. She simply shrugged her shoulders. "I have no idea. I left after we finished interrogating her," Rumi said, and continued sipping her tea. "So, what is going to happen to the other Inhumans?" Nat asked curiously while sipping coffee from her coffee mug. "That is why we are going to meet them. From what we have learned from Jiaying, the others didn't support her plan, so we are hoping that they would listen to us and join us," Rumi said, and Nat nodded her head in understanding. "Rio, are you going to be free today?" Fleur asked me, but before I could give her an answer, Luna decided to answer for me. "No. He is going to visit the guest house," Luna said in her usual dreamy tone. "Yep." Even though I wasn't going to mention the name of the place I was going to visit, I was still going to answer negatively to Fleur's question. I can't overlook this matter. I need to deal with this as quickly as possible. "From the guest house, did you mean the top-secret base of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Nat asked in an excited tone. "Yep," I said when I finally finished preparing the food and told the house elves to bring the food to the table. "Can I come too? I really need a break and I can't keep staring at that computer screen anymore," Nat almost whined and started to pout. Seeing her act like that, I started to chuckle and immediately agreed. "So, are you free tomorrow? I need to visit that planet where you found that orb. I might find some clue about the orb in that ancient temple you mentioned." Fleur asked, and I decided to think for a couple of seconds until I nodded my head in agreement. The food finally arrived in front of us. While eating, my eyes once again landed on Namuri, who still had a silly grin on her face. I should have gone easier on her, but she was the one who kept screaming for more. Well, it was a lovely session of passion. "Namuri, are you going to be okay?" I asked her in a worried tone. She stared at me and started to grin like a pervert. "You don't have to worry about me, honey. I will use illusions on myself when I arrive in my office," Namuri said and giggled perversely. Like always, she was ignored by the other girls. Everyone knew how she was. "Can't you take a leave today?" "You need to take some rest," I said while making a gesture towards her legs. A perverted grin appeared on Namuri's face. "Ah. This is the sign of our love. Just thinking about the things you did to me yesterday is making me want to come once again," Namuri said in a fanatical tone. She was already rubbing her thighs, jiggling her chest in between her moans. She was also breathing heavily and her eyes were completely filled with lust. I don't even know what to say anymore. I really love Namuri, but there is no way in hell that I will accept another depraved pervert like her. Like usual, Namuri was ignored by the other girls. They have learned that they shouldn't pay any attention to Namuri when she is like that. Sure, whatever makes you feel better," I said, not exactly sure about how to react after hearing Namuri's rant. "I am done," Rumi said when she was done with her food, and she quickly left after that. Soon the others also finished their food. Well, except Momo. Even though all of us have changed so much, she still eats absurd amounts of food. If any other woman saw her eating like that, then they would go spare. After all, it was a hack. Even after Momo ate so much, she was still able to maintain her sexy figure. After finishing our breakfast, Nat dragged me to her spy room, or what I like to call the Nat cave. He. Nat quickly stripped out of her clothes and started to dress in her suit. But before she could continue, I smacked her bare ass. Nat gasped and then glared at me. Such a perfect ass. I wasn't able to hold myself back. "Looks like you didn't get enough of that ass last night," Nat said dryly with a neutral look on her face. "Don't blame me. After all, your ass is perfection and perfect things must be appreciated," I said while nodding my head like a sage. Nat smirked after hearing the compliment. "Flattery will get you everywhere, mister." Nat smirked once again and pecked me on the lips. "Ah. Then I will be waiting for such a reward," I said while bowing my head, and Nat giggled when she saw my antics. "Enough. Let's go now. You can have my ass afterward," Nat said and walked away while swaying her hips and ass seductively. I quickly followed her and grabbed her shoulder. "We don't need to walk, you know," I said, and Flash stepped along with her. I felt the world shift around us and both of us found ourselves on top of some rocky mountains. "Where are we?" Nat asked me while looking around the rocky hills. There was no sign of greenery around us, only desert and rocky hills. I was getting the hills have eyes and wrong turn vibes from this place. I can only hope that they aren't in this world or I will simply flatten the whole place and be done with it. Somewhere in North America. Dora, simply send me the coordinates, but I can already feel a building right beneath us, and there are a lot of agents in there, I said with a thoughtful look on my face. Yes. I can also feel their minds. Nat said with a look of deep concentration on her face. Seeing her like that, I also started to concentrate on my powers. I quickly mapped the whole place and finding the entrance wasn't that hard. Come on. Let's go, I have already found the entrance, I said while I started to walk towards the entrance. We finally climbed down the next hill and we found ourselves in front of a small concrete gate. It must have been a bomb shelter or something like that. So, how do you want to do this? Go in guns blazing or take them out silently? I asked Nat, who seemed to think for a few moments before a glint appeared in her eyes. She must have decided on something mischievous. You stay in the back. I will go in guns blazing. I think it's about time that Fury got another headache, Nat said with the same glint in her eyes. Yeah. I kind of pity Fury now. From one side, Namiri is creating problems for him and here Nat has decided to make his life harder. Sure. I agreed with Nat's plan. Even though Fury deserved my pity, it didn't mean that the bastard didn't deserve it. He was still making plans to kill me and take over Elysium. Kerguelen Islands. All of a sudden the calm sea near the Kerguelen Islands became chaotic and a gigantic submarine came out of the ocean. The hatch on top of the submarine opened with a clank and several people with blue skin with white marks came out of the ship. This must be a joke. Are you certain that our sensors pointed here? One man growled in anger. It was clear that he was the leader of the group. Yes, sir, a soldier who was standing behind said. It is still pointing in this direction, the soldier said, and the leader snatched away the pad from his soldier. This must be a joke. There is nothing here except water, the leader exclaimed in rage. Sir, but our sensors show that there is a group of islands here, another soldier from behind said. The leader growled in anger once again. Then where it is? All of our eyes must have rotten then. I don't want to bow in front of that half-breed bastard, the leader said while gritting his teeth. Sir, I don't think that our sensors are at fault here. It could be some kind of magic. One of the soldiers said from the back with a thoughtful look on his face. The leader wanted to punch that soldier right in his face and knock out his teeth, but when he thought carefully, he found that the soldier's words did have some merits. Magic wasn't something unknown to them after all, it was a common thing in the past and they have records of different kinds of magic in the library. It might be some new form of magic, something like that. So, the leader decided that they needed to investigate this matter more deeply, after all, they needed that metal. Call reinforcements. The leader said while gritting his teeth, and one soldier rushed inside the submarine to relay the orders while the others stood outside. Chapter 317, The Guest House, 2. POV Nat. I used my matter manipulation power and made a hole in the front gate. Only after a second, alarms started to blare. SHIELD really works hard with their alarms. I have broken in a lot of bases, but SHIELD's alarms were the fastest. I entered the building followed by Rio. He was acting like he was taking a walk through the park. Well, it might really be a walk for him after all. I don't think there is anything humans can do to threaten Rio. They could blow up the planet, even that wouldn't affect him. I felt several people coming towards us and 2 agents were already around the corner. I waved my hand and the 2 agents were buried alive. I really don't understand your fetish with burying people, Rio curiously while trying to make a point. It's just my power. Ensaba like to kill his enemies like this, and I think this method is very efficient, I said while nodding my head. Before the rest of the agents could arrive here, I used my mental manipulation powers and used them to kill themselves. Multiple shots were heard. Pity, 2 good agents still survived, so I manipulated one of them to shoot the other one, and after killing the other agent, he splattered his own brain over the wall. You know, that's pretty nasty, Rio said from behind. I turned around and glared at him. You don't get to say that, mister, when you are a fan of the Imperious Curse yourself, I said with a smug grin on my face. Rio immediately raised up his hands in a surrendering manner. Guilty as charged, my love, he said with a smirk on his face. I simply humphed and turned around and resumed our excursion. There were only a few agents left inside this place, so I won't bother with them for now, but if they try to bother us, then I will kill them, obviously. Suddenly a thought popped into my mind. Shit. This is embarrassing. I still don't know why Rio wanted to come here. This place wasn't something special. As a spy, I am ashamed. I should have asked him everything before coming here. After walking for a couple of minutes in silence, I finally decided to ask him. Rio, why are we here? I asked him with a seductive smile on my face, but Rio only smiled innocently. Damn. Ugh. He is going to mess with me now. I thought you wanted to come here. So, I brought you here, Rio said with a shit-eating grin on his face. He knows that as a spy, not knowing anything about the mission really annoys me, and now, I don't even know why are we on this mission. Calm down, Natasha, blowing your gasket won't work, but before I could say anything more, Rio stopped. We are going this way, Rio said and ripped apart the whole wall. I shrugged. Sometimes I pity Fury for having Rio as his enemy. I am really grateful that Namiri brought me on board. I can't imagine what I would have done if I had to fight Rio. Thanking my lucky stars and Namiri once again, I entered the hole in the wall and rushed in front so that I can still be in the lead. Rio saw that and simply smirked. We finally arrived in front of a high-tech looking room. I was pretty sure that this place was the main attraction of this place. Rio simply morphed the think steel doors and made a hole right in the middle of it so that we can enter. Ladies first, Rio said and gestured me towards the hole in the door. I snorted once again. I would never say this out loud, but I like it when he treats me like this, but I suspect that he already knows that I like it when he acts like that. I didn't mind entering first because the room was empty. I entered the room and I gaped like a fish. I never knew S.H.I.E.L.D. kept things like this, and what the hell were these guys doing with all these dead bodies? This wasn't a high-tech morgue. After all, you don't need all these machines to keep some dead bodies. And the body in the back doesn't look to be a human's. After all, humans don't have blue skin. Pretty messed up, right? Rio asked me and I didn't know what to say. After all, I didn't even know what they were doing here. If you are wondering about what they were doing here, then the answer would be that they're trying to bring the dead back to life, Rio said, and while gesturing towards the dead bodies. Well, I don't have any personal thoughts about this, but I think Rio's old friend, that Lady Death, would go spare if that happens. Luna said something about preventing anyone from bringing the dead back to life, right? It's about that, right? I asked and Rio simply smiled. I knew about it since I was right beside Rio when Luna made the request to Rio. At that time, I didn't understand much, but I knew one thing, that if Luna is worried about it, then it must be something serious. Nat, I am going to burn down this place. It would be better if you leave, Rio said in a serious tone, then a smile appeared on his face. Why don't you go out and greet our guests? Don't be too hard on them. Dora is also with him, Rio said, and I already understood what he wanted to say. A portal opened in front of me and I walked in. POV Agent Tonks. I was just in the headquarters to sign in for today, but as soon as I arrived to sign in. Yeah, that bald fucker increased the security after I broke eggs on his bald head. Looks like he wants me to break more eggs on his head. Where was I? Yeah. As soon as I arrived to sign in, I was informed that all active missions are postponed for the moment. Some kind of emergency had come up. So, here I was, the prodigal Agent Tonks, stuffed inside a Quinjet like cattle being taken towards a slaughter. After all, I already knew what the emergency was. I have told Rio where the bodies were going and he must have attacked that place, and all of us were going there to get slaughtered. I just hope that I don't get tripped and end up dying. That would be a pretty bad end for someone majestic like me. Hey, are you Tonks? The guy sitting opposite of me asked with a grin on his face. Ugh. This is what I needed now. Some stupid fucker trying to get lucky. Agent Tonks, I reminded him in a serious tone. Please leave me alone. If you annoy me any more, then I would have to kill you. You really don't want to annoy me right now. The guy smirked even more. Yeah. I get all that jazz, Agent Tonks. I was kind of hoping if you want to have a drink after this fias. Before he could finish, I cut him off. I am sorry, but I am on an active mission. So, I will have to go back to work after the fiasco is over, I said in a serious tone, and the guy started to glare daggers at me when his friends started to laugh. I snorted internally, just like I had thought, except Rio, all men are the same, just wanting to date women so that they could brag in front of their friends. I wanted to blow his head up so badly, but I can't do it now, when I can easily get rid of him after some time. At least now, I will bide my time, and when the fight finally breaks out I will simply kill him at that time. No one would notice a single casualty when they will be facing Leviathan, but I wonder if Fury is out of his mind or not. Until now, S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't faced Rio directly. What made Fury make this decision? POV Rio. Now that I have so much control over my power of destruction, I wonder if I could make a new move with it. I still remember the Protego Diabolica Gellert Grindelwald used in the movies. That was some fire. I wasn't interested in that spell since I had mastered Fiend Fire and I could make the Fiend Fire act like it was Protego Diabolica. Now, I really want to upgrade my Fiend Fire. After all, it is something I use most of the time, and giving an upgrade to it would be really nice. I know that in the future, I will be facing cosmic level threats, so I need some fire to deal with them. It is a must, and I really love Fiend Fire. I don't want it to become obsolete. Let's see if I can merge my power of destruction or Fiend Fire or not. With that, I closed my eyes and started to concentrate on the spell and my power of destruction. Surprisingly, merging my power of destruction with the Fiend Fire was really easy. Why the hell I didn't do that before? It must have something to do with Fiend Fire's nature. It's a spell that was made to destroy and burn everything in its path. It didn't even take me a minute to completely transform the spell. I slowly opened my eyes and raised up my arms. Fiend fire diabolica, I muttered under my breath, and 2 leviathans made up of purple flames lunged out of my palms and started to devour everything in front of them. Chapter 318, The Guest House, 3. POV Nat. I walked out of my portal and found that I was quite far from that base. I did want to get as far away as I could. I clearly heard Rio saying that he was going to burn down that place. He must be thinking of using those blasted flames. I still remember those flames from the ruins of Nebraska City. Even though I was hundreds of miles away from that place, it still sent several shivers down my spine. I am pretty sure that I would die if I ever get surrounded by that fire. All of a sudden my head snapped towards my left and I immediately noticed several Quinjets flying in our direction. Looks like I had to entertain my guests until Rio finishes whatever he wants to do. Sometimes, I think that Rio was an arsonist in his past life. The ship started to hover in front of me and their miniguns were already pointed in my direction. I knew that I could even regrow my brain along with my memories intact, but I had no idea how I was going to fare if my whole being was turned into a goo of blood and gore. After all, En Sabaner never faced miniguns. His era was kind of technologically lacking. One of Quinjet's lowered and a hatch opened, someone with a friendly face popped out of the hatch and he slowly came down using a rope. Like always he was carrying a bow with him. It's nice to meet you again, Natasha, Clint greeted me with a grin on his face. He wasn't mocking me though, he was simply greeting me like any normal friend even though he was thinking about ways to subdue me without hurting me too much. Thanks for your consideration, I thought dryly. It's also nice to meet you, Clint, though I would have liked it if it was under better circumstances, I greeted him back with a smile. There is no way that I am going to surrender, so it was obvious that a fight was going to break out, but there was a small problem. I wasn't able to sense Dora. Rio said that she was here and his senses were much sharper than mine, so she was obviously here. I can't attack them blindly. Natasha, as you can already see, you are already surrounded. There is nowhere to run, as your old friend. I would ask you to surrender, I promise that you won't be mistreated, Clint said with a friendly smile on his face. I simply snorted after hearing his words, like I didn't know how the prisoners were treated. They would be tortured until they give up all the information, and if their condition is bad then S.H.I.E.L.D. would get rid of them, and if by any chance your condition is good then they would lock them up and then they would throw away the key. You would be lucky to see the sunlight ever again. Forget about court and stuff like human rights. Clint. I think you might have forgotten, but I also work for S.H.I.E.L.D., so I know how S.H.I.E.L.D. likes to treat their prisoners, I said with a smirk on my face. Clint's face soured, but he didn't say anything for a few seconds. I immediately understood that they wanted to catch me alive or they would have started shooting already. Natasha, please don't make this hard for either of us. We both know that you won't be getting out of that place, Clint said with a desperate look on his face. Still, I don't understand why they want to capture me. With Rio here, they should know that they don't have any chance against us. Tell me, Clint, did Fury finally snap? I asked him curiously. Now, from Clint's previous statement, a strong suspicion arose in my mind. I think that no one knows that Rio is here. They think that I came here on my own, that is why Fury decided to capture me. I know that there is a very low chance that they missed Rio. You should know better, Natasha. He is a really careful and paranoid person. So, only after careful planning, he dispatched us, Clint said with a frown on his face. A vicious grin appeared on my face. Seeing me grin like that, Clint's frown deepened. I am really sorry to break this to you, but I am not alone, I said, and Clint immediately paled. Take her down, Clint screamed, and before the Quinjets could start firing, I was surrounded by my force field. My force field might not be strong like Rio's, but it can easily stand tall against something like small missiles and miniguns. All of the Quinjets start to fire in my direction, but they suddenly stopped when the ground started to shake. I noticed Clint's eyes and he was looking behind me. My head snapped back and I saw that the whole mountain range caved in and leviathans made of purple flames burst out of the rubble and started to engulf the rocks. I shuddered once again. Looks like he upgraded those blasted flames. Rio slowly floated out of the rubble, and with a wave of his hand the purple flames were extinguished. His eyes flashed in my direction and the next moment he was standing right beside me. Clint Barton. Hawkeye. I have heard a lot about you, but now that I have seen you with my own eyes, now, I think the rumors about you might be hyped up, Rio said in a cheerful tone and raised up his hand. As soon as he closed his fist, the engines of the Quinjets were crushed and they started to drop like flies. Rio was still smiling cheerfully. One of the Quinjets was coming in our direction, but it simply disintegrated along with the people inside the Quinjet before it could reach us. You see, I don't like flies buzzing around me, Rio said with a grin, and Clint's face was red in anger, but he kept himself calm and didn't attack Rio. I am fine being weak. After all, I am not a monster like you, Clint said coldly, and Rio simply smirked hearing his answer. At least I don't bully someone's family when their man is away from their family, Rio said with a shit-eating grin on his face. That was a low blow, but I didn't mind it since Clint did try to bully me. Keep our families out of this, Clint snarled in anger and Rio laughed out loud. There he goes again. Acting like a villain. But I like it. It's turning me on. But you are the one who threw the first blow. Rio pointed out with a smile on his face. You see. Nat is my family and I didn't like the fact that you were bullying my family member, Rio said and started to walk towards Clint. People were already coming out of the Quinjets, some Quinjets had already caught fire. Stay away from my family. Clint said in a low tone and with a desperate look on his face. He had almost a pleading look on his face. Rio raised his hands in a surrendering manner and started to chuckle. Don't worry, I was just kidding. Rio said and started to chuckle once again. Clint looked really murderous now. All of a sudden Rio stopped laughing and his face turned completely serious. Try this again and all bets are off, Rio said and he started to release an oppressive aura and lightning started to crackle around him. Everyone almost choked feeling Rio's oppressive power. I wasn't affected by his power. Clint was barely able to nod his head and Rio finally stopped pressuring them. I finally noticed Dora who tripped and landed face first in the dirt. There was no mistaking it. It was definitely her. Sometimes I really wonder, how is she still a spy? I mean her cover would be easily blown if she trips like that. Must be some universal secret. It's really good that you understand. Rio said with a smile and turned his back towards Clint and the SHIELD agents but nobody dared to do something. You see. I am in a really good mood today. So, I am going to let you guys live. Aren't I magnanimous? Rio said in a majestic tone and extended his hand towards me. Looks like there will be no action. I would have liked some more action. I took his hand without saying anything and Rio flash stepped with me while waving towards Clint and the SHIELD agents. POV Agent Tonks. Oh. Please tell me that SHIELD didn't come here with zero information. Looks like Fury did mess up big this time. How did these fuckers not notice that Rio was here too? I know that this was going to end badly but who cares? It will give me a chance to kill that fucker. I thought and glared at the guy in front of me. When the purple flames burst out of that mountain range, I skillfully took off my seatbelt without making a sound. Only after a few seconds Rio appeared and crushed my Quinjet's engine. Oh. I am going to make him pay for that. I quickly readied myself for the crash and as soon as the Quinjet touched the ground, I lunged towards the guy in front of me and buried my elbow in his chest. Everyone around us would think that it must be due to the crash but it wasn't, but nobody knew that except me. After all, no one was as awesome and majestic as Agent Tonks. HMPHF. I looked in the eyes of the dickhead and I could clearly see the life fading away from them. In your next life remember not to flirt with the wrong woman. HMPHF. That would teach him. I said and the Quinjet finally stopped skidding and I was thrown back to my seat. Everyone was disoriented so I took this chance to get out of the Quinjet. I manually opened the hatch because there was no power and I stuttered out while limping slightly. I wasn't hurt, after all, a goddess like me can't be hurt by something puny like the Quinjet but I had to act my part. Before I could continue basking in my glory, my eternal enemy took this chance and attacked me. That is why I was planting my face in the dirt. That wasn't bad, much better than concrete. Maybe. I should carry a patch of dirt with me all the time. Chapter 319, Fantastic. And Meeting of House Elves. POV Namiri. I was feeling pure bliss because of all the pain of love coursing through my body. I just wanted to get naked and relax under the sun but I have some important things to do before I can relax. I finally arrived in front of the facility where the rest of our space group was being kept. After the news of their imprisonment came out, SHIELD moved them into a new location. I really wanted to force the government to release them but I think it would be much better if I do it secretly. I have heard from Rio that SHIELD's director is a paranoid bastard and he might connect the dots. Even though I was walking slightly bow-legged, I wouldn't mind another passionate night like that. Ah. I loved how Rio dominated me. My whole body shivered in excitement. I appeared in front of the facility. And frowned. I never understood why SHIELD uses abandoned buildings for their bases in cities. Lights in abandoned buildings will always make people curious. It's time to use Alter now. Her ability to travel through shadows will be really useful. A copy of myself rose out of my shadow. She wasn't exactly a copy though, her skin tone was slightly darker than mine and instead of deep purple like mine. She had lavender-colored hair. Instead of 9, she only had one tail swishing behind her back. What's up, Queen? A/N, not a typo, last night was awesome if you ask me. My king is really awesome. Alter said with stars in her eyes. I simply smirked after hearing her worship Rio. It's good that you feel like that about him. I said and she gasped after hearing me, she looked at me like I said something blasphemous. Of course, Queen. No matter the difference in our attitude, both of us are the same. My feelings regarding him are the same as yours, Alter pointed out. I had to concede to that point. True. No arguments there, I said with a smile. Now. I need you to do something for. I didn't even get to finish before she cut me off. Yeah. I know. I need to find where those fools are and then call you. If they agree then, you will take them with you while I slaughter everyone else in that building, and if they don't agree, then, I would have to persuade after slaughtering everyone in that building, Alter said while nodding her head. Sometimes I forget that both of us are the same beings and she is a part of me when she is in me. That didn't sound very nice. Only Rio can be inside me if you are not counting tongues. Yes. That's right, I said, and Alter saluted me and dissolved into my shadow. POV Alter. As soon as Queen confirmed the order, I dissolved into her shadow and went to find the targets. It didn't even take me more than a minute to skim through the whole building and locate everyone's position. I have also found the location of those 5 fools. They are being kept separately in glass cells inside a huge room. The room was under constant surveillance, but nothing my queen can't deal with. Now that my job is done for now, I quickly return to my queen so that I can give her my memories. It's much better than telling her slowly. I slowly rose out of her shadow and stood beside her. Already done? Queen asked me and she raised her eyebrow in my direction. I snorted. It was so easy that it wasn't even funny. They only have metahuman sensors around the place, but I am not a metahuman, I said with a huge grin on my face. Oh. It's good that you had some fun. Now, tell me, what did you find? Queen asked me, and I simply started passing on my memories to her. She had absolute control over my being. So, if she wanted, she could have seen my memories without permission and I wouldn't have minded because she is my queen, but I like my queen because she even considers my opinion, which is completely unnecessary. These small things are the difference between a tyrant and a good ruler. Though I am still annoyed that she didn't call me when she was torturing the hand members. I also loved my queen's car and I also wanted to punish them for trying to harm my queen, but Queen said that she wanted to do it on her own to show that she wasn't weak. I was brought out of my thoughts when Queen finally finished assimilating my memories. Let's go, Alter, stay in my shadow, you don't need to merge with me right now, Queen said, and once again I saluted her. As you wish, my queen, I said with a huge grin on my face and slowly melted into her shadow. Queen casted some illusions on herself and with a swish she appeared in the huge room where those 5 fools were being kept. Queen continued casting illusions around their cages so that no one would notice that they are talking with someone. In a matter of seconds Queen was done, and she finally dropped the illusion she had casted on herself. Hello. How have you been, my friends? Queen greeted them with a malevolent smile on her face. A smile appropriate for a queen. You, a man with black hair, shot up his bed and screamed at Queen while pointing his finger towards her. I don't like him, but my queen's sister Luna said that he was important for the future, so I can't kill him. That is the only reason why Victor Von Doom is still alive. Namuri, you just appeared out of thin air. That means you also received powers. Susan Storm said with a questioning look on her face. You can say that. Queen said with a huge grin on her face. Then how are you able to fool their sensors? From what I have seen, it is impossible to go around them, Reed Richards spoke, entering his scientist mode. I also feel pity for poor Susan. She spends most of her time babysitting these big babies. Forget all that shit. Can you get us out? Benjamin asked in an excited tone. I am quite glad that not all of them are stupid. You look hot though. Just like me, pity, I can't show you my fire. Jonathan said in a flirting tone that was really cringing. If I was in his place then I would have already died in shame. I also wanted to kill this fool for flirting with my queen, but all of them are needed for the future and can't be killed at this moment. I am really happy to see that all of you are fine, Queen said with a grin. As all of you might have already noticed, the 5 of you are nothing more than lab rats for the government. Queen said, and she was cut off rudely by Doom. I also wanted to cut off Doom, but I meant it quite literally. Then how did you get out? Did you sacrifice us for your and Monroe's safety? Doom sneered. Do you really think I would need to sell a pathetic insect like you so that I can go free? Queen said and burst out laughing. All 5 of them were shocked to see the sudden change in Queen's demeanor. You must be a bigger fool than I had thought. Do you know that you are only alive because you are a business investment and killing you would just be a waste when I already own you? Queen said with a grin, sending chills down all of their spines. I love it when the Queen is acting like that. So cool. This is why she is my role model. Namuri. What are saying? Susan asked with a confused look on her face. Oh. Let me explain nicely. You see, when I made the contract I entered a small phrase in there. Queen said and pulled the contract out of her pocket and showed it to everyone. When they saw what was written in there they paled except for Doom, who was gritting his teeth. That is useless now. You can't force us to work for you, after all, there is no way that the government would let us go, even you know that, Doom said while sneering at my queen. True. That is why I am here. You see, I free you. All of you if you agree that you are going to work for me. Queen said while smiling like a devil who was about to get her claws into innocent lambs. It's not like we have any other options. Benjamin screamed in anger, but he wasn't angry at Queen though. There is no way that these people would ever let us go, and I am only a human because they are suppressing my powers. Or I would have been that stony monster, he continued ranting, but this time he sounded completely defeated. Even though, after leaving I am going to be a monster. I want to be free. Benjamin continued speaking while looking towards Queen, but Queen cut him off before he could finish. You don't have to worry about that. We have our own suppressors. So, if you want you can use them and keep yourself as you were before you transformed, Queen said with a smile on her face. I could already tell that this fool was already sold. Then I agree to go with you, Benjamin said with a relieved sigh on his face. Ben. Don't be hasty. We can't make this decision lightly. Reed started to spout his bullshit once again, but Benjamin cut him off. Yeah. Right. Like we have any more options. We have already concluded that these people won't let us go until they get all of our secrets and you don't turn into a monster like me. So don't tell me what decision I should make. Benjamin screamed in anger while glaring at Reed. Reed. I think Benjamin is right. Look, there isn't anything to lose if we decide to go with her, but I have one question. Susan said and looked towards Queen, who gestured her to continue. I know that if we go with you then the government won't stop looking for us. Do we have to spend our lives on the run? Susan asked Queen, and I really wanted to laugh out loud. Is she insane? You don't have to worry about them anymore if you decide to come with me. After all, we will be going to a place where only people like us are allowed to enter, Queen said cryptically, but I am sure that everyone understood what Queen wanted to say. Elysium, Susan murmured under her breath, and a huge smile bloomed on Benjamin's face. They knew that in Elysium they would be able to live freely without worrying about the government and their stooges. Even though they knew nothing about Elysium, they knew that it was a safe haven for metahumans, and that was enough for them at this moment. If I agree then you have to take my brother too, Susan said. Are you sure about this, sister? Jonathan asked his sister in a serious tone, and she simply nodded her head while biting her lower lip. Then I will be going to Elysium with you, Jonathan said while nodding his head. Reed still looked unsure of what to do while Doom was gritting his teeth in anger. I don't have the whole day, so you two need to make the decision right now. Queen said seriously while looking towards Doom and Reed. Queen waved her hand and vanished the glass walls of 3 cells. Benjamin, Susan, and Jonathan came towards my queen and stood beside her. I will stay. Reed said with a conflicted look on his face. Well, good for us then. I never liked that whiny brat. He might have a brain, but he is still stupid and whiny. There is no way in hell that I will work under you, Doom said with a sneer on his face. Queen simply smirked and pointed her finger towards Reed. A white light shot out of her finger and it passed through the glass and hit Reed on his chest. What was that? Doom asked while he stepped back. That was to stop him from telling anything that happened here. Queen said with a shrug and shot another white light from her finger, but this time her target was Doom. The light hit Doom on his back when he tried to run away. This won't harm either of you. It will just stop you from telling the others about the things I have said and happened here. I wish you good luck. With that, Queen silenced their cells and started pull out a portkey from her pocket. Grab this. It will take you to Elysium, Queen said and gave the 3 of them the portkey. Susan looked towards Reed and Doom for the last time and grabbed the portkey with her brother. Benjamin was the first to grab the portkey, and after that Queen activated the portkey and the 3 of them were whisked away. Alter. You know what to do. I am going back. I need to relax, Queen said while stretching, and I slowly rose out of her shadow. After I was out of her shadow, Queen Flash stepped away from this place. I looked towards Reed and Doom and waved at them. Both of you still have some uses, so I won't be killing either of you, I said, and turned around and a vicious grin appeared on my face. Sacred Garden, Kerguelen Islands. Oh no. This is very bad. Beery needs to inform Mistress about this. Beery is a good house elf and she won't allow Missy Ravenclaw's sacred garden to be dirted. A/N. Did you see that wordplay I did right there? Beery the house elf said to the other house elves who have gathered together to discuss about the people outside their wards. They could feel that these people outside the wards wanted to break into their mistress's favorite place. They can't allow something like that to happen, so they decided to discuss the best course of action. Yes, Sappy agrees with Beery. Beery must inform the mistress as soon as possible. Another house elf named Sappy agreed and all house elves nodded their heads. Then Beery will be going, Beery said, and popped to Elysium so that she can inform her mistress about this upcoming danger to her sacred garden. A/N, pun intended. Chapter 320, and here we go again. A/N, sorry guys. I was only able to finish yesterday's chapter and today's chapter. No extra chapter today. POV Rio. I was happily cuddling with Luna when my phone chimed. I ignored it. After all, I was spending quality time with Luna and nothing should interrupt my quality time with Luna. Both of us were completely naked, only covered by a thin sheet of cloth. We had just finished our session of passion and love. After returning from the guest house, I decided to pay Luna a small visit and things slowly escalated from there and both of us ended having a wild romp in the sheets. Sometimes Luna becomes naughtier and hornier than Namuri, and that's saying something. You should check that, you know. It's from Namuri, Luna said while patting and caressing my head. I know, it should be me who should be doing that, but it was really comforting. So I didn't mind. I guess I need to check it out since Luna told me about it. I used my powers to pull out my phone from my pants, which were laying on the ground by the bedpost. I unlocked the phone and read Namuri's text. Come quickly. We have a problem, I sighed after reading her text. I need to go, but you must have already known about that, I said while looking at Luna's innocent face. She was smiling innocently like she always did. Of course, I knew about that, Luna said innocently and leaned forward. I leaned down and locked my lips with hers. Luna opened her mouth, inviting me, and soon both of our tongues were tangling with each other. After a minute the two of us finally separated and I stared into Luna's eyes, which were filled with lust. I think a bath is necessary, don't you think so? I asked Luna while I started kissing her jawline and I slowly went down towards her neck. Luna moaned. Oh. Yes, that is a marvelous idea and we should take a bath together. After all, we need to save as much as water we can, Luna said in a cheerful tone while her hand snaked around my shaft and she started to stroke it gently. Then we shouldn't waste any more time, I said with a grin and pinched her left nipple. Luna moaned and I pulled up her in my arms. She was still stroking my manhood with a naughty grin on her face. A green ring appeared on my arm and the time around us froze. I used my power to open the bathroom door and also closed it using my power. Soon the bathroom was filled with moans, pants, and screams of passion. Not that anyone other than the two of us could hear it. One eternity later, I finally arrived where Namuri was. She was in the Elysium Infirmary. Wow. That's quite surprising. What took you so long? Namuri asked me and her eyes narrowed. Only 5 minutes have passed since you have texted me, I deadpanned. Namuri thought for a few seconds but she finally nodded her head. But I thought you were having sex. My pussy senses were tingling. Namuri whined. I decided to keep my mouth shut regarding this matter. I didn't want to discuss anything about pussy senses. Yep, I was with Luna, I said. That isn't a secret, Namuri simply nodded her head. This was a common occurrence and all the girls asked for a quick shag here and there from time to time. Oh. Then I will apologize to Luna. I wouldn't have called you if it wasn't so important, Namuri said hurriedly and I simply nodded. Since Namuri was a depraved pervert, she never interrupted me when I was being intimate with someone else. She always knew when I was doing that, thanks to her pussy senses. Don't worry, Luna already knew about that, I said in a dismissing manner. But I will still apologize to her. Now, the thing is. Someone found my island and they're trying to enter the place, Namuri said with a frown on her face. She called me for such a simple thing. Kill them and throw them in the ocean. The ocean will take care of their bodies, I said and shrugged. It was something really simple. That was my first thought too, and I would have done that if they were humans. I didn't want to start a war with some unknown race or species. That is why I decided to inform you, Namuri explained. Oh. It is a problem then, but who would attack Namuri's island? If they are specifically trying to enter Namuri's island, then it must be for two things. They either want Namuri's golden pyramid, which would mean that they signed their death warrants, and second, they want the antimetal or the vibranium B that I have kept there. That also means that they signed their death warrants. Now, the chances of someone coming for Namuri's pyramid are very low. After all, nobody should know about it, but it could have been for the gold. But I personally think that whoever is trying to enter the islands wants the antimetal. After all, it is something that is sought out by many races within this universe. Can it be Spartak's empire? Quite possible, but Momo's satellites would have noticed their arrival. Yes, their technology might be advanced enough to fool Momo's satellite, but they would have still noticed something. Okay. I will go and check it out, but why are you here? I asked Namuri, who simply pointed towards the patients inside. Oh. So the Fantastic Four are finally here. One of them seems to be missing. Good. I never liked Reed, neither in the movies nor in the comics. So, it's Fantastic 3 now. I pecked Namuri on her lips and flash-stepped near the Kerguelen Islands. I decided to flash-step near the island so that I take a good look around before looking for the stupid species who seem to be courting death. My eyes finally landed on the blue-skinned people walking around on giant submarines. Oh. So it was the Atlanteans. They must have come here looking for the anti-metal. Now, what should I do with these guys? I don't think that talking with them nicely would work, so I will have to use legilimency. From what I have read in the comics, they despise humans, and for them, I am also a human. I quickly started to look for someone who could be the leader of the group. It wasn't hard to find them since they were the only ones who weren't doing anything except barking orders. I raised my hand but suddenly stopped when I clearly thought about the crime I was about to commit. No. I shouldn't do this. After all, the submarines were completely innocent, and destroying them would be really criminal. Why destroy something so nice and awesome? I raised up my hand and my hand was surrounded by a purple glow. As soon as I closed my fist, everyone except the 3 leaders crumbled into dust. A/N, MC used the power of Power Stone, and don't tell me that he can't do something like that with the Power Stone when Thanos did something similar when dropped the moon on Iron Man and the Guardians of the Galaxy, and remember that Thanos was unable to use the stone's full power unlike the MC. The 3 leaders in front of me were completely horrified and started to look around in fear. I slowly floated down, and as soon as they noticed me, they pulled out their guns and started to point them in my direction. Their guns shot out of their hands and the guns started to float beside me, pointed towards the 3 of them. I grabbed one of the guns and looked at it carefully. This is a nice gun. Quite advanced, I said, and shot one of the leaders on his knee. A/N, if any one of you has read the MHA arc, then you will remember that MC liked to blow off kneecaps. Arg, the Atlantean screamed and started to roll on the floor while grabbing his knee. How dare you, Filt? Another of them started to spout bullshit even though I had a gun in my hand, so I also blew off his kneecap. I don't like people who spout bullshit. You aren't someone who spouts bullshit, are you? I asked the 3rd leader, and he started to shake his head in fear. Good. You see, I am somewhat tight on my schedule, so I am going to hurry this up a bit. Legilimens, I said, and dived into his mind. I quickly surfed through his memories and found that this poor guy just arrived here and didn't know much. So, I started to shuffle through his other memories, and just like I had thought, they hated humans and they despised Namor even more than normal humans. I collected all the data related to Atlantis from his mind. When I was finally sorting all of his memories, he was already on the ground, leaking brain matter from his nose, ears, and mouth. Don't worry. This is just a side effect from reading memories, I said in a gentle tone when I saw that those 2 fools were backing up in fear. Now, who should I start with? I said with a thoughtful look on my face which scared the 2 of them even more. A small eternity later. I got a lot of stuff from those guys. Looks like the Elders are trying to wage war against the surface dwellers, and Namor has no problems with it. To win the war they needed the anti-metal so that they could render the human weapons useless, and they arrived here looking for anti-metal. Well, enough of that. Now, I should ask the house elves to help with these submarines. Yes, I can make them float in the air along with me, but that isn't practical when I can teleport them into Elysium using teleportation seals. Chapter 321, and here we go again. 2. POV Rio. Where did you get these things? They are more advanced than the human technologies by several centuries, Momo gushed out with stars in her eyes. It was like watching a small kid that got the toy he or she wanted. It would be much better if we knew this language, Fleur said with a frown on her face. Hearing Fleur's words, Momo also frowned, and all of her excitement was completely gone. It is still possible to reverse engineer all this technology, but if we would have known their language then it would have been much easier, Momo said with a sad look on her face, and she started to trace her fingers on the control panel. You don't have to worry about their language. I can give you the memory. I was saying, but 2 overexcited scientist-looking girls lunged at me. Give us the memory now, Fleur almost growled. I raised my eyebrow in her direction and a huge grin formed on my lips. It won't be that easy, I said while wagging my finger in their direction. You know, I need some incentive. After all, I had to work hard to get my hands on them and learn their language, I said in an amused tone. Getting these submarines wasn't that hard. After all, the Atlanteans happily gifted me these submarines when they went on their next great adventure. Learning Atlantean also wasn't that hard. After all, I picked up all this knowledge directly from their brains. So, what kind of incentive you might be looking for? Fleur asked me seductively and caressed my crotch. Ugh. That's intense. I might have some idea, Momo said and smashed her lips on mine. It quickly turned into a 3-way make-out session along with some groping and caressing. When we finally separated, both Momo's and Fleur's faces were slightly flushed. I would have loved to continue, but all 3 of us have some work to do, I said in a regretful tone. I really wanted to continue our session and maybe enjoy a threesome before the 2 of them started to explore the submarines, but I needed to go so that I locate Atlantis. I am sure that they have already noticed the missing people in submarines. The first thing the both of you should do is to disable the homing devices on these submarines, I said, and both of them nodded. I called a house elf and asked him to bring the pensieve which was in Fleur's room. The house elf popped once again and handed us the pensieve and left. I quickly concentrated on the memories related to the language and I slowly pulled it out. I dropped the memory in the pensieve and handed it over to the girls. "Enjoy your time, girls," I said, but before I could leave Momo stopped me. "You didn't tell me where you got these submarines from," Momo asked me once again. I smiled cheerfully. This wasn't the first time that I had to tell her that I killed a lot of people. She already knew what I did, but she ignored it most of the time. Some people graciously handed me these submarines before they went over to the next world. I said with a small grin on my face. Momo simply nodded her head and smiled. "Don't overdo it," Momo said and pecked me on the lips and started to pull away Fleur with her. Ah. Thank God, Momo is so understanding. I don't know what I would have done without her. POV. I patiently stood in the corner of the room staring towards the foolish prince. I had to stop myself from squashing him like a bug multiple times. After all, I still needed him if I wanted to rule Asgard. I once again looked towards my pawn. I can't believe how simple he is. It is almost like he is a bug. I have seen bugs with more intelligence than him. Sometimes I wonder how Asgard is still standing if they are so foolish. It must have to do something with luck. "Do you think this plan will work?" The foolish bug asked me the same question for the fifth now. I have been locked away for a millennium and due to that I was able to cultivate a lot of patience, but it looks like my patience is still lacking. "Of course, young prince, your plan is perfect," I said in a respectful tone. I wanted to rip him apart from his limbs, then split his skull, and then finally spit inside his skull. I once again reminded myself that I still needed him so that I don't kill the insect because I wasn't able to control my temper. "You must be right," the insect said and poured himself some wine. I looked at him with disgust etched on my face. He is such a fool that he has no idea about my true identity. He doesn't even know how strong I am and what I can do to him. He still thinks that he is stronger than me and he can control me because he released me, but he doesn't know that I manipulated him to think that. Even the books he had read didn't exist. After all, it was all in his mind. I showed him what he wanted to see and he thought that he found my history. Like that coward, Odin would keep my records. He is the most pathetic Odin I have ever seen in all my life. That fool even locked away his daughter when she decided to continue his crusade. I would have never dared to act against Asgard if his daughter wasn't sealed. I still laugh sometimes when I remember how Odin sealed away his daughter. He sent the Valkyries to fight her so that he could buy some time. Odin knew that his daughter would kill him if he fought her, so he decided to sacrifice the Valkyries. Pathetic fool. He still acts like he is a great king, but he is still the same coward when he fought me. Though I shouldn't badmouth him that much. After all, he is the one who sealed me by sacrificing a part of his army. He is really good at sealing entities. I guess that coward also has something he should be proud of. I looked towards the insect once again in disdain but held myself back from doing anything. I need to bide my time. It would be much better that way. Shield Headquarters, New York. "What the hell did you just say?" Fury asked in a dangerous tone, and the agent right in front of him almost cowered in fear. Fury was so angry since yesterday that he would be blowing up his gasket any moment now. Yesterday he read the report that the guest house was completely gone along with the Kree corpses. Fury already knew that there was a high chance that they would lose Project Tahiti, but Fury thought that he might be able to capture Natasha Romanoff. That idea was also ruined when Leviathan popped up, destroyed all of the Quinjets he had dispatched. S.H.I.E.L.D. might seem to have a lot of money, but that really hurt S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget. He also lost several good men and women, and now he was hearing this. So, just after the day Leviathan destroyed so many of his Quinjets and killed several men and women, someone else decided to go on a killing spree. As soon as Fury heard about it, he knew that Leviathan wasn't responsible for the slaughter. After all, it wasn't his MO. The person who carried out the attack was a brutal and ruthless person, but still human. All of the dead bodies were killed by a human, and whoever did the deed was enjoying killing all these people. That also wasn't the main problem. The problem was, neither Reed Richards or Victor Doom were able to give them any information even when they were trying. This was Fox's MO. After all, she was the one who liked to mess with people's memories, but she had never killed anyone, so they didn't know much about her killing methods. It was highly possible that Fox was responsible for doing this. That was one of the reasons Fury was feeling murderous. The second reason was, 3 of his prisoners were gone. Richards and Doom were the only ones who were left alive. Fury had no idea why Fox did something like that, but he was sure that she had her own reasons. Maybe she wanted to plant them as a spy in his organization. Fury snorted in disdain. Like he would allow something like that to happen. Fury took a deep breath so that he could calm down his anger. Getting angry won't help him with anything. He vowed that he would hunt down Leviathan and Fox to the end of the world if he needed to. POV Rio. I was calmly floating over the Atlantic Ocean trying to search for Atlantis. I knew their exact coordinates from the memories, but they were traveling underwater while I was floating above the water. So, I was having some difficulty. I suddenly paused and a huge grin appeared on my face. Jackpot. Looks like I finally found Atlantis. I surrounded myself with Aegis shield and dived into the water. I started to use the spell Rumi used in the second task of GOF to propel me forward. I had thought that Atlantis would be somewhat smaller, but looks like I was wrong. It was similar to Australia in size. I could already feel the life signs down there. Let's see what you are going to do now, Namor Mackenzie. Chapter 322, and here we go again. 3. POV Jean. So, how have you been, Bruce? I asked Bruce, who has been spending some time talking with me, trying to get used to his other personality. I always had to do these kinds of things when I was still in the Xavier mansion. Both Aurora and I had to talk with the children from time to time so that they can get used to their powers. The new children who came to learn about their powers were the hardest to deal with. After all, most of them got their powers due to some kind of trauma, or they would fear their powers because they had hurt someone using their powers. Unlike his cousin, Jennifer, Bruce was unable to come to terms with the fact that he was no longer a normal human. Though I can't blame him, I guess. After all, unlike Jennifer, when Bruce transforms, his body is taken over by a completely different being while Bruce is stuffed in some corner of his mind. Jennifer has complete control of her mind when she transforms. I have been somewhat fine, Bruce said in a slightly nervous tone. I have been getting better since I started these sessions, Bruce said in a sheepish tone and started to chuckle nervously. It's not his fault though. Did you make contact with the other guy? I asked him in a gentle tone because I didn't want to scare him. After all, this has always been a sour topic for him, and most of the time when I ask him this question, he would try to change the topic. No, I haven't. After a few moments of silence, Bruce finally answered, but he didn't look comfortable when he was talking about this. I am scared, Bruce said and started to stare out of the window. What are you so scared about? I asked him, trying to see if he would speak about it or not. I decided to take a chance when I saw that he was talking today. I am scared that he will take over. I don't want to hurt anyone, Bruce said with a sad look on his face. I really felt bad for the men, but that is why you shouldn't test newly created drugs on yourself. Quite understandable. Do you know? When I gained my powers, I crushed a few cars on a whim. Thankfully no one was hurt and no one found out about my powers, but I knew that it was me and I was scared. I was only 9 when it happened, I said, telling him about my story. Maybe he would grow a spine after hearing my story. I was so scared for a week that I fell ill, but then a thought appeared in my mind. I thought that if I could control this power, then incidents like this could be avoided. That way, I won't be hurting anyone accidentally, I said, and Bruce nodded his head in understanding. I will try, Bruce said in a somewhat determined tone, but it is good for now. Slow progress is always better than no progress. POV Rumi. They look pretty angry though. Are you sure that they didn't believe in Jiaying's ideals? I asked loudly when I saw that the Inhumans were glaring at us after they heard about Jiaying's death. All of them clearly heard me and their glare turned towards my direction, but I wasn't even bothered in the slightest. Even if we didn't believe in her ideals, she is still one of us and you people killed them. An old man came forward and spoke up from within the group, glaring at us. That's because she tried to play games with us, Eric said in a neutral tone. The group started to glare in Eric's direction after that. I wonder if they have some kind of hive mind. Their glare kept shifting from one target to another at the same time. Now, you have 3 options. 1. Both of our groups can remain separate, and if something happens among our groups in the future, then we will deal with it at that time. 2. We can have a fight because we killed your so-called leader, and 3. You can join Elysium, Eric said in a serious tone, and after the whole group started to murmur among them. After some time the same old man came forward. We would like to discuss this with our group before giving you an ANS. Before the old man could even finish, Eric cut him off. No. Make your decision right now. If you are an enemy, then I would like to deal with you as soon as possible so that I can continue with more important stuff, Eric said, and the whole group of Inhumans in front of us got tensed. You mean paperwork? I asked in an amused tone, and Eric shot me a death glare. His head snapped towards Emma when he saw her giggling like a little girl after hearing my words. Cough on a second thought, take as much time as you can. Eric coughed once so that he could get back the dignity he just lost now. After hearing Eric's words, both Emma and I burst out laughing once again, and we could hear Eric was grinding his teeth in anger. POV. He. Just a little bit more and I can take Odin's place and no one will find out. As soon as the bug left his chambers so that he could continue frolicking with his pathetic family, I resumed my work. I need to make some preparations on my side before I could take over Asgard. From my past experience, I learned several things. Using my absurd power to subjugate Asgard won't work. After all, Odin would once again sacrifice his army so that he could seal me. Even though I was strong enough to crush any Asgardian except Hela like a bug, I couldn't kill all of them in a blink of an eye. After all, anyone would need some time to crush bugs under their feet, and thankfully selecting this route was a really good idea. Now that I have decided to use subterfuge, I have made a mind-blowing discovery. Odin had connected Hellas prison to his life force, so if I kill Odin then his insane warmonger daughter will get released from the prison and she will kill me. I can't have that now, can I? So, Odin will be going into my prison. I will seal him there as he sealed me, and I will also keep feeding him some of my power. That way, Odin won't die and he will also stay healthy. As long as Odin is alive, Hela is in prison. So a healthy Odin will also keep me healthy. POV Rio. I finally arrived above the submerged city of Atlantis. The city looks quite beautiful, but I highly doubt that it will stay like that when I am finished dealing with the Atlanteans. While I was thinking all that, I noticed several Altanteons coming towards me with weapons in their hands. They finally arrived in front of me and surround me from all directions. I was still surrounded by my Aegis shield. Surface dwell. That was all he could say before the Atlantean was disintegrated. I really hate when enemies start monologuing. Only I can monologue, and the Atlantean I just disintegrated wasn't even an enemy. He was just a grunt. Before the other could even shoot their weapons, I disintegrated them too. My eyes turned towards the city of Atlantis and I could already feel their turrets and cannons turning in my direction. I didn't have a problem if I had to slaughter a whole race, but I would still give them a chance. I cast Sonorous on myself so my voice could reach the people of Atlantis. People of Atlantis. I am Leviathan. I am sure that none of you have heard about me, but that won't be a problem. I give you two options. First, hand over Namor and the elders and I will allow the rest of you to live, and second, keep fighting and I will slaughter every last one of you, I said, and cast Quietus on myself. I am pretty sure that every Atlantean heard my voice, though I have no idea if they will listen to me or not. All the cannons and turrets started to fire at the same time. There is my answer, I guess. The shells and projectiles impacted against my Aegis shield, but they failed to even put a scratch on it. While they kept firing in my direction, I started to concentrate on the metals inside the whole city. There was a lot of metal inside the city, and I also sensed the adamantine trident. Hee hee. I will see what kind of power it holds, and can I make it work even when I don't carry their royal blood. Slowly the whole city started to tremble. And slowly I started to pull every ounce of metal from the city, but I decided to leave the trident. I wanted Namor to struggle. Personally, I had no hard feelings against Namor or the elders. After all, they wanted to wage war against humans, but they came after something which was mine, and that wasn't something nice. I know how these people think, and they won't give up until they get their hands on what they want or die trying. I find it really stupid. If I didn't attack Atlantis, then they would have kept trying to get their hands on the antimetal. I have seen the same thing in cultivation worlds too. Suddenly the MC would need some rare ingredient and everyone would say that getting it would be impossible, but the MC will still embark on the journey to get that ingredient. They will find out that the ingredient he wants is someone else's, but he won't give up until he gets the ingredient. Once again, stupid. I came out of my thoughts and saw the state of the city now. The beautiful city was in complete ruins now, and about half of their population was already dead. I morphed the metals and started to transform them into giant lances. Since I was underwater, I refrained from using lightning. But before I could launch the lances, I noticed someone coming towards me at a high speed. A grin appeared on my face when I sensed the thing he was bringing with him. Chapter 323, and here we go again. End. A/N. I think I will also start posting this fanfic on ScribbleHub from the beginning, so it would be much refined. I will be posting from tomorrow, I guess, so if you want, you can check it out. POV Rio. I see you are finally here. Look at what you have done. You killed so many of your people, I said in a fake sympathetic tone when Namor Mackenzie finally arrived in front of me. I hoped that he would wear clothes like a normal person, but my wish remained unfulfilled. He came to fight me in his Speedo. Ugh. That was disgusting. Hearing my words, Namor clenched his fists in anger. He was glaring daggers at me, and I was pretty sure that if glares could kill me, then I would have died several times by now. Now, I am really glad that he brought his trident though. I don't know who you are, but you have successfully angered the King of Ocean. As a graceful king, I will make sure that your body is lost in the ocean. Namor said in a kingly manner. I would have been impressed, but unfortunately, he was wearing a Speedo, and there is no in hell that I would take a guy wearing a Speedo seriously. After finishing his small speech, Namor started to swing his trident. He would have done really good if he had chosen to dedicate his life to a circus. Boo. I am so scared, I shivered in a mocking manner. I am so scared. See. I am getting goosebumps, I continued to mock him. Namor finally stopped swinging the trident and thrusted it in my direction. A huge underwater jet was sent in my direction, but it didn't even budge my Aegis shield. The metal lances were still floating around me because I didn't get the time to launch them towards Atlantis. Before I could do that, Namor arrived to keep me entertained. Impossible. When Namor saw that I shrugged off the giant jet of water like nothing, he was surprised and shocked at the same time. Namor pointed the trident in my direction and started to fire beams towards me from the trident. Each time he fired a different colored beam. I didn't know what those beams did though. After all, they even failed to scratch my Aegis shield. Is this the best you can do? My disappointment is immeasurable. I said in a disappointed tone while I kept shaking my head in disappointment. Namor's rage increased when he heard my words. Namor rushed towards me while releasing electricity from his body. He punched my shield and a crack formed on my shield. I was taken aback when I saw that. Fuck. Do you mean to tell me that his punch is more powerful than a nuke? Wait. This fucker had the ability to negate shields and barriers. In the comics, he negated Susan's barriers using this power. No matter how strong my Aegis shield is, it is still a barrier, so it can be cancelled with his ability. Namor smirked when he noticed the crack. Looks like you can't hide behind your barrier for much longer. Namor said and punched the shield once again, and the crack started to get bigger. I can't have that now, can I? I morphed the lances floating around me into metal sand and which rushed towards Namor. While Namor was trying to get away from the sand, I was already moving towards the surface at my max speed. Being underwater was slowing down the speed of my metal sand, and Namor was really nimble when he was underwater. I finally burst out of the water with a sonic boom. A whirlpool was formed from where I came out. I deactivated my Aegis shield and started to pull the trident towards the surface. I knew that pulling the trident will also bring Namor to the surface. After all, he would never let go of his trident. Was I scared to continue to fight him underwater? No. I could have killed him in hundreds of ways when I was still underwater, but that would have ruined my fun. I want him to feel despair. I want to crush his will and hope before I kill him. I think I have really changed. I have become much more sadistic now. Most of the time I kill my enemies quickly because they bore me, but I still use painful methods. Looks like the power of destruction is affecting me more than I had thought. Though I didn't mind my new side. After all, you should always crush your enemies. You can forgive your enemy, that's up to you, but forgiving your enemy makes you crueler to yourself, because they can come back and attack your family when you aren't around. Some say that forgiving your enemy is the hardest thing, but they are weak-minded people. After all, taking a life for the first time is the hardest thing. Some might disagree with my ideology, but they aren't gods of destruction like me. I know that when I gain back all of my power, I will have to destroy worlds. Innocents will also die, but it's my duty, so I have to do it. Namor finally came out of the water and he was hanging by his trident in the midair. Just wait a sec. I want to prepare the stage, I said, and the metal sand also started to come out of the water. I quickly formed a giant stage beneath us. It was made like a boat, but it looked like a giant arena from the top. If you think that you have weakened me by bringing me to the surface, then you are really wrong, Namor said and slammed the trident on the arena floor. I didn't do that because I wanted to weaken you. I brought you here was simply because I wanted to drown you into the abyss of despair before I killed you. I said with a smile on my face. Namor snorted after he heard my words. Big words for a weakling, Namor said, and the sky started to darken, and within seconds, it started to rain heavily. I knew that Namor had the power of autokinesis like storm, but instead of lightning storm, Namor could create heavy rains. In the comics, Namor extinguished Human Torch's flames using this power. Namor started to swing his trident like he did previously when he was underwater. I quickly flash-stepped in front of him and sent a right jab in his direction. Namor was surprised by my speed and used his trident to defend himself. Since I was in my anti-metal armor, the trident started to melt. No. I wanted to try using that trident. Namor was also horrified when he saw that. I quickly used my power to snatch away the trident from his hand. I didn't want to destroy the trident. What? How? Namor had a bewildered look on his face and he had no idea how to react to this. I took a look at the trident, and I used my power to fix the place where my fist landed on the trident. I could still feel the magic from the trident, so it should be fine. It's a nice trident. I wonder if I can use it. I said with a contemplative look on my face and started to force my will on the trident. I could feel that something was denying my will from within the trident. Fool. Give it back. There is no way that the trident could be used by a surface dweller, Namor exclaimed in rage and lunged towards me in anger, but I simply fired a beam at him from the trident. When Namor saw that I was able to use the trident, he was horrified. The beam wasn't anything harmful though. Namor was simply thrown back when the beam landed on his chest. The trident really tried to deny my will, but it fell short. Since I can use it, I am going to keep it, I said with a grin, but Namor had already lunged towards me. I moved away from the trident and punched Namor in the same. I used my power to move away the trident from us. A sonic boom ripped through the air when my punch landed on Namor's face. I didn't know that I had become so strong. Namor was thrown back and a loud crunch was heard when my fist landed on his face. I flash-stepped behind him and sent a kick towards his spine. Another loud crack was heard and Namor screamed loudly and fell down on the ground right in front of me. The rain had also stopped when I broke his spine. I had thought that he would put up a better fight than this. But I was disappointed once again. It would be really ironic if you were killed by the trident of Neptune, I said, and the trident floated into my palm. I quickly brought down the trident and stabbed Namor on his chest. Monster. Namor muttered under his breath and finally died. Not the first time someone called me a monster. I dispersed the whole platform and once again I dived underwater with Aegis shield surrounding me. Now that Namor was dealt with, I needed to deal with the Atlanteans. I cast Sonorous on myself when I arrived above the city. Your king has already died. Now, I will be sending the rest of you after him. I said and cast Quietus on myself. I opened my palm and a small ball of power of destruction was formed on top of my palm. With a small gesture, I send the small ball towards the city of Atlantis. I kept looking towards the city with a cold look in my eyes. As soon as the ball landed on the ground, the whole city disintegrated, leaving behind a giant crater. Chapter 324, Chapter 329. A/N. I have finally started posting on ScribbleHub, so I refined the chapters. I have already started to post edited chapters on this site too. I have reduced the swearing and improved some things at the beginning of the story. I did a lot of corrections too. So, if you want, you can give them a try. If you try ScribbleHub, then you will find a much better chapter because of the writing options that site offers, like bold text and italics and much more. I personally found that writing there is much better than the experience web novel offers. POV Rio. Water rushed towards the giant crater, creating gigantic torrents under the water, a crater around the size of Australia. I think I lowered the water level around the whole world by something around 10 centimeters, give or take. Now that all the Atlanteans have been wiped off, I can bring back Atlantis so that I could get my hands on their technology and knowledge. Momo and Fleur would be really happy. I raised my hand and multiple green rings formed around my hand. I started to rewind the time slowly and water started to recede back from the crater. It took a little bit more power than I normally needed, but the crater started to return to its previous state at a rapid speed. In a matter of minutes, the whole city was brought back, but I didn't bring anyone back to life. Even though the city was there, it was completely devoid of any life. When I finally stopped, the water also settled down because the city was already there. I think I will bring the girls here when they are finally done with the submarines. I said to myself and Flash stepped back to Elysium. This was going to be my underwater holiday resort. POV. He. The plan is moving really smoothly and the bug has no idea about my plans. I have also discovered another odd thing from that annoying bug. He said that he plans to drag cosmic entities into his little scuffle. That is the stupidest thing I have heard in my entire life. I knew that two comic entities were living on a planet called Earth. The Asgardians called the place Midgard, and I found it really odd. At first, I was the one who gave this bug the idea of sending Odin and Thor towards them, but I had to scrap the plan because Odin needs to stay alive, and keeping someone like Thor on my leash would be really good. I understand that it was my fault for planting the idea in his head, but how the fuck did he get the idea that bringing the two of them here would be really nice? Insect, aren't you an Asgardian? Don't you fear Ragnarok? Well. Looks like I need to take care of this too. There is no way I would allow such a plan to succeed. For now, I allow him to do whatever he wants. Now, everything is prepared on my side. Now, only one thing is left to prepare. 3 days. In 3 days, my ambition will be finally fulfilled. With Odin. In 3 days, he was finally going to step down from his throne and his younger son Thor was going to take his place. He couldn't be more proud of his younger son. A couple of years ago, he never thought that he would see this day. After all, his younger son was a complete disappointment. His son was practically a musclehead who only thought about fighting. But everything changed after that fateful day. Odin had thanked his lucky stars multiple times since that day. Yes, it was a really bad day. His younger son and his adoptive son could have died. He was also humiliated along with his sons. He hated that, but he still thanked that day. That day made his younger son change, and it was all good changes. He was happy, but something in his mind screamed at him telling him that something was wrong. But no matter how much he thought about it, he failed to find out what was wrong. POV Rumi. I think that you will feel much better if someone else gave you a lap pillow. I said while I kept stroking Rio's hair. He returned some time ago from God knows where and he had a silly grin plastered on his face. He immediately demanded a lap pillow from me and here we are now. Nah. Rumi, your thighs are also heavenly, Rio muttered under his breath and he turned his head so that he could look directly into my eyes. Though it wouldn't be possible due to my chest. Or he simply wants to stare at my boobs. I don't know. Unlike others, my thighs are filled with muscles. I was saying, but he put a finger on my lips to shut me up. That enhances the allure of your thighs, Rio said in a husky tone and pulled me down. I was laying down beside him and his head was no longer on my thighs though. Is he trying to get naughty with me out here? I don't mind. Though I won't be telling him that. Rio's arm snaked around my waist and he pulled me closer. You look beautiful, he said and started to trail kisses along my collarbone and my neck. Now, I was also getting turned on. Rio, a moan came out of my lips when he bit my collarbone. Rio raised up his head and he started to stare into my eyes intensely. Rio started to lower his face towards mine. I instinctively closed my eyes and felt Rio's lips landed on mine. I brushed my tongue against his lips, asking for permission to enter his mouth. Rio did open his mouth and both of us started a battle of dominance using our tongues. I wanted to win really badly. So, I shifted my body and pinned him down. He didn't fight back and kept kissing me. After a few minutes, I finally won the battle and pulled my head back so that I can look into his eyes. Looks like I won the battle, I whispered in front of him in a husky tone and a smug grin made its way to my face. It looks like that is the case, Rio said with a thoughtful look on his face. So, what are you going to do now? Rio asked with a challenging look on his face. The grin on my face intensified. I could feel that I was getting excited just thinking about the upcoming battle. I am going to rock your world. I purred into his chest and ripped his t-shirt. One eternity later. I had no idea how much time had passed, but it was already dark now. I couldn't feel my legs any longer and my whole body has turned into a mess of sexually satisfied goo. At first, Rio allowed me to dominate him, but right in the middle he took over and started to dominate me. Everything is history after that. Even though he is no longer inside me, I could still feel his thrusts. This was the most intense sex I ever had, and I am really glad that I am still able to think straight. Though, I did black out from time to time when Rio was pounding me. I wanted to rock Rio's world, but instead, he rocked mine. Though I didn't expect anything less from him. After all, this wasn't the first time he had fucked me into oblivion, and this was surely the most intense. What are you thinking about? I heard Rio's voice. He was laying under me and my head was resting over his chest. You owe me a date. I whined and started to make circles on his chest. I know this was out of character for someone like me, but Namiri said that this would get me better results. Oh. Is that so? Rio asked me with a contemplative look on his face. Yes, you do, I said and glared at him. I was back in my own character now. Then you will get a date, Rio said softly and pecked me on my lips. I could feel that he was already hard and he had been like that for quite some time, but he didn't say anything because he knew that I couldn't handle it anymore. Thank God, there are others. If he had only one lover, then he would have surely killed her. I love you, Rio. I muttered and closed my eyes, but before I fell asleep, I heard Rio's voice once again. I love you too. And with that, I finally fell asleep while a small smile appeared on my face. POV Aurora. It has been a few days since I have returned from space. I had already started to explore my powers, and I have to say that these powers are really diverse. I have found out that physical attacks no longer worked on me. Thank God, sex wasn't a problem. According to Momo, it must be because of my thought process. I instinctively know how to differentiate between attacks and sex. That is why I don't have any problems during sex. I wanted to have more intense training now so that I could become strong like the others. And there was only one person who could train me. So, I decided to look for Rumi. I knew that she would probably be training in her usual place. It was already dark, but Rumi could still be training. When I finally arrived at the place where Rumi trained, I found two naked people laying on the ground. It was obviously Rio and Rumi. I could tell that Rumi was asleep while Rio was caressing her back. Rio's head turned towards me and I finally noticed that his dick was still standing tall. So, like a dependable lover, I decided to take care of it. Chapter 325, Hidden. POV. I will be finally taking over Asgard today. It was a day of celebrations on Asgard. After all, Asgard was getting a new king today. Well, it was going to be a queen, they just didn't know about it. Well, technically they will still have a king. I look towards the two faux bodies I have prepared. They will do nicely. Now, I just need to get rid of the bug before the fool ruins all of my plans by bringing those cosmic entities to Asgard. So, I decided to patiently wait for the bug to start ranting. To be honest, I have somewhat gotten used to this shit. After all, this is what he does when he is free, and today is the day. His dreams were going to come to an end. There is no way he won't start bitching and moaning. Do you believe all these pathetic people? All of them worshipping my fool of a brother. The bug said in disdain and pointed towards the people arriving in front of the palace to watch the coronation ceremony. Looks like I didn't need to wait too long. I shrugged my shoulders and shot a sleeping spell towards the bug. The spell hit the bug on his back and the bug finally turned around with a horrified look on his face. You. The bug somehow stuttered out before collapsing on the floor. Ah, yes, it was always me, I deadpanned and snapped my finger and a magic circle appeared beside the bug's body. A faux body formed inside the magic circle and the magic circle disappeared. Currently, the faux body looked like a wood puppet. I kneeled down between the bug and the faux body. I placed one of my hands on the bug's head while I placed my other hand over the faux body's head. My hand started to glow slightly and slowly the bug's powers started to transfer into the faux body through me. The faux body slowly started to transform into the bug's copy. Foo-foo. I wonder how Odin would react when he would see my face. It took me 5 minutes to transform the faux body into the exact copy of the bug, even the bug himself won't find any difference. The faux body had all of his memories along with his power signature, but there is a small difference, the copy was absolutely loyal to me. I awakened both of them, but I didn't want to hear the bugs yapping, so I silenced him and bound him so that he couldn't move. Don't even try, you won't be able to speak, I said while looking towards the bug while the faux body got up and kneeled down in front of me. My queen, the fair body said in a completely devoted tone. I already like him much more than the original, even though both of them had the same memories. My servant wasn't bitching about anything, that was already a plus point in my books. Pity, he was going to die. I should have made him sooner, that way, I wouldn't have to keep that bugs bitching and moaning, but faux bodies need a lot of time and magic to prepare. See, this is how you should have been, bug, then, I might have kept you as my pet, but now. I trailed off and snapped my fingers. The three of us appeared near the edge of Asgard, the bug started to squirm but it was all for the knot. Stay still, bug, or you will fall off. I still need to show you the results of your hard work, after all, you released me, didn't you? I asked the bug in a sweet tone, this scared him even more. I snapped my finger once again and another magic circle formed under the bug and his body was raised in the air. You see, you are someone who knows about and I cannot allow anyone to find me. You see, this magic circle will hold you up until the better of you dies, at least I can do that much for you, I said with a gentle smile on my face and my head turned towards the better version of the bug. Before your foolish brother could get coronated, you need to break into Odin's treasury to steal the casket of the ancient winters and then you have to attack the Bifrost to interrupt the ceremony. Remember, you need to die in the end, I said to my servant who bowed down his head and I teleported him back to the palace. The bug was making some noises while he was still squirming in the bounds. I grinned while looking at him. Don't worry, bug. I will keep you company while my servant fulfills your ambition, I said in a cheerful tone. The bug started to squirm even more. Ah, don't be like that, bug, let me seal off your power for a few hours, I said in a gentle tone and sealed off the bug's powers. He is squirming too much. I can't have him escaping now. I snapped my fingers once again and several displays appeared in front of us. I wanted to show him how everything was progressing. After all, this was his dream and you shouldn't steal someone's dream. See, you could have been in his place, bug, but you are too stupid to follow orders, I said while pointing towards a screen showing my servant's third-person view. The coronation ceremony was already starting, my servant left an illusion and headed straight towards Odin's treasury. My servant broke into Odin's treasury and Odin immediately noticed that someone broke into his treasury. My servant could have sneaked in but that would have been a waste, after all, I needed Odin to be distracted. My servant quickly grabbed the casket of ancient winters and teleported in front of Heimdall. I snorted in disdain, all-seeing eyes, what a joke. He couldn't even keep an eye on his own backyard. I wouldn't be surprised if he failed to see his own wife sleeping with his neighbor. Heimdall was surprised when he saw my servant teleported in front of him with the casket of ancient winters in his hands. Before Heimdall could do anything he was frozen in an ice cube. My servant took Heimdall's sword so that he could activate the Bifrost. My servant opened a gateway to Jotunheim. My servant then used the casket of ancient winters to freeze the energy, so it would continue to build until Jotunheim was destroyed. My servant also sealed himself inside the dome forming around the Bifrost bridge. See, you should have been like him, he is so smart, I said while looking towards the bug who was looking really miserable now. Odin, Thor, and Frigga finally arrived in front of the Bifrost bridge along with their army. It was a crying reunion of their family, it would have been really nice if I had some snacks with me. I am pretty sure that the bug would have also liked some snacks. It was a really sad moment for Asgard's royal family, I almost felt pity for them, the key word being almost. Isn't this poetic? Your father or brother must kill you or Jotunheim would get destroyed, but your mother wants to sacrifice a whole world and protect you. This must be what they call mother's love. I don't have a mother so I don't know. Pity, I said with a simple shrug and continued watching the drama. The bug was already crying now. Odin finally grabbed his wife and started to pull her away. Frigga did something which I had never expected, she slapped Odin in front of everyone and started to hurl various kinds of spells at him. Odin was also taken aback when Frigga slapped him and Odin retaliated in anger, feeling humiliated. Ha ha ha, that's the Odin I remember. He always showed power in front of the weak and sacrificed his people if the enemy was stronger. I laughed loudly and exclaimed. Odin was finally able to land a blow on Frigga, and without waiting any more he knocked her out. Thor didn't know what to do, but Odin finally ordered him to destroy the Bifrost Bridge. With a reluctant nod he started smashing his hammer on the Bifrost Bridge. Cracks started to form on the bridge and Thor looked towards his brother and asked him for forgiveness. With that, Thor finally landed the finishing blow. The Bifrost Bridge slammed down on the edge of Asgard. The Bifrost finally exploded and sending shockwaves through the whole place. Everyone was thrown back by several meters. Both Thor and Odin walked towards the edge of the Bifrost Bridge and both closed their eyes in sadness. Frigga was still knocked out. I wonder what kind of drama I am going to witness when Frigga finally wakes up. Ah, it was so cute. I already miss my servant, he was so much better than you. I had said before, I won't be killing you, after all, you are the one who released me from my prison, but as you are already dead. I said in a cheerful tone while looking towards the bug who was crying like a baby now. Now, bye-bye, if you survive by any miracle then please stay away from Asgard. I would hate myself if I had to execute my benefactor, but I would do it with a heavy heart. After all, it will be for the greater good of Asgard. We can't have some riffraff challenging the throne now, can we? I said with a grin on my face, and the magic circle holding the bug finally disappeared. I kept waving at him while he fell from the edge of Asgard to be forever lost in the endless space. There is a very small chance that he would even survive. Now, this would be the best time to deal with Odin. After all, you should always strike while the iron is hot. Chapter 330, A Family Destroyed. Chapter 326, Hidden, 2. Royal Palace, Asgard. Only an hour ago everyone was preparing for the festival, but now everything and everyone looked solemn. Their current king Odin, their all-father, have called off the celebrations, and Crown Prince also agreed with his father's decision. It didn't take much time and the stories of the whole incident were spread throughout Asgard like a wildfire, but no one bothered to stop it. The Asgardians who have gathered in front of the palace slowly left because there was nothing they could do now. Father. Thor began to speak in a broken tone, but Odin stopped him by placing his hand on his son's shoulder. I understand what you had to do today must have been really hard. I know that you blame yourself, but it had to be done or a whole world would have been destroyed. You did what any good king should have done, Odin said with a sad look on his face. But I wasn't a good brother. If I had been a good brother then he would have never done something like this. Thor trailed off with tears pooling in his eyes. No son, it wasn't your fault, it was mine. I could have been a better father. Odin said while shaking his head and looked into his son's eyes intently. We can't keep thinking about the what-ifs, my son, we have to live through the consequences of our actions. Odin said solemnly and looked towards his throne. What about mother, father? Thor asked after a small pause. Odin simply hung his head in defeat. She won't forgive me this time, she almost didn't forgive me the last time. Odin muttered under his breath and started to shake his head in defeat. Last time, father? Thor asked with a confused look on his face. Odin simply shrugged it off. It's nothing you should worry about, son. Odin brushed it off and Thor also decided to drop the matter for now. After all, it has been a long day and something like this could wait. Son. I am really tired. I think it is time for my sleep, Odin said with a small smile on his face. Thor was slightly surprised at first, but he simply nodded his head. His father was about to go into Odin's sleep. Take care of your mother, son, Odin said and rushed towards his bed chambers. Of course, father. You can depend on me. Thor declared proudly while he started to head towards his mother's chambers. POV. Aw, how cute, the chat between father and son was so heartwarming, it almost touched my heart, but unfortunately, I don't have a heart, but I wonder where my son is. As a good mother I will visit him. For now, I decided to patiently wait for Odin to arrive in his room. As soon as Odin entered the room a magic circle flared. Odin immediately dropped to his knees. It took me 3 days to prepare this magic circle. This magic circle can seal away Odin's power and stop him from moving. Who is there? Show your face, coward. Odin thundered in rage. Being called a coward by Odin feels like a compliment. Fufufu, thanks for the compliment. After all, you are the one who taught me how to strike from the shadows. I said slowly as I appeared in front of him. It didn't take much time for Odin to recognize me, but as soon as he recognized me, his face lost all color. Odin was so pale, he could be easily mistaken for a ghost. I did expect him to react like this. After all, when he was in his prime, I could have still crushed him like a bug. So, are you surprised? I had to work really hard behind the scenes, I said with a huge grin on my face. Odin was now shaking in fear. Zelia. Odin stuttered out in fear and I simply backhanded him. That's Magistan Zelia for you, insect. I exclaimed in disdain. But I am glad, I can still strike fear in people's hearts. I thought that I have lost my touch after being locked for almost a millennia. I said with a gentle smile on my face and I started to pat Odin's head. A/N. For those who don't know, Magistan Zelia was a small-time villain in Marvel, but she was insanely OP. She was the leader of dark gods. In the comics, she took over Asgard with the help of other dark gods, and she also absorbed Odin's power. Thor returned to Asgard along with the Destroyer and Replicus, but Zelia was still winning when she called the Union. She basically merged all the dark gods together into a single being. There was no way she or the Union could have lost the fight, but plot armor defeats logic, so Thor was suddenly able to blow a hole in her when Thor's lightning had been useless just a few dialogues ago. I decided not to include the other dark gods to keep my fanfic simple, but Zelia was still strong enough on her own to crush anyone like Odin and Thor, but plot armor is absolute, so nothing could be done there. She wasn't the only OP villain who was defeated by the plot armor. Impossible, how did you escape your prison? There is no way I wouldn't have noticed, Odin stuttered out in complete disbelief. Your seal was really brilliant. It took me nearly 5 centuries to nullify the alert seals you had added in my prison, I said with a smirk on my face. So, you manipulated Loki into freeing you? Odin asked me in a broken tone. Looks like he worked it out. Oh, yes, manipulating him was also easy. He was so driven by his ambition, he failed to notice my manipulations, I said with a shrug. So, you decided to kill him? Odin shouted in rage, and I simply burst out laughing. No. I am simply told him to attack Jotunheim. It was Thor who killed him, I said while giggling. So, what now? Kill me too? Odin asked in a defeated tone. It seems that he is trying to lead me into another trap. He is pretty good. No, you need to stay alive. After all, it wasn't hard for me to notice that Hela's prison was connected to your life force. I don't want your insane warmonger daughter after my ass. I deadpanned, and Odin paled once again. You will still fail. Someone will definitely rise against you, and my son will definitely defeat you, Odin said while gritting his teeth. I didn't expect to hear such bold words from a coward like him. Oh, don't worry. I have also arranged something for that, I said with a grin and snapped my fingers, and another magic circle appeared beside Odin and a faux body appeared on the ground beside him. This faux body was a lot different from the previous one I had used. I snapped my fingers once again and another magic circle appeared beneath both Odin and the faux body. I connected the faux body directly to Odin and the faux body slowly started to transform into Odin. The one I had used before was for short-time usage, but this one was special. It would last as long as the original is alive, and it will drain power from the original to keep its form. He would act like a puppet king while I will be the giving orders from the shadows. No. Odin started to scream, so I decided to shut him up. Don't be like that, Odin. I get really annoyed when someone screams, but let me tell you what I am going to do with you. I am going to lock you in the same prison you had locked me away in for centuries, but don't worry, I will also keep giving you some of my energy. After all, I can't have you dying on me, can I? I said and snapped my fingers. The 3 of us appeared in front of my prison. I noticed that my new servant was already carrying Gungnir. Good. I like it. So, Odin. Do you have any last words before being locked away for eternity? I asked him in a sweet tone. Go to hell, Odin muttered while gritting his teeth, and I signaled my servant to throw him inside the prison. Odin was easily flung inside the prison. Finally. After so much time. I finally gained control over Asgard. POV Rio. Let's go back to our homeworld. It has been 2 decades since we have been there, I said all of a sudden. I really missed my mom, but I wasn't worried because only a few months would have passed in that world. Are you serious? I really want to meet Eri-chan once again. I want to see how my sister is growing up, Momo said in an excited tone. It's time that my mother gets to meet her favorite daughter-in-law once again. She must be missing me, Namiri said with a melancholic look on her face. I didn't want to tell her the truth. But I noticed that the other girls were suddenly nervous. This was the first time they were going to meet my mother. A sudden chill ran down my spine. I will be going back home with 6 new lovers this time. Shit. But I still needed to assure the girls. Don't worry, girls, it will be completely fine. She will accept you all, I said with a reassuring smile on my face, but on the inside, I was sweating buckets. Chapter 331, Magistan Zelia. Chapter 327, Going Home. POV Rio. I was really excited to meet my mom and dad once again. I know that I should have gone to meet them earlier, but I was just way too busy until now. Even though I seemed to be free, I didn't have the time to go back. After all, the time in the MHA world passes very slowly. The last time I went back to the MHA world, I stayed there for a day, and when we finally returned, we found that more than a week had passed in the HP world. Momo, Rumi, and Namiri were really excited while the other girls were both excited and nervous, well, all of them except Luna. Luna was well. Luna. My eyes finally landed on the most nervous person among us. She was continuously making weird faces while her hair was also continuously morphing into various colors and styles. Dora, you don't need to be nervous, everything will be fine, I said while I grabbed her hand and squeezed it reassuringly. I don't know. Dora said frantically. What if your mom doesn't like me and throws me out of the house because I am klutz? Dora continued mumbling while imagining delusional scenarios. My mom won't mind that she is a klutz, but she might throw someone else out of the house. I thought and my eyes lingered towards a certain depraved pervert. Dora, you don't need to worry, his mom is really nice. She will love all of you. Momo said with a gentle smile on her face, the girls visibly relaxed. From what I have seen of her, I think Momo is right, Fleur said in an elegant manner. Even after so many years, her accent was still there and it definitely made her sexier. Both Fleur and Momo are right, but there is someone who should be somewhat worried, Luna said with an innocent expression on her face, but her eyes flashed towards me for once. Shit. 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 I am really fucked. But I won't back down, I will face my mom's wrath like a good son. Luna was dressed very uniquely, her style screamed Luna, she was a whole class on her own. Luna was wearing a blue sundress, that was something pretty normal, but she also had a golden lion-topped hat, this wasn't something normal. Fleur was dressed elegantly like a high-class woman. She said it was a must if you were going to meet your in-laws. Thankfully, Namiri's dressing sense had changed drastically after coming to this world. She was dressed in a black suit along with pants instead of a skirt. She would have looked like a high-class woman if she wasn't wearing all that bling. She was looking like a mafia boss right now. The rest of the girls were dressed casually. Dora wanted to wear a nice dress so that she could impress my mom, but unfortunately for her, her clumsiness stopped her from wearing a nice dress. Guys, I am going to have a small chat with Eric before we leave. I will be back in a jiffy, I said, and Flash stepped outside Eric's office. I knocked on his door and only after a sec I heard Eric's voice from the inside. The door opened with a swish and I approached his table and plopped down on a chair. It is quite surprising to see you here, are you going to kill anyone? Eric asked me with a frown on his face. I could only smile wryly after I heard his words. I couldn't have been that bad, right? I quickly remembered about our previous interactions and found that Eric was right. I approached him most of the times before I was going to kill someone. Well, can't change the past. Well, I could, but it wasn't a problem, so I will let it be. Nope, this time it is something else. I am going on a trip along with the girls, so I will be probably gone for more than a couple of weeks, or it could be a month, I said in a cheerful tone. Oh, sure, enjoy your time, you didn't need to tell me after all, I am not your leader, not that I can ever be. Sometimes I am really jealous of you, after all, you are living every man's dream, but sometimes I also pity you, keeping all those girls happy must be a pain in the ass. By the way, if something happens then I will call you, Eric said in an amused tone. You are right, it is a pain but it is worth it and I have no problem with it, after all, they deserve all the happiness and I came to tell you about my absence because I won't be available. I will be completely unreachable, I said with a smile on my face. Oh, okay. I don't think something will happen so it will be fine. Eric said with a grin, he raised a flag right there but it was fine. I only came here to inform him about our absence so that he doesn't get tangled with something dangerous. After all, I wouldn't like the fact that Elysium got destroyed in my absence. I nodded my head and Flash stepped to my house. The girls were patiently waiting for me to return. Are you girls ready? I asked the girls and they happily nodded their heads. So, I willed inside my head and like it happened in the HP world, a portal formed right in front of me. I turned towards the girls and gestured them towards the portal. Ladies first. I said and bowed slightly like a gentleman. The girls giggled after seeing me act like that. Momo was the first one to enter the portal followed by Rumi and Namiri. Luna was the next to enter the portal, she was still wearing that lion-topped hat, she was followed by Nat and Aurora. Jean and Fleur entered the portal together. Dora was slightly fidgeting so I walked up to her. Let's go together, I said while I grabbed her hand. Dora nodded her head meekly. Both of us stepped into the portal together and when we came out, I found that all of us were standing in the backyard of the Yayarosa compound. Seeing this place after such a long time is making me feel really nostalgic, Momo said with a smile and kept looking around. This is the Yayarosa compound, right? Fleur inquired curiously and Momo nodded her head. How did you know that this is the Yayarosa compound? Aurora asked Fleur but Luna decided to answer Aurora's question. Fleur had seen Momo's memories. I have to say they were really nice, Luna said and giggled innocently. You have seen them too. How did you see them? Momo and Fleur blurted out incredulously. Of course I have seen them, that was a stupid question, after all, I can see everything, Luna said it like it was the most obvious thing. Sounds like a voyeur to me, Namiri pointed out with a perverted grin on her face. Luna slowly turned towards Namiri and gave her a brilliant smile. Oh. I love to see when Rio is doing it with me, can watching myself be considered as voyeurism? Luna asked curiously. Namiri started to ponder after hearing Luna's question like it was the most important thing in the world, her priorities are really messed up. Let's go. I said, trying to change the topic, and all the girls nodded their heads. I am going to meet my mom and dad, Momo said, and Flash stepped inside the compound. The rest of us slowly ventured through the compound and we finally arrived in front of our house. I knocked on the door. Coming. I heard my mom's voice from the inside and the footsteps kept getting louder. Only after a couple of seconds, the door opened. My mom didn't react for a few seconds until her hand shot towards her mouth and tears started to roll down her eyes. Mom. I am back, I said with a smile and pulled her into a hug. I felt her hands wrapped around me. I missed you, son, my mom said and kept hugging me while weeping. We separated after a few minutes. No one interrupted our moment. My mom placed her hand on my cheek and caressed it. You have grown up a lot, though you haven't changed much, my mom said with a gentle smile on her face. Mom. Your favorite daughter-in-law is also back, Namiri exclaimed in an excited tone and jumped towards Mom. I clearly noticed that my mom shuddered when she heard Namiri's voice. Yeah, looks like my mom is yet to accept Namiri completely. My mom reluctantly hugged her back when she noticed that Namiri wouldn't let her go if she didn't hug her back. It is good to see you again too, my mom said with a thin smile on her face. I knew you would miss me, Namiri said in an excited tone, and she finally let go of my mom. My mom finally looked towards the other girls standing outside the door and her eyes immediately started to bore a hole in me. Why don't all of you come inside so that we can talk? My mom's eyes returned toward the girls, but she was no longer glaring. Her eyes were filled with care. Her tone was also filled with care. Rio, go and bring us some snacks while I have a chat with all the lovely girls. My mom glared at me and her tone left no room for arguments. I sighed and decided to leave. It was going to be a long day. Chapter 328, Catching Up with Family and Friends. POV Rio. It took me half an hour to return with snacks for everyone. Thanks to Flash Step I was able to return so quickly. I noticed that the number of people inside our house has increased and Momo was also there, so Momo must have brought her parents along with her. Mom. I am back, I called out to Mom as soon as I entered our house. Rio-kun, place everything on the kitchen table, Mom answered from the couch. Mom along with Mr. and Mrs. Yayarosa were sitting on the couch while the girls have conjured some chairs for themselves so that they could sit around. The girls were happily chatting with my mom and Momo's parents. Eri was enjoying herself on Momo's lap while she was also receiving head pats from Momo. Eri has grown up a lot since the last time we have seen her. I wonder how much time has passed since the last time we have visited. Rio-kun, why don't you come here and sit with the girls while I prepare the snacks for you, Mom said and got up from the couch. Mom. Let us help you, Namiri exclaimed in an excited tone, and my mom shuddered once again, but she didn't say anything more and allowed the girls to help her. I walked towards the couch and plopped down on an empty chair. Momo was still here because Eri refused to leave her lap. I greeted Mr. and Mrs. Yayarozu. Even though they didn't have any problem with me for having multiple lovers along with their daughter, I was still kind of worried because now there were so many girls, but they didn't bring up that topic. All of a sudden a glass shattering sound was heard from the kitchen, and only after a few seconds, Dora walked out of the kitchen with a saddened look on her face and plopped on the empty chair beside me. I kind of had an idea about what happened. Dora looked at me and gave me puppy dog eyes. Don't worry, it will be fine, I said and started to give her head pats. This seemed to somewhat improve her mood. After a few minutes, Jean and Nat came out of the kitchen while carrying all the plates using their telekinesis. I conjured a table southwest that they could place down the plates. The rest of the girls also came out of the kitchen along with Mom. All of us started to exchange stories and stuff while munching on snacks. After a couple of hours, Dad also came back and he was quite surprised to see us. He gave me a proud look when he saw the number of girls I have brought with me this time. Mr. and Mrs. Yayarozu invited all of us to their house for dinner. During dinner I finally found that about 2 years have passed since the last time we have visited. I felt somewhat bad for not visiting for so long, but it couldn't be helped. Rio, let's have a small get-together with our friends. It has been really long since we have met them and they have become really good heroes. Momo's words brought me out of my thoughts and I finally noticed she was pointing towards the TV. It was Ijira, or Red Riot. He was interviewed by the press after he successfully saved a little boy from getting hit by a truck. Sure, I said, and Momo was already texting them so that we can make plans to meet. The other girls decided to go shopping with my mom. Money wasn't a problem. After all, Namiri still collected money from our businesses in the HP world and in the Marvel world. She controlled the world economy. Momo quickly got the replies and all of our friends have agreed to meet us. Momo booked a whole floor in the best restaurant in the city for ourselves and then she forwarded the address to all of them. All of us continued chatting until it was really late. Since none of the girls wanted to part with me, we had to expand my room. We refrained from doing anything naughty. Namiri had to be tied up so that she could be stopped, which ended up turning her on even more. The rest of the night was quite peaceful. The next day, all of us got up late and the girls quickly got ready so that they could go on a shopping trip with my mom. Luna decided to continue wearing her lion-topped hat. She said it was very important for the shopping trip. My mom was completely fine with it, like I had thought. Luna can win everyone's heart. Mrs. Yayarozu also decided to join the shopping trip, so my dad and Mr. Yayarozu decided to go fishing. That was a really good decision, so, after all of them left, only Momo and I were left behind. The two of us also left the compound after getting ready. We had to take a cab because all the cars were gone. When we finally arrived in front of the restaurant, we found that we weren't the first to arrive. A pink-skinned girl got off a cab along with some unknown guy. It was Mina Ishido. Our cab also stopped in front of the gates, and as soon as Momo was out of the cab, she was pulled into a bone-crushing hug by Mina. I paid off the cab and gave him some tip too. After some time both the girls finally separated. I missed you so much, Momo. Mina said excitedly. Looks like she still had her bubbly personality from the school. Her eyes finally turned towards me and she also pulled me into a hug, but she let me go quickly. Wow, you have changed a lot. Ahem. I think we are ignoring someone, Momo said, looking towards the men Mina brought along with her. The guy smiled awkwardly while Mina started to chuckle sheepishly. Ah, sorry. I was just too excited, Mina said while rubbing the back of her head. Mina pulled the guy forward and linked her arm with him. Meet Ibito Iba, my fiancé. Mina introduced the men. The man extended his hand towards me and I happily returned the gesture and shook his hand. After exchanging some pleasantries, we decided to head inside and wait for the others. We gave the names at the reception so that they would send everyone to our floor. Mina and his fiancé were somewhat gobsmacked when they heard that we booked the whole floor. Only after a few minutes, the rest of the group also arrived. It was Ijiro, Jiro, Denki, and a girl all of us knew from the school at Suka Kendo. But what surprised both me and Momo was Denki's fingers were intertwined with Kendo's. After exchanging a lot of pleasantries, all four of them finally sat down. Thankfully none of us has started throwing verbal jabs, which was pretty common in between me, Denki, and Ijiro. So, what is the story here? I want the details, Momo said, pointed towards Denki and Kendo. She was unable to resist my charms. Denki said with a proud look on his face, but everyone on the table except me and Momo snorted after hearing Denki's statement. Even Kendo snorted after hearing him. More like she took pity on you. Ijiro shrugged and Mina giggled. I could see that Denki was about to blow a gasket, but Kendo placed her hand on his shoulder. This seemed to calm him down. Don't be like that. He is not wrong though, but you don't want to cause a scene here, right? Kendo asked him sweetly, and I could clearly see that Denki was sweating buckets. Of course not, dear, Denki said in an excited tone and smiled brightly. Whipped, both Ijiro and I muttered under our breath. I am pretty sure that Denki heard that, but he didn't react. Kendo seemed to be pleased after seeing that. Everything aside, I am still confused about how the two of you ended up together. Momo asked, but this time she was pointing towards their wedding rings. Wow, so Denki married Kendo. I never expected that. Oh, no, we are yet to marry. He had only proposed, Kendo said with a brilliant smile on her face, but that's still a lot of progress. He kept bothering me for a date. I agreed to a date so that he would stop bothering me. I found that he was a decent guy, so I decided to go on a second date and we never looked back, Kendo said and grabbed Denki's hand. By the way, all of you guys are invited, even though we haven't decided the date yet, Denki said, looked towards me. At least I am getting married, but a certain someone hasn't done that yet. Even though he had a head start, he finished with a smug look on his face. We have decided to take our time, there is no hurry. I said while nodding my head. Oh, right. I was going to forget these, Mina gasped and pulled out several wedding cards from her purse and handed out the cards. Her wedding was next week. So, what about you guys? I asked, looking towards Jiro and Ijiro. I haven't found the right girl yet, Ijiro said and shrugged. I want to concentrate on my band. Jiro said and started to explain that being a hero didn't suit her, so she decided to enter the music industry. After some time we finally decided to order food. I also found out that most of the students from our class were concentrating on their hero careers, but some of them weren't that lucky. Midoriya was finally able to become a hero and he was rising ranks fast because of his good nature, but Bakugo wasn't so lucky. Bakugo's hero license was revoked after he had an outburst in public when he tried to attack a civilian because he said that Deku was a better hero than him. Shoto has changed a lot and he was currently the top hero, and Endeavor was in jail after the truth about his family abuse came out in the open. I am not surprised by any of those endings. Chapter 329, Unwelcomed Guests. POV Rio. So, what are we going to do about their marriages? I mean, we can't stay here for that long. I mean, I don't know. How much time will pass in the Marvel world? I asked Momo while we were returning to the Yayarosa compound. Both of us were mildly drunk. After lunch, everyone decided to go for some barbecue and drinks, but we finally decided to call it a day. After all, everyone needed to return their homes. Momo said that it was really good weather, so we decided to walk. It took us almost 2 hours to reach the Yayarosa compound, but neither of us were complaining. After all, we weren't humans and walking only this much wasn't a problem for us. I have already calculated the date when we need to return for the wedding. You don't have to worry so much when I am here, Momo said with a proud look on her face. How did she even calculate that? I am pretty sure that the time zones in the HP world and the Marvel world are different. How did you differentiate the time gap between the HP world and the Marvel world? Unable to hold back my curiosity, I asked her. Well, it was something really simple. After all, we returned to this world after we had spent some years in the HP world, so it was pretty easy to find out the time difference between the MHA world and the HP world. You get it right? Momo asked me and I simply nodded my head. After all, she was completely right. Well, we are already here, I said while looking towards the Yayarosa compound. Though the others aren't back yet, I said while shaking my head. Momo also shook her head in disappointment, but she was disappointed because she missed the shopping trip. Do you want to have some ice cream? I asked Momo. Slowly a grin appeared on her face and she nodded her head like a little girl. I extended my hand towards Momo. She took my hand and intertwined her fingers with mine. With a grin I pulled her towards me and both of us started to walk towards the nearest ice cream parlor. When we finally returned from the ice cream parlor, we found that the others were already here. Well, everyone except our dads. Both of us entered the compound and found that the girls were already looking through the clothes that they had bought. Momo squealed in delight and joined them. To be honest, I would never understand why women are so enthusiastic about shopping. All of them looked really beautiful even when they were wearing normal clothes. I simply shrugged and decided to patiently wait for the girls to finish. A defeated sigh escaped from my lips. Apparently, Momo didn't miss the shopping trip, as Luna had bought clothes for her. Luna is a hacker. She is hacking the whole world. Luna is using her powers for the wrong purposes. I want to report to the GM. Back in the Marvel world. Kamartaj, Nepal. 3 weeks have passed since Rio and his girls have gone on a vacation. No one around the world seemed to have any problem with that, not even Flavia. After all, both Luna and Rio had informed her about their absence, but there was something that worried Flavia. Flavia picked up the teacup and took a small sip and then she rummaged through her potato chips bag. Potato chips were very important. She was deep in her thoughts. She was thinking about the warning Luna had given her before leaving. To be honest, she still had no idea if it was a warning or not, and that is why she was worried. Flashback. Flavia was having her usual tea party with Luna while chatting about various stuff. All of a sudden Luna stopped and looked upwards. Flavia also stopped and looked towards Luna. She knew that Luna was seeing something important. That is why she was concentrating on the vision so much. Only after a few seconds, Luna was done with her vision and she looked back towards Flavia. There is nothing to worry about. I just wanted to tell you that we will return after 1 month. Luna said with a smile and continued sipping her tea. Oh, that's good, though I would miss our tea parties, Flavia said with a smile and continued munching on her potato chips. Greet our guests before we return. Luna said cryptically and Flavia frowned after hearing Luna's words. Flavia was immediately worried and wanted to know what Luna meant, so she decided to ask Luna directly. Will someone come to this world? Flavia asked Luna, who continued to smile innocently. Who knows, forget that I said anything, Luna said, and Flavia frowned once again. There is no way she could forget something like that, but she also knew that Luna wasn't going to give her more information, at least not at this moment. Flashback ends. Flavia remembered that 3 weeks have passed since Rio and the girls have left, and Luna clearly mentioned that they are going to return after 1 month. Before she could continue with her current train of thoughts, a deep scowl appeared on Flavia's face when she felt space displacement energy from New York. Flavia wanted to curse. She never understood why everyone liked New York that much. Flavia needed to find out who or what it was. After all, Luna told her to greet the guests. A sparkling golden portal appeared in front of her and arrived near the bank of the Hudson River. Flavia looked around but didn't find anything, but she clearly noticed some mud trails going into the water. She scowled once again. Whatever came out of the portal was already gone. Flavia decided to follow the river stream so that she could find whoever or whatever came out of the portal. She badly wanted Rio to be here so that she could dump the responsibility on his shoulders. 2 magic circles formed under her feet and 2 formed on her palms while she started to float in the air. But before she could start following the river stream, another scowl appeared on her face and she already knew that it was going to be a long day when she felt another space displacement portal had opened in Texas. Flavia really wanted to find out who or what came out here, but she needed to investigate the new portal too. So, Flavia decided to follow the river stream for about 10 minutes, and if she didn't find anything then she would go to Texas after that. After all, she knew where the other portal had opened and there was no river to erase your traces. Chihuahuan Desert, Texas. Everything was completely calm and silent, except the hot breeze blowing through the desert. All of a sudden the wind started to blow erratically, and with a swish, a purple portal opened and 8 individuals were thrown out and all of them landed on the ground painfully. All of them groaned in pain. What the hell happened, Blink? A man within the group asked a purple-haired woman who was trying to get up. I did the best I could, Pyro. Only after jumping into the portal, I noticed that we aren't going through a normal portal. I had to use all of my power so that we could come out in one piece, but I still messed up the landing. The purple-haired woman said with a scowl on her face. I don't think that we are in our world any longer. A middle-aged black-skinned man said while he stood up with some difficulty. So, does any one of us have any idea about where we ended up? Because I don't. A blonde man said while dusting his clothes. Neither do I, Bobby. A middle-aged woman with a silver mohawk on top of her head said with a frown. She looked up towards the sun and her frown deepened. Storm. I don't know in which world we ended up, but I think that we are in Texas. A girl with black and white hair said while looking around. I was also thinking the same, it looked like the Chihuahuan Desert to me. The woman now recognized as Storm agreed with the other woman. I can't believe that he got away even after that. This was the best shot we had. Now, God knows where he will be hiding, a man growled and slammed his fist on the sand. Logan's right, we need to move quickly, we need to find him. A woman in a deep purple leotard started to speak when suddenly a sparkling golden portal opened in front of them. The whole group was already in their fighting stance and the woman who was talking with Logan formed two deep purple blades from her hands. All of them kept their guards when they saw a bald woman walked out of the portal with a neutral look on her face. The woman scanned through the whole group with a frown on her face. Oh, boy. This is going to be a problem. The woman said with a wry smile on her face. The group didn't know how to react to that statement, but the woman called Storm came forward. Who are you and what is your connection with Kamartaj? Storm asked in a neutral tone. I am the Sorcerer Supreme. As soon as Flavia finished saying that, she noticed that everyone frowned after hearing that. Flavia did have some ideas about why that was. By the way, how did you know about Kamartaj? Flavia asked them curiously. How can you be Sorcerer Supreme? What about Stephen Strange? The woman with black and white hair asked hysterically. Oh, boy. Strange didn't become the Sorcerer Supreme until 2017, so he is yet to become the Sorcerer Supreme. So, what is the year? The black-skinned man said dryly. Very astute, it is 2005 to be exact, Flavia said with a thin smile on her face. It means that the Xavier mansion is still there, that means we have the Cerebro, we can easily use it. The woman known as Blink gushed out excitedly, but she was cut off by Flavia. Sorry to ruin your hopes, but there is no Cerebro and Charles Xavier is dead. Flavia said in a neutral tone and the whole group gasped. How? Some of them gasped out in horror, seeing them react like that. Flavia could only smile wryly. Chapter 330, Differences and Visiting HP World. Chihuahuan Desert, Texas. How? Some of them gasped out in horror, seeing them react like that. Flavia could only smile wryly. Flavia knew that it would be best if she told them the truth, but currently, she was facing a dilemma. She had two options in front of her. She could slowly ease them into the truth, or she could be blunt, but from their expressions, she knew that they were in for a rude awakening. Yes, Flavia knew that the Charles Xavier in their world, or to be exact, in their dimension, might not be a fool and a good guy, so she will refrain from making any comments about their world's chair Xavier. After all, Luna had shown the possible differences between their own counterparts. He was killed by Jean Grey, Flavia said in a neutral tone, but she kept watching the group's reactions to that very carefully. Flavia didn't hide the truth, because hiding something like this could cause problems. Flavia noticed that no one from the group even flinched after hearing that Jean killed Charles Xavier. Looks like the Dark Phoenix got released much sooner in this world. Storm muttered under her breath, but Flavia clearly heard it. But for now, Flavia kept her mouth shut. She knew what the Dark Phoenix was, but she wanted to get more information before making any comments. How was she stopped? A young man asked from the side. Flavia mused for a few seconds before answering. The Dark Phoenix was never released in this world. As far as I know, Jean was completely herself when she killed Charles Xavier, Flavia said bluntly. This time everyone was shocked when they heard that Jean killed Charles even when she wasn't under the Phoenix's influence. What? Jean would never do something like that. Logan denied vehemently. Flavia simply sighed. This conversation wasn't going anywhere and she didn't want to spend the rest of the day tangled in a waste-of-time conversation. She was already missing her potato chips. She would also appreciate some tea. I can answer everything, but I will be blunt with my story, so please don't interrupt me. I have more important things to do, like looking for the other being that came from your world, so after explaining, I will have to drop you guys off at Elysium. Flavia stopped when she noticed a girl raised her hand like she was in a class. Flavia simply gestured towards the girl. What is Elysium? The girl asked, and everyone seemed to be interested in this question. It is the metahuman nation. Now, I will explain everything. Now, let's start. With that, Flavia started telling them about their timeline so that they could understand the difference between their world and this world. Flavia didn't accept any questions when she was explaining. The whole group looked somewhat lost when they heard the whole story. All of them had multiple questions, but all of them were wondering how strong this Leviathan guy was. After all, he had strong-armed the whole world. Who is this Leviathan? Storm asked. After all, she found that Leviathan was responsible for a lot of things. Flavia seemed to contemplate for a few seconds, but she decided to answer. You know about the Phoenix Force sealed inside Jean's body, right? Flavia asked, and to that everyone nodded their heads. This would make it a lot easier for Flavia to answer. The Phoenix Force is a cosmic entity that represents life force, resurrection, and things similar to that. Leviathan or Itsuki Ryo is a cosmic entity that represents destruction, ruin, and everything similar to that, Flavia explained, and the whole group had paled after hearing her words. So it would be best if you guys don't cause problems in Elysium. Now, you need to answer my questions. Who is the other being that came from your world to ours? Flavia asked in a serious tone. She didn't mind telling them about Ryo after all, he never hid it. We came to this world following. Storm started to tell Flavia about the being they followed here, and Flavia could already feel a huge headache. She just glared at the people in front of her with an annoyed look on her face. She wanted to dump the whole group in the Antarctic or some other frozen tundra. Flavia kept rubbing her temples in annoyance. This wasn't something she can deal with on her own, and the whole group didn't even know what they were dealing with. They were way out of their league, they just didn't know it yet. But Flavia deduced something very bad after hearing their story. The being didn't come here because it was running from these fools. The group might be strong, but they won't be able to pose any threat to that being. That means that the being came to this world because it needed something. Come on. I will take you guys to Elysium. Flavia said in a defeated tone. But what abo? A girl with purple hair started to mutter, but Flavia shot a dangerous glare towards her, successfully shutting up the woman. She is right, Blink, we need to take a rest, and currently, we have no way to look for him. This world is very different from ours. The black-skinned man said in a defeated tone. He is right, he came out near Hudson River, the trail is already gone. Logan muttered softly. Flavia nodded her head, seeing that the group won't be causing any unnecessary problems for now. A sparkling golden portal opened in front of Flavia, and all of them entered the portal one by one. POV Ryo. After bidding everyone farewell, we finally decided to leave the MHA world. Though we won't be returning to the Marvel world, we needed to pay a small visit to the HP world too. Dora, Luna, Fleur wanted to meet their families. As soon as I thought about it, a portal appeared right in front of us. The girls entered the portal one by one, and I was the last one to enter the portal. I walked out of the portal. I found myself standing in front of Castle Ravenclaw. It still looks the same, I said with a grin, and all the girls nodded their heads after hearing my statement. Looks like the elves are doing a really great job. Momo muttered under her breath. True, so where are we going first? Nat asked with a raised eyebrow. My eyes immediately turned towards Luna, Fleur, and Dora. The three of them looked towards each other, and nodded while looking towards each other intensely. Their looks were really intense, but what happened next made everyone face fault. They started to play rock, paper, and scissors. After a very short game of rock, paper, and scissors, Luna came out victorious. The game was rigged from the start. Luna knew every possible future. Jean said with a teasing grin on her face. I could understand Dora playing rock, paper, and scissors with Luna, but I didn't expect Fleur to do something like that. It seems that everyone can make mistakes. Understanding finally dawned on the two of them, and they started to glare daggers at Luna, who was smiling innocently. Luna, that wasn't fair. Dora whined and started to pout cutely, and Luna simply stared at Dora with a confused look on her face. I don't know what you are talking about, Nymphadora. Luna said with an innocent look on her face, and dodged the hexes from Dora without even looking. Dora was really annoyed that Luna used her forbidden name. Dora quickly understood that her hexes weren't going to hit Luna, so she stopped and resorted to glaring. We finally flash-stepped to the Rook. Luna's father was walking around the house using his hands. Well, this wasn't something odd when you are considering the love goods. Luna cast a couple of spells on her dress and joined her father. I didn't know that Luna could walk on her hands. The spells on her dress stopped her from getting exposed. Meeting Zeno was really an experience. He was eccentric like he has always been. None of us understood what the father and daughter duo were talking about. They were lost in their own world. Luna said that she was going to take her dad to the Marvel world to look around, so she teleported with her dad to the Marvel world. Stay safe, I said dryly, looking at the thin air in front of us. Both Fleur and Dora looked at each other and shrugged. After another game of rock, paper, and scissors, we concluded that we will be going to France to meet Fleur's family. Dora was sulking in the corner, and I had to give her some head pats to motivate her. We all flash-stepped to Fleur's home. Fleur's sister and mother were sitting outside the house, relaxing under the sun. As soon as Gabrielle saw her sister, she practically flew into Fleur's arms and started to babble away in French while poking Fleur from time to time. She seemed somewhat happy and annoyed at the same time. The rest of her greeted Fleur's mother, who happily greeted all of us and invited us inside, but we had no problem sitting outside, so we simply conjured ourselves some chairs and appalling called the house elves to bring us snacks and drinks. Fleur's father returned before lunch. We spent the whole noon in Fleur's house. It was already evening, and Fleur decided to spend some time with her parents, so she was going to stay here for dinner. So, after leaving Fleur's house, we finally arrived in front of Dora's house. Dora busted into the house in her usual grace and planted her face on the floor as soon as she entered the house. Dora wasn't much bothered by that though. She immediately bolted up and ran towards the kitchen. She found her mom and aunt were chatting in the kitchen. We also greeted the two of them. Both Andy and Chissa happily welcomed all of us. Ted finally arrived after a couple of minutes of our arrival. We decided to spend the night in Chissa's Island where everyone joined us for a small celebration. Chapter 331, Chapter 336. POV Rio. How have you been, Amelia? I asked the woman sitting in front of me. The woman was giving me a stink eye while she was fumbling with her coffee cup. I am surprised that you still remember me. After all, you did forget about me for 4 years. Amelia said in a slightly annoyed tone. I could only smile wryly after hearing that. I couldn't tell her about the other worlds now, can I? I am not going to make any excuses, but I did have a valid reason. I mused with a grin on my face. This seemed to irritate Amelia even more. So, how is married life treating you? I asked, and Amelia gave me a blank stare and snorted. Don't even start. Amelia deadpanned. After she moved to France with Susan, she still kept in contact with me even though her husband didn't like it. After all, Sirius hated me after the graveyard. To be honest, I couldn't be bothered by something like that. He is still a good guy who likes to fool around. Sometimes I wonder, why the fuck did I waste all of my life behind that fool? Amelia said and released a defeated sigh. He still acts like a baby. Amelia muttered under her breath while shaking her head. But everything is not bad. After getting married to him, I was finally able to relax. I have been married to him for a decade and since then, I have been relaxing. There is nothing to do, except lazing around, Amelia said with a small grin on her face. Good for you, you had worked really hard for the DMLE. I gave her genuine praise. She had worked very hard for that department, and if it was anyone besides her in that position, then they would have given up long ago. Thanks for the compliment, though. Sometimes I think that having that job would have been much better than lazing around while doing nothing, Amelia said with a melancholic look on her face. Getting stressed in the old age would have gotten you more wrinkles. I said with a sly grin, but I flinched when Amelia hit me with a stinging hex from under the table, though I only felt a tingle. If I wanted, I could have dodged it, but that would have annoyed her more. Who the fuck are you calling old, you brat? Amelia growled out dangerously and I simply smirked. Ah, my bad, I wanted to say mature beauty. I said with a smirk, and a grin appeared on Amelia's face. I could see that she was clearly amused. Humph. That's more like it. Even after having a harem you don't know how to treat a lady, though you can still be redeemed, Amelia said with a smug grin on her face. You know, coffee isn't working anymore. Let's go for a drink, Amelia said with a frown while staring towards her coffee cup. I thought for a couple of seconds and nodded my head. Sure, why not, but where are we going? I asked Amelia while I left some money on the table for the coffee. Both of us quickly walked out of the cafe and entered a back alley so that we can apparate without getting noticed. The world has changed a lot and the whole mundane world was riddled with CCTVs. Neither of us wanted to be in the interest, so a deserted alley was the best. It's a small bar near the ministry, Amelia said and extended her hand towards me. I took her hand and with a crack both of us disappeared from the alley and appeared inside a small room. An old man was sitting behind a table and he wasn't even surprised in the slightest when he noticed our sudden arrival. It's nice to see you, Amelia, especially after such a long time, the old man greeted Amelia in a shaky voice. I am surprised that you are still alive, old goat. I had thought that you had kicked the bucket, Amelia said in a teasing tone, and the old man simply snorted. Though it is nice to see you again, Morris, and I am glad that you are still alive and kicking, Amelia said with a smile on her face. So, what can this old man get for you? The old man asked in a shaky tone. I simply kept watching their conversation from the side. Get us a private table, old man, Amelia said, and the old man looked towards a board near the wall and pointed his finger towards table number 3. Amelia curtly nodded her head and gestured me to follow her. Both of us left the room and entered a moderately busy bar. Amelia led me towards table number 3. As soon as we sat down, a waitress arrived to take our order. I ordered whiskey on the rocks while Amelia ordered bourbon on the rocks. Only after a minute, the waitress returned with the drinks. As soon as the waitress left, Amelia pulled out her wand and she lightly tapped the table surface with her wand. The table hummed slightly and I felt some wards flare up around the table. Pretty neat. So, how do you like the place? Amelia asked me and picked up her glass from the table. It is pretty nice, though I never knew that this place hosted wizards and witches, I said and took a small sip from my drink. Of course you didn't know, only the higher-ups from the ministry knew about this place. We came here from time to have a drink without getting bothered, Amelia said with a smile on her face. We simply sat there while enjoying our drinks while chatting about some common stuff. In Marvel World, Elysium. I can't believe that they have built a safe place for us, mutants, a girl gushed out in an excited tone. I would ask you to refrain from calling us mutants. We are metahumans, a middle-aged woman with auburn hair said with a frown on her face. The previous girl looked really embarrassed and squeaked out an apology. Please, forgive her, Kaya. Oh see, she didn't mean to offend you, she is simply excited, the woman known as Storm said in an apologetic tone. It is no problem, Aurora, but some people will be really offended if they hear that term. After all, some of us have gone through a lot of bad stuff before Leviathan made this place for us, Kaya said in a bland tone, but there a fanatical glint in her eyes when she mentioned Leviathan's name. Some members of the group didn't fail to notice that glint. Though, I really hope that someday we could make a place like this for ourselves. What do you say, Kitty? The girl named Blink said in a cheerful tone. The first girl, now known as Kitty, frantically nodded her head with a grin on her face. Humph. If someone tries to do something like that, then they would simply send sentinels after them. The girl with white and black hair snorted. Rogue, you don't need to be like that. After all, everyone can dream, the guy named Bobby chastised the girl named Rogue with a frown on his face. Speaking about the sentinels, what happened to the Trask Industries? The man named Pyro asked Kaya in a curious tone. I don't know much, but from what I have heard, Leviathan had destroyed all of their branches and facilities when he was annoyed by the Trask Industries, Kaya said with a smile on her face. Kaya was sent by Eric so that she could show them around Elysium. The whole group didn't know what to say. After all, some of them felt it was wrong to mindlessly kill humans. After all, they were taught by Xavier, and the ones from the Brotherhood relished when they heard that the humans were taught about their place on the food chain. Looks like you seriously like this Leviathan guy, Logan commented offhandedly, but Kaya wasn't offended by it. Of course I do. He saved us when we were being persecuted for something out of our control. All of our rights were taken away. We were treated like animals. The metahumans in this country had it much better because after they were captured they were thrown into pits, but I can't say that about metahumans from some countries. Kaya retorted, and the group finally understood that the mutants in this world had more problems at the beginning, but now they were living happily because someone decided to kill anyone who tried to stop him. The whole group seemed to be deep in their thoughts after hearing Kaya's words. I think all of us are really tired today. It would be really nice if you could show us where we will be staying, Aurora said with a thoughtful look on her face when she saw that the whole group was deep in their thoughts. Of course, please follow me. Kaya nodded curtly and started to lead the whole group towards the place Eric had arranged for their stay. Chapter 332, Two Gifts. POV Rio. 5 days passed in a blink of an eye. Namuri needed to take care of her company in the HP world. That is why we had to stay for so long in the HP world. After all, a company won't run itself, and even though there are other people to take care of the business, Namuri needed to check if there were any discrepancies in the records or not. Momo, Fleur, and Aurora also traveled around different parts of the world to collect magical knowledge and books. According to Momo, they were liberating the books for better use. Yep. I knew how that sounded, but it is what it is. Aurora has decided to pick up spell crafting. According to her, spell crafting intrigues her. After arriving in the Marvel world, Momo had given up on spell crafting. She was more interested in making and inventing new stuff now, but she still loved reading new things, old things to be exact. Fleur was also like that, even though she was into enchanting things. You know. I had to take a leave for 1.5 months and it was over in just a week. It's not fair. Dora whined while pouting and stomped her feet on the ground like a little girl throwing tantrum. Don't be like that, Dora, you will still have 2 weeks of holidays after returning. Nat said while patting Dora's back. Yeah, you can still have your fun, you know, Aurora said gently while she was supporting Dora from the other side. Dora looked really cute with the silly pout on her face. You can even have Rio for a whole day after we go back. Fleur said. Hey. Don't decide without asking me, though I don't mind spending a day with Dora. Yeah sure, Dora, I said with a smile and started to give her head pats. Dora finally got back her motivation and happily nodded her head like a woodpecker. After getting Dora's hopes up, I finally imagined about returning to the Marvel world and a portal appeared right in front of me. The girls quickly entered the portal one by one and I was the last one to enter the portal. Is there any reason we appeared in the Nox? Momo asked curiously while looking towards me. I had no idea why it was like this, so I simply shrugged. I have no idea. This might be designated as our home location, like Yayarosa compound is marked as our home location in the MHA world, and Castle Ravenclaw in the HP world. I mused with a thoughtful look on my face and all of a sudden a frown appeared on my face. This isn't right. I think you are right, both Fleur and Momo said at the same time after hearing my words. So, you have already felt it, Rio. I knew that you would be able to feel it, Luna beamed with a bright smile on her face. You really are getting stronger. Luna said in an excited tone and started to skip around me. All the girls were immediately brought out of their thoughts and started to pay rapt attention to both me and Luna. What's up, Rio? Rumi asked curiously. I feel 3 infinity stones on this planet, but there should have been only 1 stone on this planet, I said with a scowl on my face. I have already absorbed the time and power stone, and I could feel that these stones were different. Oh, so will you be getting these stones? Namuri asked me curiously and I simply nodded my head. To be honest, I have no idea about what happened when we were not here, but since someone had worked hard to bring those stones for me, I will be a gentleman and accept the gift with open arms. So, what now? Nat asked, and I shrugged once again. Let's go back to Elysium. Even though I can feel those stones, I know that the stones are currently on Earth, but I can't locate their exact position. I think I will ask Flavia, she might know something, I said in a dismissive tone, and the girls nodded. Without saying anything more, all of us flash stepped to Elysium, well except Jean and Nat. They can't flash step on their own, so they were taken by the girls beside them. As soon as I arrived at our house, I went to my room to get my armor. It took me only a few seconds to put on my armor. As soon as I was done with my armor, I returned to the living room where the girls were. I kissed the girls one by one and flash stepped to Camartage after telling them that I would be back as soon as I am done. Rumi wanted to fight the person possessing the stones, but she knew that those stones were unpredictable and dangerous, so she backed off for now. Though I had to promise her several fights after I return. I arrived inside Flavia's room and found that Flavia wasn't there. I should have called her before coming here. Well, no harm done. I pulled out my phone and called Flavia. She picked up the call only after a couple of seconds. Hello. Rio, are you back? Flavia asked hurriedly. Yep. I am currently in your room, where are you? I asked her, but I didn't get an answer, and a sparkling golden portal opened in front of me. I shrugged dismissively and entered the portal. I appeared inside a room and scanned the whole room. Wow. I wasn't expecting this though. I saw Flavia was sitting with an unexpected group. They must be from some other reality. Come on Rio, take a seat, these guys here have a really interesting story to tell you, Flavia said with a mysterious look on her face. I waved my hand and conjured a chair for myself and sat down. As soon as the group saw me, they were on guard. That's a plus point. I felt the story as soon as I returned. That is why I went looking for you, I said while giving Flavia a meaningful look. Did Luna tell you something? Flavia asked me curiously, and I simply shook my head. You know that she can't, or she would risk changing the whole timeline. I said, and Flavia simply nodded her head. After all, she knew a lot of things about the pesky laws related to time. So, what is this interesting story you wanted to tell me about? I looked towards the group and asked them with a raised eyebrow. I have already noticed Aurora, but I wasn't bothered by it. After all, she wasn't my Aurora. I will treat her like any other normal person. As you might have already deduced, we are from a different dimension or reality, like Flavia called it, Aurora said softly, and I simply nodded and gestured her to continue. We arrived in this world a week ago while we were chasing an android, a very dangerous android to exact, Aurora said slowly, and I was already getting a headache. I simply raised my hand and stopped her. I just want to ask one thing, which infinity stones are in the possession of this certain android? I asked dryly, and this seemed to make the whole group nervous. I am waiting. I said blandly, as none of them wanted to answer. It is the space stone and the soul stone. Flavia deadpanned, and the headache I was feeling increased by several folds. Don't get me wrong, I was really happy that I would be getting the soul stone. After all, I was still unable to feel the soul stone, and here someone brought me the same stone wrapped like a gift. But the problem was the space stone. Since the group is sitting in front of me, the android could use the space stone, which means that he could run away and I won't be able to follow him, but I can't lose this chance. I want the soul stone. But if I want to stop the android from running away, I will be needing powers over space, and there is only one way to get space powers so quickly. I need to absorb the space stone of this world. This is going to ruin a lot of my plans, meaning Loki won't be coming to this world. By the way, how did the android get his hands on the soul stone? I asked curiously. After all, I am pretty sure that it didn't get the stone by sacrificing its battery. I wasn't interested about the space stone because the Tesseract has been on Earth since Odin hid it here. He took the stone from Tony Stark, John or Pyro said while gritting his teeth. The android got the soul stone from Tony. How the fuck? From where did Tony get the soul stone? I asked in a slightly bewildered tone. He took the responsibility to protect the soul stone after they killed Thanos on Titan during the Battle of Saturn. A black-skinned man said. I immediately recognized him. He was Bishop, or Lucas Bishop, from the movie X-Men Days of Future Past. Did the snap never happen in your world? I asked once again to make sure, and the whole group gave me weird and confused looks after hearing my question. Now I am sure that Thanos' snap never happened in their world. Bishop said that he was killed on Titan during the Battle of Thanos. It means that their world is similar to the comics world. After all, Thanos was born on Saturn's moon Titan in the comics, but in the movies, his birthplace was some exoplanet named Titan. And the space stone? I asked even though I knew the answer. The whole group looked somewhat ashamed. It confirmed that I was right. We were given the space stone to protect. The android took the stone from Professor Xavier, Logan said in a neutral tone. Oh, that bastard is alive in their world. No surprise that they lost the stone. After all, it was Xavier who decided to help Sublime when his sister came to Earth for revenge. I will take care of it, I said and got up from my seat. Looks like it's time to give Fury another heart attack. Chapter 333, An Agent's Thoughts. POV Rio. Stop. Take us with you, we might not be strong like you but we can hold our own ground. Just before I could use Flash Step, I heard Rogue's or Marie's voice from the back. I stopped and turned around so that I could look directly into her eyes. I think you simply don't understand what you are dealing with and all of you will be simply dead weight. I said coldly and started intently. Marie slightly cowered after hearing my cold words. No one in the group was happy after hearing my words but none of them refuted since they knew that this was truly out of their league. You should at least hear about the powers the android possesses. Aurora said in a neutral tone and I knew that she was right. After all, I didn't even know that android's name and going in blindly would be stupid when the android possesses 2 infinity stones. So, I simply gestured Aurora to continue. The android's name is Nimrod. It is an extremely advanced android. It is made with extremely durable metals and it can also fix itself. Not much is known about its powers because we arrived as soon as he got the space stone in his possession. Tony Stark would have been able to give you more information, Aurora finished with a small frown on her face. That was basically nothing. She basically didn't tell me anything except the name. I already knew those things about Nimrod from the comics. I knew that he could completely configure his body to defeat his enemies but he must have information about them. I wonder how much information does it have regarding me. I see. I said with a blank look on my face and I used Flash Step to appear right outside of JDEM facility. JDEM facility, Mojave Desert. Is the Tesseract reacting now? Fury growled out with an annoyed look on his face. It has been a week since he had been annoyed because of the Tesseract. No one knew why but the Tesseract had started to act weirdly. Agent Maria Hill could only shake her head in denial. No sir, there have been no changes in the weird energy readings, Hill said in a neutral tone and this made Fury scowl even more but he didn't scream or shout. After all, he knew that it wasn't anyone's fault. Agent Hill, keep me posted. Fury said and the screen turned off. Hill shook her head and released a defeated sigh. She has been under a lot of pressure since the Tesseract had started acting weirdly. Somehow, the World Council found out about this and they have been relentless to know about the progress. All of a sudden the whole building shook and alarms started to blare. Her hand immediately shot towards her ear. She pressed the earpiece. What the hell happened? Hill roared in an urgent tone. She was already stressed and she didn't need anything new on her plate. Ma'am. Leviathan's here, the men from the other side answered while stuttering. Hill would have torn into her underling for stuttering if she herself wasn't shaking in fear. After all, it was a common human reaction. Hill's face was completely pale now, and she shuddered once again. There was no way that she could stop Leviathan. She knew that there was a huge chance that she was going to die today but she would carry out her duty. She gathered back all of her bearings and called Fury with the computer in front of her. It didn't take much time for Fury to pick up the video call. Hill. Reinforcements are already on their way. We can't have Leviathan get his hands on the Tesseract. Fury barked and the call was disconnected. Hill's hand robotically went towards her earpiece. Agent Barton, take the Tesseract to the vault, Hill said in a monotone. I am already on the way, ma'am, Barton's voice was heard from the other side. Hill stood up from the seat and checked her gun. Yep, it was loaded but it won't do her any good and she also knew that. Hill walked towards the cupboard and took out 2 grenades from there. She kept them for emergencies and this was definitely an emergency. After that she quickly rushed out of the room. She was heading straight towards the vault. From time to time Hill was shaking her head. She knew that her job was dangerous and she could die anytime but know that the death is slowly creeping up on her. She found her resolve to be somewhat lacking. Hill finally arrived in front of the lift, and as soon as she entered the lift, she pressed the passcode for the vault, but for whatever reason, the doors weren't closing. Before she could do anything, she started to hear footsteps. Someone was coming in this direction, metallic footsteps. The door was also not closing. It wouldn't take a genius to figure out who it was. She felt several chills run down her spine. Her instincts screamed at her, telling her to run away but she stood frozen in her place. Ma'am, we are already here, where are you? Barton's voice came through but Hill failed to answer. She felt a lump stuck in her throat when Leviathan or Rio finally appeared in front of her, in his ever-glorious red armor. Fury wanted to take down this monster with guns. What a joke. Hill thought, and with shaking hands, she pulled the grenade pins. God damn it. Seal the door, Hill is Kia, Barton's voice sailed through her earpiece. She would have smiled if the situation was better but she was going to be killed in action, just like Barton said. POV Maria Hill. I was simply waiting for the grenades to explode but it seemed that Leviathan didn't agree with me. The grenades sailed out of my hands and landed on his. The grenades were surrounded by a purple glow and the grenades disintegrated into thin air. What kind of power was that? TSK. 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 A grenade can be really harmful if it is not handled with care. Looks like SHIELD agents lack some training, he said in an amused tone and the doors finally closed. I remained completely silent. After all, what can I do? Aren't you going to pull out that gun? He asked me curiously. Hell. He wasn't even slightly bothered by the fact that I still had a gun on me, but why would he be? After all, he had absolute control over metals from what I have read in the reports. It won't do me any good. I said in a somewhat shaky tone, never in my life, I have been so afraid, and if I survive, this is going to be my life's greatest shame. Ah, you don't need to be scared. I will let you go, probably. Hee hee, by the way, thanks for the passcode, the last guys weren't helpful as you, so I had to persuade them. He said in a cheerful tone and stood beside me with a smile. What are you going to do with the Tesseract? I asked him after some time. I didn't know how I was able to get the courage to ask him something like that. He gave me a blank stare for a couple of seconds. I was getting slightly worried until he finally burst out laughing. Ah, sorry, I didn't mean to laugh like that, but I just remembered something funny. For now, it will be a surprise. Agent Hill, do you like surprises? He asked with a serious look on his face, but after he finished speaking, a gentle smile appeared on his face. Chapter 334, The Space Stone. A/N. I simply decided to give up on the idea of going to the cultivation world to destroy it. The complaints are getting really annoying and I simply no longer want to write anything new and just continue with the already decided story. But I simply want to ask the readers who are still complaining, do you think the gods of destruction from the Dragon Ball universe or Galactus are evil because they destroy worlds? They just do it because they have to do it. They are neither good nor evil. That concept doesn't even affect them. POV Maria Hill. All of a sudden the lift stopped with a jerk. I think Barton's team had cut off the power. From the corner of my eyes, I looked towards Leviathan. He had a thoughtful look on his face. I knew that cutting off the lift's power would simply slow him down. Looks like they cut off the elevator's power. So cute, Leviathan mused in an amused tone, and the lift started to move again without power. They are trying to slow you down, I said while gritting my teeth. He simply looked at me with a raised eyebrow. He looked really confused. I know why they are trying to slow me. After all, the reinforcements are on their way, but I simply don't understand why he is sending so many men to die. I mean, even if Fury nuked me, it won't cause me any problems, Leviathan said with a confused look on his face. I have no idea how to react after hearing his words. I shuddered once again. Why do you hate humans? I asked him, but before he could answer we finally reached the vault floor. The lift doors opened without making a sound. Everything was dark. Looks like you people don't like guests, or you people are just perverts who like to have a go in the open. Leviathan said dryly, and I was completely speechless. He is simply crazy. All of a sudden, the whole hall was filled with a red light. Fuck. Is that the particle cannon? I instinctively moved towards the corner and Leviathan simply raised his hand. I quickly curled myself, but my eyes were on Leviathan. There was a chance that I was going to die too, but it would be fine if Leviathan also goes down with me, but something in my mind tells me that I will be disappointed. The shot was finally fired and Leviathan didn't do anything. The shot collided with his hand and stopped. I simply started with wide eyes. Something like this shouldn't be possible. The particle cannon could vaporize someone like the Hulk, and he simply stopped the shot with his hand. What kind of opponent are we even facing? The particle cannon finally powered down and Leviathan simply shrugged and lowered his hand. He looked towards me and gave me a complicated look. That was disappointing. I thought that you guys would have better weapons. After all, I didn't break in here much sooner only because of that reason. Leviathan said in a disappointed tone. Wait. He knew about this place for all this time. I got up and gave him a complicated look, but I didn't say anything. Let's go. You said you wanted to see what I did with the Tesseract, right? He asked, and I simply nodded my head. As for your question, why I hate humans, he said, and I nodded my head once again, and I started to follow him as he started to walk. I don't hate humans, it's plain and simple like that. They get in the way, so I simply remove them. It is nothing personal. Well, some guys annoy me more than they should, and I simply kill them after I finish breaking their minds, Leviathan said in an indifferent tone, and I simply shuddered in horror. He said all that like he was talking about the weather. Now, don't get me wrong, if the metahumans were getting in my way then I would have killed them too. It's nothing personal, just like I had said previously, he said and shrugged once again. At this moment I reached a very dangerous conclusion. Leviathan didn't even consider us as threats, and he could erase us completely if he thinks that we are getting in his way. He was simply amused watching us try so hard and ultimately fail. I stopped my musings when we finally arrived in front of the vault. All of a sudden a translucent barrier surrounded me. I gave Leviathan a questioning look and he simply smirked. Since I have decided not to kill you, I can't have you dying now because of friendly fire. He finished with a grin and I stood there completely stumped. Now, let's go inside, he said in a cheerful tone, and then he turned towards the vault. I also followed his gaze and saw that a human-sized hole had started to form on the vault door. It took him only a few seconds to blow a hole through the door, and as soon as he did that, shots started to fire from the inside, but the bullets didn't even reach Leviathan and stopped in front of him and dropped on the ground. Leviathan quickly entered inside the vault. I was immediately worried that he would start killing everyone inside, so I quickly followed him. I knew that I didn't have any power over him, but I could still beg, but he didn't do that. he didn't even bother with any one of them, he simply started to walk towards the Tesseract. Barton and his men finally stopped shooting. They also noticed me and started to give me questioning looks, but I didn't pay them any attention. Watching Leviathan was much more important. All of them followed my gaze and they also decided to follow my example. Leviathan, don't do this. If you take that, you will be starting a war with the whole world. We already know the location of Elysium. Barton said, trying to sound diplomatic. Shut up, you stupid fuck. Do you think he cares about that? He will simply crush the whole world if we wage a war against him. Is that so? Sure, have a go at it, Leviathan said in a dismissive tone and grabbed the Tesseract with his bare hands. He started to put pressure on the Tesseract and cracks started to form. The Tesseract finally exploded, sending a shockwave throughout the room. Everyone in the room besides Leviathan and I were blown away. I was protected by the translucent barrier Leviathan had erected around me. Leviathan carefully picked up a glowing blue shard. He blew away the remaining dust from his hand. His armor retracted on its own. My eyes landed on the stone or shard in his fingers and I could feel unimaginable powers coming from the stone. Leviathan slowly grabbed the stone and with a blue flash the stone was absorbed by him. Leviathan's whole body started to glow with blue color. The glow didn't last for long and he was back to normal. He turned towards me and the barrier around me disappeared. You saw that right? Tell Fury that I was in a good mood today, so I decided to spare the lives of his reinforcements, Leviathan said while waving at me, and disappeared. As soon as he was gone, I felt like an invisible pressure was lifted from me and I simply dropped to the ground. I think I need to reevaluate my whole life. POV Rio. As soon as I finished absorbing the space stone, I could feel the space around me. I mean literally feel like a physical object. So, I decided to leave the place so that I could test my new powers, so I appeared on Namiri's island. I quickly started to play with my powers. It felt really amazing. My powers have increased by several folds and now, I also understood several things about space. Flash step now seemed to be obsolete to me. I could easily destroy our whole solar system now with a little bit of effort. The power coursing through my body was completely intoxicating, but I knew that I shouldn't lose myself in this feeling. Slowly I reined back all of my emotions and I started to play with my new space powers. I could open portals to other worlds, but I needed to know where I was going, or at least I should have some idea. A simple picture would also work. I could lock down the space around me, stopping any kind of teleportation method. I need to test this power on Luna. After all, she said that no one could stop her from teleporting, but I was basically locking down the space. I could do that later. The best power I got after absorbing the space stone was intangibility. I was like Obito but without his weakness, because unlike him I wasn't sending a part of my body into another dimension. When I used this power, I would simply be existing out of space. I could also make unbreakable barriers. Well, not exactly unbreakable, since if someone else has stronger space powers than me they would be able to break the barrier. I could also travel to MHA and HP worlds on my own now. The range of my time powers also increased by several folds. I could probably cover the whole galaxy with my power now. Now, I wonder how strong I will be after I absorb all of my powers. I can't wait to get the soul stone now. I wonder what kind of powers I will get after absorbing that stone. Now, let's go and deal with the Nimrod on steroids. A/N, 600k plus words count, author-san wants a candy. Chapter 335, The Soul Stone. A/N, guys, I would like some suggestions regarding the mission for the Bleach world. I do have some ideas, but I would also like to get some ideas from you guys. The Sanctuary, Asteroid Belt. An armor-clad titan could be seen sitting on a floating throne with a deep frown on his face. He was twirling a scepter with a glowing yellow gem in his hand. Some time ago he felt the space stone disappear. He had been keeping an eye on that stone for some time. The space stone was necessary for his plans. He looked down and his eyes landed on his newest pawn. Loki of Asgard. He had some plans for Loki and he had declared that he would help Loki to conquer Earth. In return he needed the Tesseract. But all of a sudden, his minions had lost the connection with the space stone. It was like that the space stone had simply disappeared into thin air. At first he had thought that someone had destroyed the stone. There were only a handful of beings who could do something like that, but it was still possible. But his sensors didn't pick up any kind of energy discharge. It was like the stone had disappeared into thin air. This was really bad for his plans. He needed all the stones to fulfill his ambition. After he saw the readings from the sensors he knew that he should investigate this matter, and sending some underling won't do. But before that, he needed to send someone to Morag. He had a feeling that someone else has been also collecting the stones. Send the accuser to Morag. I have waited long enough, the Titan said in a majestic manner, looking down towards one of his servants. Yes, sire. The servant answered back in a devoted tone and quickly left. The Titan's eyes shifted towards another servant. Gather the Black Order and prepare the ship. We are leaving. The Titan said and leaned back in his throne. POV Rio. Now that I had finished checking my new powers, I decided to continue my mission. After all, I had already wasted a lot of time, so I closed my eyes and started to scan the whole planet. Doing something like this with the space stone was easy. After about half a minute, 2 such energy signatures finally pinged inside my mind. Got you, but a deep frown appeared on my face. Something didn't feel right. It was like that the stones have been drained of their powers. Is that even possible? Their energy signatures were really weak, like almost non-existent. I decided to use the powers of the space stone to teleport, and the next moment I found myself in front of an abandoned mine in the middle of woods. I looked around and shivered. Wrong turn vibes. Jokes aside, I didn't even feel anything. I simply willed the very fabric of space to bring me here, and here I am. I didn't know the exact name of this place, but I was somewhere in New York. I didn't even know places like this existed inside New York. I quickly locked down the space around us. Even though the stones didn't seem to have any power, I didn't want to take any chances. Surprises can be also harmful to you. It didn't even take me a second to lock down the whole area. There will be no teleporting now, no matter what kind of power you use. I had already located the so-called android. I felt Nimrod. It was made of vibranium and adamantium. No wonder they found it really hard to kill it. Since I had already locked down the space, I decided to go fuck it and go in guns blazing. With that thought, I used the power of Power Stone and blew apart the whole mine. I am pretty sure that if Nimrod was alive, then he would have died due to a heart attack. Nimrod was somewhat buried under the rubbles. With some difficulty it turned towards me and spoke up. Leviathan. Nimrod said while looking towards me. I am pretty sure that I wasn't in their universe. He must have collected a lot of information after coming to this universe. I am flattered that you know of me, I said in a cheerful tone and started to walk towards it. I used my powers to pull it out of the rubbles. I could already see the 2 stones embedded in its left hand. I don't have any quarrel with you, Leviathan. I also don't want to do anything with the metahumans of this universe. Nimrod started to spout some bullshit, but I wasn't interested in the tripe he was spouting. I arrived in front of it and with a clank, its knees cracked and dropped in front of me. Do you really think I would be worried about something like that? I want those from you, I said while pointing towards its left hand. Nimrod looked down and found that his whole arm was missing. Its left arm was in my hands and I quickly plucked out the stones from its arm and threw back the arm to Nimrod like it was thrash. The fuck it did to the stones? There is no juice in them. I looked towards Nimrod. The fuck did you do with the stones, tin can? I asked while glaring. But instead of answering, it shot lasers from its eyes. I wasn't even bothered by the lasers as they were blocked by something invisible before they could reach me. I rolled my eyes in annoyance and pulled out its eyes using my power. Will you answer? Don't make me pull the answers from your hard drive. I growled out in annoyance. They have been like that since I arrived in this world. After a few seconds, Nimrod finally decided to answer. There must be a reason why the stones are simply stones. A/N, Rio was born 8 months ago. When I started this fanfic, that is why he doesn't have knowledge related to the Loki series. I ain't an asshole, so he has to follow the timeline and shit. Squinting face with tongue, squinting face with tongue, squinting face with tongue, squinting face with tongue. I wonder if I can absorb these paperweights. The armor on my right hand retracted and grabbed the space stone. With a blue glow, I absorbed the space stone, and I felt my powers increase by several folds. I didn't gain anything new, but my raw power did receive a massive boost. That felt really nice, I said after absorbing the stone. I also got the location of their universe. My eyes finally landed on the soul stone in my armor-clad palm. Slowly I grabbed the soul stone and my whole body was surrounded by an orangish glow. After a few seconds, the glow finally subsided. I felt the new power coursing through my whole body, and I immediately knew why someone decided to create the test for the soul stone. It gave you power over souls. All life was based on souls. In other words, it simply gave me powers over life. I could control and manipulate a being's soul to do my bidding. I could bring back dead people to life even if they didn't have bodies. I could call souls from death's realm to fight for me. I could already feel all life within our galaxy and some other galaxies around us. That wasn't all. I could call a soul to the physical world to have a chat. I also gained my own pocket dimension. For now, the dimension was entirely made up of shallow water underneath a dim orange sky, like it was shown in the movies. This is where Thanos talked with Gamora after he snapped away half of this universe's life. Well, it was completely customizable. I will do that later. A/N, I know that the dimension changed according to a person, but I decided to use Thanos' version when Rio saw the dimension for the first time, but it's customizable for him, so it won't be a problem. I could also call a soul in this dimension if I want to have a chat with them, and no time will pass outside the dimension. When I am having a chat with someone, this dimension existed outside time, so the normal laws of time didn't apply to this dimension. Now that I was finally done checking out my new powers, I looked down towards Nimrod, the android that brought me such awesome gifts. That is why I am going to let him go. Do I feel bad for the people or metahumans in their dimension? Fuck no. They built this thing, so it is their responsibility. Nimrod, This is your lucky day. For such awesome gifts, I am going to send you back and I will even fix you, I said happily, and a green ring formed on my hand. The damage on Nimrod started to reverse and his eyes were fixed. After that his arm was also fixed, and after that, the scratches were also gone. I stopped pressuring it with my power and it finally stood up. Thank you, Leviathan, Nimrod said in a robotic voice, but I could feel that it was grateful. With a small gesture, a rip in the space was opened beside Nimrod. Nimrod gave me another grateful nod and entered the rip in the space. See, people say that I am a bad guy even after I do so much good. Even an android was grateful towards me. I wiped away an imaginary tear from my eye and teleported back to Elysium. Chapter 336, War on the Horizon. A/N, there will be only 4 women from Bleach X Food Wars world. I have already selected one woman as author's choice, and it is Anohana Retsu. I don't think that anyone will mind her addition to the harem. Now, that leaves only 3 spots for the harem. I wanted to ask if you guys want 2 girls from Bleach and the last one from Food Wars. If that's the case, then like the yes comment in this paragraph and like the no if you don't agree with it. The vote for the last 3 women will be done tomorrow. Also mention the names of the girls you want to see in the voting list. Peace. SHIELD Headquarters, New York. It has been a couple of hours since Fury has been fiddling with his intergalactic pager. It has been some time since most of the governments have found the location of Elysium, but no one wanted to make the first move. After all, no one wanted to attract Leviathan's ire towards their country. But that was going to change today. The news of Leviathan destroying the Tesseract has reached the ears of the World Security Council, and only after a few minutes, they have called an emergency meeting. This was the last straw for the World Security Council, and they won't shy away from war now that Leviathan had to destroy such a resource. But he needed to wait for the official word. Only after that, he would call his intergalactic friend. But that wasn't the only problem. Only now he has received Barton's and Hill's reports. They clearly mentioned that Leviathan absorbed a glowing shard from the Tesseract. According to Hill, Leviathan only wanted the shard, not the Tesseract. It could be the power source of the Tesseract, and if that was the case, then they were in real trouble, and they couldn't allow Leviathan to have such power when he already had so many powerful mutants under his command. All of them should have been under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s control. After all, no one with so much power should be left unsupervised. Unknown location. Leaders of various countries could be seen sitting inside a closed meeting room with their personal translators sitting beside them. 5 individuals could be seen sitting in the center of the room. They were members of the World Security Council. A lot of world leaders were attending the meeting through video calls, but all of them were present. When the members of the World Security Council saw that all of the members were present, they decided to start the meeting. Alexander Pierce stood up from his seat and looked around the room dramatically. I won't waste our time. All of us are facing a great danger. Today, about 3 hours ago, Leviathan destroyed the Tesseract. Alexander Pierce said coldly. Some gasps were heard throughout the room, but Alexander stopped when he saw someone raise up his hand. The leader whispered something into his translator's ear, and the translator spoke up. What exactly is this Tesseract? The translator asked in a respectful tone. The Tesseract was an unlimited source of energy. We have been trying to harness its power. If we had succeeded, then we would no longer have energy problems. Alexander only said the good points. After all, there was no way that the World Security Council would confess that they were making weapons. All of a sudden the woman beside Alexander Pierce read something on her phone and paled. She jumped up from her seat and showed it to Alexander. Alexander frowned and then paled. Looks like there is more bad news for us. It seems that Leviathan never wanted the Tesseract. He wanted its power source, Alexander said, and his whole body was shaking. A lot of whispers broke out in the room. A lot of you might not know it, but the Tesseract was used by the Nazis to create weapons. I don't even want to imagine what kind of weapons Leviathan will make now. Alexander said while shaking his head. What kind of weapons are we talking about here? A certain king from a hidden country asked curiously. After all, they never needed to involve themselves with the outside affairs of the world, but that didn't mean that they would ignore a possible threat. Alexander and the other members of the World Security Council internally smirked when they saw King Chaka asked such a question. Now if they could get Wakanda involved in this, they would greatly benefit from this. World-ending type weapons. The Nazis didn't use those weapons because they wanted to take over the world, Alexander said in a disappointed tone while shaking his head. More whispers broke out in the room. That could be problematic, Chaka said and leaned back in his chair. Alexander came forward with a miserable look on his face. That is why we need to stop this. We can't allow Leviathan to continue like this. He could cause the destruction of this whole world, and Elysium also needs to be destroyed. They can't be unsupervised with all that power, Alexander said, and a lot of leaders started to agree with Alexander. With King Chaka. What do you think we should do, father? A young Chala asked his father. They were currently in their car, traveling towards the airport so that they could go back to Wakanda. Their private jet was already waiting there. Chaka looked thoughtful for a few seconds. For now, I don't know, son. I don't want ourselves to involve with matters of the outside, but we might not have any other choice. Before deciding anything, I would need to investigate this matter more deeply, Chaka said with a smile on his face. Chala simply nodded his head after hearing his father's words. He was too small to be present in the meeting, but his father told him about the meeting. After all, he was teaching his son about how to be a good king. POV Nat. So, they finally decided to declare war against Elysium and Rio. Bunch of fools, we might be living on a small island, but our Rio could destroy continents with a wave of his hand. Rio has also absorbed the space stone now, then he must be more powerful now. The meeting room didn't have any cameras, but that didn't mean that they could stop me. I could have hacked their phones to get the audio, but that wasn't the only way. I asked Dora to infiltrate the meeting. It was a piece of cake for her. She even streamed the whole meeting with her phone. Needless to say, I watched the whole meeting. I was quite surprised to see that the King of Wakanda was also present. That was something pretty rare. I wonder what they are going to do. We might face some minor problems if Wakanda decides to join the war effort. I sighed and leaned back on my chair while putting my feet on the table. Boring. I really need some action. Let's search for some big-time criminals. Taking them out might be interesting. With that thought, I started to look for the big-time villains from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database. It was going to take some time even with Momo's satellite network. Boom. The whole house trembled due to the explosion. God damn it, Fleur. Don't bring down the whole house. POV Rio. After sending off Nimrod, I decided to return to the room where Flavia was chatting with the group. They also needed to go back. I arrived inside the same room, but now, I found that my Aurora and Jean were also there chatting with the X-Men from another universe. My Aurora and Jean noticed me as soon as I arrived, so, the whole group from another universe also noticed me. Did you find Nimrod? Rogue asked me in a hopeful tone. Yeah. I found him and sent him back to your universe, I said in a cheerful tone. I was really happy with the loot I got from Nimrod. The whole group paled after hearing my words. Do you know what you have done? Bobby roared in fury, but I didn't even bother with him. Hey, he came from your universe, so it is your responsibility. After all, I am not the one who made him, I said with shrug dismissively. Do you have any idea how many metahumans would die because of that? Aurora from the other universe asked me in a dangerous tone. Nope, no idea, not that I care. Blame Tony Stark of your world, he made Nimrod, I said and shrugged again. I could tell that the group in front of me didn't appreciate my words, but just like I said, it wasn't my problem, and Nimrod was such a good android. He brought me 2 Infinity Stones. Can you send us back to our world? It was Bishop who asked me that question. The rest of the group started to give him weird looks. It is clear that he isn't bothered by Nimrod's kill count. It would be better if we could go back and stop him on our own. Bishop and everyone seemed to contemplate after hearing his words. Yeah, sure. I said in a cheerful tone and opened a rip in the space. All of them gave me dirty looks and entered the portal one by one. The rip in the space was closed as soon as all of them entered the rip. I think they don't know that you took the stones, Jean said with an amused look on her face. Nope, they don't. Flavia, is there a way you could travel from one reality to another reality or hop to other dimensions? I asked Flavia in a curious tone. It could be done, in theory. First of all, I would need the location of the other dimension or reality. It's doable but really complicated, Flavia said with a frown on her face. I can't do something like that, but I think Strange might be able to do it. After all, he is destined to be the greatest sorcerer supreme. Flavia said with a thoughtful look on her face. Oh. I really wanted to fight my double. She didn't seem to be weak, Aurora said with a grin on her face. I am quite familiar with that grin. I have seen that smile multiple times on Rumi's face. Looks like Aurora has gained some of Rumi's traits after training with her for so long. You might get your wish. I think they will be probably back for the stones. I said in an amused tone. Enough about them. Now that I have the space stone, I can free Hela. Let's see if I can find her or not. Chapter 337, Powers, and the Red Room, POV Rio. After a couple of minutes, all of us finally returned to our house. Flavia bid us farewell and left saying that she had something to do. I arrived followed by Jean and Aurora and found a younger Fleur was being scolded by Momo. What happened? I asked curiously, and I am sure that something has happened. After all, Fleur was currently looking like a middle schooler. She blew herself up, Momo snarked, looking really angry. Fleur simply cowered under Momo's scathing glare. It was a calculated risk, and I knew that I was going to come back. It's not like I can die, Fleur whined and started to pout cutely. Wow, so she blew herself up. Fleur, you shouldn't take unnecessary risks because you are going to come back, I said while I sat down beside her. Fleur looked towards me and used her deadliest attack, puppy dog eyes. Ugh. Critical damage, she looked so cute. Fine, just be more careful from now on, we can't have you bringing down the whole house. I said, and she happily nodded her head. Momo shot me an annoyed look, but she just humphed and didn't say anything for now. So, how long are you going to stay like that? I asked her curiously. Half an hour probably. It takes me a total of 4 hours to completely grow up after dying, Fleur said with a thoughtful look on her face. If I become stronger then I will be able to resurrect directly into my adult form within seconds, Fleur said with a proud look on her face. The phoenix says that you could become even stronger. You are a true phoenix. When you reach your strongest, you will be unkillable, Jean said in a cheerful tone. That's way more impressive than resurrecting. I am also unkillable as long as I have any kind of energy inside my body, Aurora said with a proud look and puffed out her chest. Damn, that's cheating, but I am pretty sure there aren't any things like unkillable. After all, the creation god killed me. Yes, we can't be killed permanently, but we can still be killed. Jean, are you like her too? Momo asked curiously while looking towards Jean. All of our eyes turned towards her. Jean looked thoughtful for a few moments. She must be having a chat with her phoenix. The phoenix said, I am still killable, but when I become strong enough to wield all of her powers, I will be a pseudo-immortal. Jean said in an unsure tone. After all, she didn't know this herself. The phoenix gave her the information. What about you, Momo? I asked Momo, who simply shook her head with a smile. No fancy powers like that, Momo said with a grin. To be honest, I have no problems because of that. After all, I don't like fighting. When I was young, things were different, but now, I simply want to research and invent new things. Momo said with a grin. I understand what she is saying, but it would have been better if she had some powers like that. Oh, love, don't need to be worried like that. I might not have any fancy powers like them, but as long there is a sun, I am practically invulnerable. My body keeps absorbing the sun's radiation all the time, but if I actively absorb the sun's power then I will practically heal before getting injured, Momo said with a small smile on her face and pulled me into her arms. Looks like I was worried for no reason. By the way, where are Namuri and Luna? I asked, and Fleur perked after hearing the question. Luna said she wanted to buy some new stations, so Namuri took Luna with her, Fleur said, and I simply nodded my head. Looks like Luna wants to control the media. Good for her, I guess. And what about Nat and Dora? I asked, and Fleur simply pointed towards the direction of the Nat cave. Pfft. I need to stop saying that. I don't know much, but Nat asked Dora to infiltrate some meeting, Momo said, trying to remember the conversation, and I didn't need to ask about Rumi. I had a pretty good idea about where she was. Girls, I have something to do, so I will be going. Now that I have the space stone, I think I should start looking for Death's avatar, I said, and all of them nodded their heads in understanding. After all of them knew about my meeting with Death and my old friends. I left them and went straight towards our bedroom. I conjured a chair near the balcony and sat down. I closed my eyes so that I could concentrate better. The universe was a huge place, and looking for Hela would be like looking for a small needle in a whole field of haystack. But I already had a plan. I remember Death's aura, and she had said that Hela was her avatar. It meant Hela will also have that same aura, and I am pretty sure that there aren't many beings in the universe who would have Death's aura. I have no idea how much time had passed, but I haven't found anything, so I decided to take a break. I stopped and finally opened my eyes. It was already evening. I released a defeated sigh and asked a house elf to bring me some snacks. When I finished munching down the snacks, I decided to start again. A couple of minutes passed and I have finally found something. Well, it seemed to be minutes, at least from my perspective. It was a completely separate dimension from ours. The dimension seemed to be locked, but it won't be a problem for me. I opened my eyes and saw that it was already dark. So, I left a message for the girls, and with a simple wave of my hand, a tear in space opened beside me. After steeling myself, I finally entered the portal. There was a good chance that Hela would attack me, and I knew that she was going to be the strongest opponent I have ever faced. POV Nat. Ugh. I hate waiting. Why can't anyone pop up on the scanners? I want to kill some people, ha. All of a sudden my stomach grumbled. Fine, let's find something to eat. I pulled myself up from the chair. Even my bones are creaking, wanting some action. A portal formed in front of me and I arrived in the kitchen. I sat down and then I called a house elf. I asked for some exotic dish. Like always, everyone was busy with their own stuff. Dora was yet to return. After some time the house elf returned with some food and popped away. After filling up my rumbling belly, I returned to my spy room. Walking also seemed boring, so once again I decided to use my portal powers. Some might say that I am wasting my potential, but who cares? I didn't have anything better to do. My eyes snapped towards the screen when I noticed a picture on the screen. No, it can't be. I am sure that he died. A lot of memories from the past starting to flash in front of my eyes, memories that I had long buried deep in my mind. Shield told me that he was dead. My hands rushed towards the keyboard on their own and I started to look through the files, and with each passing moment, my anger kept rising. Shield knew that he was alive, but they kept it hidden from me. Why wouldn't they? After all, they took over Red Room to train agents like me after I went AWOL in New York after the Kelly assassination incident, and even when I was working for Shield, they kept a close eye on the Red Room, so that Shield could hire their services. I clutched my fists in anger. Fury. I wanted to strangle Fury with his own intestines. I got up from my seat and I threw my chair in anger. After pacing around the room for some time, I was finally able to calm down. I released a deep sigh. I needed to take care of this, even if it is the last thing I do. A portal formed in front of me and I arrived in our room and found that it was completely empty. I found a note on the bed. I found Hella. I don't know when I will be back, smiley emoji. I guess Rio is not here. I was about to leave when I heard a loud thump and Dora came in. While fumbling around, still trying to get a proper footing, she tripped once again and she was about to bang her head on the bedpost when I used my telekinesis to catch her. Are you okay? I asked her in a worried tone. Oh, yeah, thanks. I am fine. It's pretty common for me. It wasn't the first time I was about to bang my head on the bedpost. You won't believe it, but I have a really thick skull. Dora started rambling and I wasn't sure if that's something she should be proud of. Ah, sure, Nat, though thanks for the catch. My poor face is really grateful, Dora said while giving me a thumbs up. At least she is done with her ramblings. Sure, anytime, Dora, I said dryly. Hey, do you know where Rio is? Dora asked me and I simply handed her the note. Her hair flashed through several colors and it finally stopped on neon orange. Her tastes are really eccentric. So, Nat, what are you doing? She asked curiously while she returned the note to me. I left it on the bed. I have some business to take care of, from my past, I said, and Dora seemed to look excited after hearing my words. Wanna come? I asked her. She might be a klutz, but she is my sister and she is damn good and unbeatable when it matters. Oh, sure, let's go. So what are we doing? Dora asked me in a cheerful tone and I simply smiled. All of my anger was completely gone after chatting with Dora. You know, Dora, never change. I said with a small smile on my face. She gave me a confused look and a portal opened in front of me. Yeah, sure, Dora said in an unsure tone and followed me through the portal. Chapter 338, Red Room, 2, and Meeting Hella. POV Nat. So, why are we monitoring an abandoned mental asylum? Dora chirped from my side while she lit up a cigarette. I didn't know that she liked to smoke. She noticed my eyes and a grin appeared on her face. Ooh, want one? Don't worry, it doesn't have any nicotine. Momo and Fleur made these together back in my world. It has various effects. Think of these things as magical emissaries. I was somewhat hungry, so Dora tailed off and handed me one. I simply shrugged and lit it up. I could already feel that a lot of nutrients were entering my body. Magic is involved? I asked Dora curiously, who got a thoughtful look on her face. Of course, from what I know, Momo and Fleur had used some potions and alchemy to make these things. They had to use real food to make these things. After all, alchemy is based upon the principle of equal exchange. Dora answered me after thinking for some time. I was quite surprised that she was able to give me so much information. That's quite astonishing. You know, that's rude. For your information, I was one of the best students in my time, Dora said with a proud look on her face. She must have noticed my weird looks. Again I looked towards the cigarette in my hands, and I have to say, this thing could be pretty useful during stakeouts or wars. Sorry. I didn't mean to say that you are stupid though, it was just surprising. I said, trying to cheer her up. She simply humphed and continued pouting. As for your question, this isn't a mental asylum, this was the Red Room Academy. It was, at least when I was being trained, I said with a solemn look on my face. I unconsciously caressed my stomach. I still hate them for doing that. While I was busy with my thoughts, Dora was waving her hand. Her hands glowed a couple of times. The sudden glow brought me out of my thoughts. So, what did you find? I asked her. After all, I knew that she was casting surveillance spells. There are no humans in there, that's for sure, but I have found several monitoring devices inside there. They shouldn't be active but they still are, which means that someone is monitoring this place from another place, Dora said with a frown on her face and her hair morphed into midnight black. So, are we going to get noticed as soon as we enter that place? I asked her and she gave me a smug grin. Do you know who I am? I am Agent Tonks, follow me, she said and walked out of the bush we have been hiding until now. I didn't have any better idea so I decided to follow her. She waved her hand towards me and my whole body turned invisible. After all, I can't use mental manipulation on cameras. We stopped beside the letterbox and she showed me that there was a camera inside of the letterbox. After passing by several motion detectors without triggering them, we finally arrived in the archives. I wanted to take a look at the archives before moving on. There are a lot of files in here but most of them are pretty useless. Dora said and threw away some files. I also agree with her. I didn't expect to find anything here but there is no harm in looking. They were training us to be a bunch of mindless assassins, they won't leave any tracks, especially when S.H.I.E.L.D. was involved, I said and shrugged. We quickly left the archives and started to look around. I still remember my training, it's still fresh in my mind like it was only yesterday. We finally arrived in front of the dorms. Slowly, I made way towards my old bed. The bed was long gone but there was something else in there. I started tapping the fake floorboard and it was still there. I kneeled down on the floor and pulled off the floorboard. There was a small photo album in there. My vision turned blurry. I felt someone pulling me into their arms. Who are they? Dora asked me softly. They were the other students, some of them even died by my hands. I said softly and wiped off the tears from my eyes, then my eyes landed on a particular blonde girl. She was like my sister. When we needed to pose as a family, she even acted like my sister, Yelena Belova, I said in a melancholic tone and caressed the picture. Oh, you must miss her, Dora asked me and I simply nodded. When I ran away I decided to abandon her so that she could live freely. I didn't want S.H.I.E.L.D. to find out about her. I had thought that I had killed Dreykov, but it seems that I was wrong. Then let's go and find her. Dora said hurriedly, but I simply stopped her by grabbing her hand. No, finding her would be useless. Since the Red Room is still active, she must be under Dreykov's control. Before looking for her, we would need more of this, I said, pulling out a small pouch from the floor. The pouch was hidden under the photo album. Inside the pouch, there was a small vial filled with a red-colored substance. This is red dust. This thing can free the widows from Dreykov's control. We need to synthesize more of this, I said, and Dora nodded her head in understanding. So, we are going back to Elysium? Dora asked me and I nodded my head. I would need more red dust to free the widows, and Elysium is the safest place to synthesize more of this thing, I said, and a portal appeared in front of me. Dora quickly followed me and I went straight towards Jean's office. Jean would know better about this thing. After all, she is the best doctor I know. POV Rio. Well, I shouldn't have expected anything else. The whole dimension is kind of greenish. I think that Hela had some kind of green fetish. I could feel a life sign in front of me and the life sign was already heading towards me. A/N. I honestly don't know how to portray Hela's power of death, so I had decided to modify her powers so that it could fit better for my purposes. So, I am giving her the powers of Baragon from Bleach, the power of Rot, and Sung Jinwoo. Well, Hela had shown Sung Jinwoo's powers in the movies when she resurrected the army of berserkers. I kept walking in that direction and soon a black-haired woman became visible. The woman was wearing a combination of a black and green skin-tight armor, like she wore in the movies. Her eyes were green like everything in this dimension, her eyes glowing eerily. She was releasing a lot of power. Image here. Mortal, no. You are not a mortal. Tell me how you were able to enter this portal and I will give you swift death, the woman spoke in a raspy tone. Would you believe me if I told you that someone asked me to free you? I asked her in a neutral tone. Hela simply smirked. Oh, you will tell me. Hela said in an eerie tone and launched several swords towards me from her hands. I didn't flinch and the swords stopped in midair. Hela was slightly surprised to see that. The swords turned Hela and before I could launch them, they turned into dust. My weapons would never harm me, Hela said with a grin, and greenish-black smoke started to ooze out from her hands and two long swords formed in her hands. The swords continued to ooze the smoke, and with that Hela lunged towards me. I tried to stop her, but I was quite surprised when my power didn't even affect her. Surprised? Hela asked me when I dodged her slash. I knew that Hela was simply playing with me and she also knew that I wasn't serious. She has fought for millions of years. I wouldn't be surprised if her battle instincts were superior to Rumi. My swords are imbued with death energy. Your power of controlling metals won't work on my swords any longer, Hela said, and back away and started launching swords at me. I feel that I am fighting with a less arrogant Gilgamesh. I wasn't bothered with the swords as they stopped in front of me. Oh. Space powers too. I am impressed. Your space powers are quite strong too. My name is Hela. What is your name, man? Hela asked me in a proud tone. Itsuki Ryo, I said after a small pause. Hela gave me a weird look. Quite a weird name, but you are strong, so it's fine, Hela said with a shrug and attacked me once again, but this time she wasn't playing and was pretty serious, if the bloodthirsty grin on her face meant anything. I made a sword with my iron sand, and as soon as Hela's sword touched my sword, it rotted away. That's dangerous. Another sword formed in my hands and I surrounded them with my power of destruction. This time my sword didn't rot away, but I was able to match Hela's blows. Hela was taken aback that I countered her death energy and backed away from me a bit. Power of destruction, ho ho, you are full of surprises, Itsuki Ryo. Tell me, Itsuki Ryo, are you a cosmic being? Hela asked me with a smile, and I could feel a small amount of respect from her voice. Yes. I am the Leviathan of destruction, I said, and Hela gave me weird looks once again. Never heard of such a being, but you are strong, so you have my respect, but you aren't a sword fighter, Hela said with a grin on her face, and I shrugged. You said that someone asked you to free me. Who is it? Don't tell me that it's the old coward. I will kill him as soon as I leave this place, Hela spat in clear disdain. Well, I would have also hated the person who sealed me away for thousands of years. No, it was Lady Death. So are we going to stop fighting now? I asked her in a hopeful tone. No, the fight is just starting, Hela said, and started to grin viciously. I simply sighed. A/N, Rio didn't use the space stone or the time stone to stop her because they aren't serious and Hela isn't a threat for him at this point, but if it gets dangerous then he would use them. He also wants to defeat her in combat to earn her respect. After all, he needs to show her who is the boss. Chapter 339, Rio vs Hela and the Armor. A/N, all of you know about the vote I have taken yesterday. Here are the results. From Bleach World. 1. Anohana Retsu, Author's Choice. 2. Yuroichi Shihoin, 146 votes, I pretty much expected this result. 3. Tyr Harabel, 104 votes, I was confused between Tyr and Neliel, but Tyr beat Neliel by 49 votes. From Food Wars, it is Nakiri Alice, 117 votes, I knew it would be either Alice or Rindo, Rindo got 73 votes. Now, the reason I am posting this is because, I don't want any one of you complaining afterwards saying that these women are always used and how cliché it is. After all, except Anohana, all of them were chosen by votes. POV Rio. No, the fight is just starting, Hela said and started to grin viciously. I simply sighed knowing that our fight is going to resume. I didn't want to kill Hela, killing her would have been easy, use a little bit of power of destruction, and voila. No more Hela. I also can't simply free her, after all, she was a loose cannon and if I let her go then she would fly straight to Asgard so that she could kill Odin and take over the throne, but that would cause a lot of troubles. Odin wouldn't allow Hela to take over the throne without a fight. Even if Hela kills Odin, there are still Frigga, Thor, and Loki. They would never allow Hela to rule peacefully. In the movies, Thor decided that it would be much better to destroy Asgard rather than allowing Hela to rule Asgard. See how prideful Thor was in the movies. If Hela takes over Asgard, then the same thing will happen once again, and to be honest, I don't want Asgard getting destroyed. Now, don't get me wrong, personally, I don't give a flying fuck if Asgard gets destroyed, but this will cause a lot of troubles in the 9 realms and that is something I don't want. Currently, the 9 realms are pretty peaceful because of Asgard's presence, but if it is gone, then there will be no one to stop the chaos. Currently, no one is taking over anyone's world, but with Asgard gone, everyone will be a free game, well, except Earth that is why I need to reign in Hela. Arise. Hela said in an eerie tone and started to release her greenish-black smoke from her hands. The whole area was covered with the smoke and slowly, astral figures started to rise from the ground. Is it me or do those astral figures look feminine? Yep. Those are the Valkyries Odin had sacrificed to buy time. Now, it would have been really badass to fight against a whole army and then defeat Hela after that, but I simply don't have time for this, so, I decided to freeze them using my time powers. Hela was taken aback when she saw me using time powers. You have time powers too? You are not a normal cosmic entity, honestly, what are you? Hela asked me with a deep frown on her face. That's for me to know and for you to find out. I trailed off with a grin on my face and Hela simply nodded her head and dispersed the astral figures. Seeing that, I also stopped using my time powers. Hela started to walk towards me and 2 long swords appeared in her hands and they started to ooze her death power. I looked towards the sword in my hand and dispersed it. No matter how much I try, I will never be a sword wielder. Swords simply never appealed to me. Hands were much better, so I surrounded my hands with the power of destruction. I don't want my hands to rot away, they will regrow, but I am pretty sure that it would be a quite painful experience. Hela didn't say anything when she saw that I dispersed my sword, but all of a sudden, she lunged towards me and brought down her sword towards me. I raised up my left hand and parried it away. I punched her using my right hand, but she simply brought her other sword in front of my fist to block my punch. Her swords weren't melting even when they came in contact with my armor. It must be because her swords were imbued with death energy. After all, I couldn't even sense them even when I was using magnetokinesis. We kept exchanging blows like that for a few minutes, but neither of us were able to gain the upper hand. Both of our speeds were somewhat similar, but I was a little bit faster than her, but Hela's nimble movements were honed through centuries of combat. She was easily countering the difference between our speed by using her superior battle instincts. My physical power was clearly superior to her, but Hela was managing to fight me quite easily with her superior fighting techniques and style. Until now, Rumi was the best fighter I have ever seen, but she didn't hold any candles in front of Hela. She might be physically stronger than Hela, but that didn't mean shit in front of someone like Hela. In the movies, it was never shown that clearly, but Hela is a battle maniac. She was really enjoying our fight. But I think that it is about time that we ended this fight. I need to return to the girls. I started to channel the power of Power Stone into my hands, and I also started to use the power of Space Stone to parry her sword, and my left fist landed on her face. Hela staggered back due to the blow and spat out some blood. Hee, come on, no holding back now, Hela said with a smirk and attacked me once again, but this time all of her attacks were aimed towards my vital points and she was a lot reckless too. She also launched swords in my direction from time to time, trying to catch me off guard, but I clearly saw them coming now that she was also getting slowed down by the powers of the Time Stone. Even after that, I wasn't able to land a blow on her for a couple of minutes. She was being hindered by the Time Stone and Space Stone. Even after that, she was so dangerous. I wasn't using the time stone or the space stone completely, or I could have easily immobilized her, but there is no denying that she was an insanely strong opponent. I was finally able to land a right uppercut on her. My power of destruction and power from Power Stone covered fist was too much for her, and Hella's mind blacked out for a couple of seconds. That was all the time needed. My left fist smashed into her gut. Oomph! A painful grunt escaped from her mouth and her head came down due to the force behind my left hook. But I wasn't done. Her head smashed on my knee and a crunch was heard. Her head shot back once again, but I grabbed the back of her neck and pulled it down once again. Once again her face slammed on my knee and some blood splattered on the ground. I smashed her face for the third time on my knee and I finally dropped her on the ground. People say that the third time is the lucky charm, and I think that they are right. After all, Hella was knocked out cold. I wasn't worried about her though, as I could clearly see that she was already healing. I grabbed her hand and snaked my other hand under her knees and picked her up in a princess carry. I had decided to take her back to Elysium. SHIELD Headquarters, New York. Stark, I heard that you had something to show me. Fury said in a neutral tone, and Tony simply nodded his head. Both of them were in the shooting range along with all the higher-ups of SHIELD. Of course, and I know that you are going to like it, Stark said in an arrogant tone and pressed a button on his watch. The truck Stark had brought with him opened and everyone's eyes landed on the weapon Stark has been talking about. Is that a robot? You made me a robot? Fury asked Stark in a bewildered tone. It was clear that a lot of high-ups also had similar thoughts when they saw the robot in front of them. Don't insult it by calling it a robot. It is the future. It is high-tech armor made of the toughest metals that could be found on Earth. At the same time, this armor is fitted with the most advanced weaponry available on Earth. Stark said in a fanatical tone. Best defense and offense at the same time, Stark said with a smirk. He knew that these people were already sold with his armor idea. Can you show us a demonstration? Someone asked from the back. Fury was also interested, so he nodded his head. Stark snapped his finger and a tall guy from the Stark Industries went towards the armor. The armor opened up and the men entered the suit. It took a few seconds for the armor to close down. The men walked towards the shooting range and started to demonstrate the weapons. It was a very small display, but everyone was impressed. How quickly can you produce these things? Fury asked Stark. Stark pulled out an agreement paper and handed it over to Fury. Fury read through the agreement and stared at Stark for a few moments. Stark noticed the stare and simply shrugged. Don't look at me like this, they are quite expensive and time-consuming to make, Stark said in a defensive manner, and Fury simply sighed. How is this thing powered? Fury growled. Stark remained stoic for a few moments. I can't tell you anything more until the contract is signed, Stark said in a neutral tone. Fury wasn't happy, but there wasn't anything he could do, so he nodded his head after thinking for some time. I will contact you in the evening regarding this, Fury said while waving the contract and walked away. Chapter 340, Taming Hela and Earth. Oval Office, White House. Let me get this clear, you want me to sign this contract so that you can get this armor before the war against Leviathan breaks out, the same Leviathan who can control metals, you remember, right? The president asked in a bewildered tone. But Fury wasn't bothered when he heard the president's accusations. Mr. President, we might be going into a war with Leviathan, but we won't be fighting against only Leviathan, and even though he is strong, he can't be everywhere. We need these armors for our men, Fury said, and the president had to agree with Fury's words. Yes, Leviathan was super strong, but he can't be everywhere. What about Magneto? We know that he is on that island too. The president asked in fury. Sir, we have already made plans about how to neutralize those mutants. We are going to spread small X gene suppressors over the island. Due to this, the mutants are going to lose their powers. Fury said, and the president seemed to think for a few moments. Can't these mutants disable these suppressors? The president asked after some contemplation. They could if they reach them. We have planned to keep them afloat in the air using remote-controlled drones, Fury said, and the president nodded in understanding. With a sigh, he picked up the contract and finally signed it. POV Hela. A groan escaped my lips. It feels like a giant asteroid dropped on my face. My head feels like it is going to explode. What in the name of 9 realms happened to me? All of my memories are fuzzy. I forcefully calmed myself down. My mind started to get clear. The throbbing pain also decreased. My memories finally started to return to me, and I found myself in a familiar place, so he brought me here after defeating me. Though I shouldn't be surprised, after all, he did say that Death sent him to get me. You all right there, Hela? Rio really did a number on you, Death said, and started snickering. I hated it, but there was nothing I could do, and Death was right. So, you didn't forget this humble servant of yours? My voice was filled with sarcasm. I might be Death's avatar, but it didn't mean that I am not angry with her. I remembered you, Hela. I never forgot you. After all, you were my precious avatar, but you know about the rules. I can't involve myself with mortal matters. You might be immortal because you are my avatar, but you were still on the mortal plane, Death retorted and waved a hand towards me. A throne formed right in front of me. The throne was similar to Death's but different at the same time. I sat down on the presented throne and I started to alleviate the stiffness from my body. I considered Death's words and she was right. I was at fault too. I was so engrossed in slaughtering the Valkyries, I didn't pay attention to the old goat. So, what now? I asked Death and she simply smirked. I am still her avatar and she still has some control over my actions. Nothing. Currently, there is nothing I can ask of you, and you are still very weak because of your imprisonment, Death said, and I nodded in agreement. Currently, I was absorbing power like a sponge. I wouldn't have been defeated in such a humiliating manner if I was at my prime, I said with a snort. Death looked at me blankly for a few seconds, until she burst out laughing. You defeat Rio. Don't make me laugh. Hella, in his prime, he was even stronger than me, he took it easy on you, Death said while laughing. I was surprised when Death said that Rio was stronger than her in his prime. Is that even possible? I hated hearing those words, but they were the truth. I knew that Itsuki Rio was holding back during the fight and loathed that fact, but he did defeat me fair and square. As a warrior I respect him. Who is he? I know that a simple cosmic entity can't be that strong. I asked Death. I wanted to know more about him. Why don't you ask him yourself when you meet him? So Hela, what are you going to do now that you are free? Death asked me. There are some things I wanted to do, like stabbing my bastard of a father and then enslave Asgard. I want to kill Odin, and then I would take over Asgard, or I might destroy it completely, I said with a shrug. I won't lie that I want to rule Asgard, but it has lost some appeal in all these years I have been imprisoned for. You don't need to kill Odin, someone else is making him suffer. Death said with a smirk, and a grin formed on my face. I might even join hands with this person so that I could make Odin suffer. Who? I asked Death, and her grin became a lot wider than before. You remember Zelia, right? Death asked me, and I burst out laughing. Please tell me it's not her, she was like a mouse in front of me. I can't believe that she is making Odin suffer. Well, Zelia was stronger than that old coward. A month ago Zelia imprisoned Odin in the same prison, in which Odin had imprisoned her for thousands of years. She is currently impersonating Odin to control the throne. Death said while laughing. I burst out laughing once again. Yeah, that's appropriate for that old fool. Oh. I need to thank her now. I also have to pay a visit to Asgard. I need to see how things have changed. I also need to meet my beloved mother, I said in between my laughs. Just don't take over Asgard, Hela. I am warning you, after all, Ragnarok is destined to happen and Asgard gets destroyed no matter what. It's up to you if you want to get destroyed along with Asgard or be free and do whatever about it, Death said in a serious tone. I will think about it, it is a hard decision for me. I have always wanted to rule Asgard, but I am not sure anymore. I just want to think this through before making a decision. I said with a smile, and Death simply nodded her head. Good girl, now go back. I will call you if something happens, and don't get surprised when you get back, Death said while waving her hand at me, and before I could ask her what she meant by these words, her realm was already gone. I groggily opened my eyes and found myself in an unfamiliar room. I have never seen rooms like this. So, you are finally up, I heard someone's voice, and I didn't even need to turn my head to know who this person was. Where am I, Itsuki Rio? I asked him softly. You are currently in my house, we are currently on Earth, or Midgard as you Asgardians call it, he said, and I simply nodded my head. A groan escaped my lips when I felt the pain in my stomach. I can't believe that you have been so rough with me. I said with a smirk, but unfortunately, I didn't get the reaction I wanted. He simply snorted. Don't say things like that. People will think that you are a pervert, he said with a snort. I will simply kill them, no harm done. I said with a shrug and pulled myself up from the bed. Just don't kill anyone in this house and we will be fine. Wash yourself, I need to take you to meet Death, he said, and I simply nodded my head like a good girl. I don't want to find out what he is going to do to me if I kill someone close to him. Angering someone who is stronger than Death is a very bad idea. No need. I have already met her. I said, and he simply oohed after hearing my words. Then wash yourself and get dressed in clean clothes. He was saying but stopped when my armor fixed itself. Now that I was already absorbing power from my surroundings, fixing clothes was child's play for me. Wait for me, let me wash my face, I said, and he simply nodded his head. This is the oddest tap I have ever seen, but it is okay, different cultures have different things. After washing my face, I returned and saw that Itsuki Rio was leaning on the doorframe. So, what now, Itsuki Rio? I asked him, and he started to give me weird looks. Just call me Rio, no need to use my full name, it's time for dinner, you might be hungry after thousands of years, he said, and I simply nodded my head in understanding. I understand, Rio, please lead the way, I said politely. I am a guest in his house, so I will treat him with the respect he deserves. Xavier's Mansion, New York, Earth Zeta 71. I didn't find any stones on Nimrod. I checked his hard drives too, but I didn't find anything. There was simply no data of the stones on its hard drive, Stark growled out in anger. A lot of people were gathered inside a single room discussing about the missing stones. They were finally able to bring down Nimrod after having quite a hard time. Within this time Nimrod has killed millions, and thousands died during their fight too. I think that man named Leviathan took those stones. A woman with red hair spoke up. I agree with Wanda. After all, it was him who fixed and returned Nimrod to our world, a red-skinned man said. The man had a yellow stone embedded on his forehead. Strange, can you take us back to that world so that we could investigate more? Aurora asked a man dressed in wizard robes. Yes. It will take some time, but I think I can create a bridge between our worlds. Strange said while nodding his head. Then he turned to look towards a man in a wheelchair. Charles. I would need your help with this. Strange said, and Charles immediately agreed with Strange. They needed to get back those stones. In wrong hands they were a disaster and there was no one else other than them who could protect the stones. Chapter 341, Rumi vs. Hela. POV Rio. Hello. Hela, it is nice to meet you. My name is Luna, Luna said in a cheerful tone and greeted the ancient goddess from Asgard. I hope you mind me calling you Hela. I would have used your last name but I know you hate it. Luna continued to speak with an innocent smile on her face. Hela didn't know how to react to that, but she decided to greet Luna. It is nice to meet you too, Luna, Hela said, and Luna beamed with a huge smile on her face. After that, the rest of the girls greeted Hela and she also greeted them back, so after exchanging usual pleasantries, the food was finally served and all of us started to eat, well, except Hela, as she had never eaten food like this. I had to show her how to use a knife and fork. She quickly got used to it. There is one thing I don't understand. All of a sudden Hela spoke up and her eyes lingered towards Jean. If I am not wrong then she is the host of the Phoenix Force. How can you get along with her? Hela asked in a curious tone. Both Jean and I simply shrugged. We might represent opposite things but that doesn't mean that we have to be enemies, and life can only flourish after destruction, I said and shrugged once again. True, the Phoenix said that she had destroyed a lot of civilizations so that evolution can take place, Jean said while fiddling with her food. Hela nodded her head in understanding after hearing our explanation. So, Hela, how do you feel about being the goddess of war and death? Ooh, sorry, if the question was too personal, Dora asked Hela in her usual bubbly tone. It is nothing personal. Well, you aren't the first one to ask me something like this. To answer your question, the first thing you need to know is, what is the difference between a god and a mortal? Hela said while looking towards Dora intently, but Dora was carefully listening to Hela's explanation. The answer is quite simple. We have divinity. This is what makes us different from normal mortals. It gives us authority over the aspect we represent. I am the goddess of war and death, so if I am participating in a war then I will be nigh unbeatable, and my authority over death gives me the power to call the shadows of the dead. Hela said, and an astral figure formed beside her. It is a pretty normal thing for me now. There is no hard feelings about it. If it wasn't me then someone else would have to take this responsibility. So what is your aspect? I can sense your divinity though it is very weak at this moment, Hela said while starting towards Dora. Dora simply laughed sheepishly while rubbing the back of her head. Haha. I am the goddess of mimicry. Dora said and transformed into Hela, and even Hela was quite impressed with Dora's transformation. That's quite impressive. You were even able to copy my aura. It isn't perfect but it is quite impressive for a young goddess like you, but as you might have already noticed, you weren't able to mimic the aura of my divinities. Hela said with a smile, and Dora nodded her head and turned back to her normal form. So, how can a god or goddess become stronger? This time it was Momo who asked the question. This was a very interesting question. There are two ways of doing this. The first method, you continue using your divinity, means you need to keep mimicking. This is the method I started with. The second method is to get some believers and make them pray to you, but you can't force them. Hela said with a thoughtful look on her face. I have waged wars for thousands of years, and slaughtered countless civilizations. I have killed trillions. I never needed any believers to pray to me, Hela said with a proud look on her face. Both Luna and I knew about Hela's exploits, so we weren't surprised after hearing about her exploits, but the other girls were. It's not your fault, Hela. Odin trained you to become his enforcer, Luna said in an understanding tone. This time Hela was quite surprised. How do you know about that? Hela asked defensively, and Luna simply smiled. I know everything because I can see everything. Luna said in a cryptic manner, and Hela relaxed once again. A true seer, I see. Rio, I have to say that you have a really impressive group of lovers. Hela said with a smirk, and then she turned back towards Luna. Luna, don't get me wrong. I love fighting and slaughtering and I don't regret the things I have done. Hela said with a proud look on her face. Ooh. I know that too. Luna chirped in a cheerful tone. You said you loved fighting. Care for a fight after dinner? Rumi said while releasing an imposing amount of battle intent. Hela looked towards me and I simply shrugged. Hela then turned towards Rumi and released her own battle intent, which easily eclipsed Rumi's battle intent. Sure, I would love to. Hela said, and battle-thirsty grin appeared on her face. So, all of us quickly finished our dinner and all of us went straight to Rumi's training area. The girls decided to watch the fight without cheering anyone, but that didn't stop Luna from cheering both Rumi and Hela. I didn't hold much hope for Rumi. I was pretty sure that Hela was going to win. Rumi was the one who made the first move and rushed at Hela. Hela easily danced around Rumi's attacks like they were nothing. Rumi was getting a little annoyed because of that. That was until Hela grabbed Rumi's right wrist and pulled Rumi closer. Before Rumi could even defend herself, Hela's right palm landed on her sternum, releasing a small sonic boom. Rumi gasped and dropped to her knees, trying to catch her breath. You are much more experienced than Rio in hand-to-hand combat, but you are not fast like him. Your blows are stronger, but they won't matter if you can't land a hit on your enemy, Hela said and backed away. Rumi pulled herself up from the ground and her whole skin turned completely black with a white sheen on top of it. Her hair also started glowing. She must have activated her overdrive mode, but that won't change the result. I love Rumi, but that doesn't mean that I will blindly hope that Rumi could defeat Hela. Rumi rushed towards Hela once again, and this time Rumi was much faster, but Hela remained unfazed. This time Hela started to parry Rumi's attacks instead of simply dodging them. Rumi noticed how easily Hela was parrying her blows, so she decided to use her feet. After all, her feet were much stronger and faster than her hands. Hela was surprised when she noticed the strength behind Rumi's kick, but she quickly collected herself when Rumi tried to kick Hela once again. Hela simply grabbed Rumi's foot and smashed her right fist on her face, before Rumi could even react. Hela jabbed Rumi's throat and landed a dropkick on her head. Rumi slammed down on the ground while gasping for breath. Rumi's transformations were undone and she started to cough. This time your transformations help your speed and strength, but excessive strength won't help you. If you can't land a hit on your enemy, yes, your speed increased exponentially and you were able to match my speed, but your techniques were inferior, Hela said and extended her hand towards Rumi. Rumi looked at Hela's hand for a few seconds until she finally grabbed it, and Hela helped her up. I am glad that they don't have any hard feelings. Boo. Rumi, you don't need to feel bad. Hela honed herself through battles, and as you have heard, she had waged wars for thousands of years, Luna said, trying to cheer up Rumi. Rumi simply nodded her head even though she didn't seem to be happy. Girls, let's go back. All of us had a long day. I said, and everyone nodded their heads. I showed Hela her room and the girls showed her how to use the bathroom facilities. After that, the rest of us went to our own room. Nat and Dora told me about their adventure and I decided to go with them tomorrow. I won't be doing anything. After all, the two of them could easily take care of these simple matters. Luna told me about her latest business ventures. She acquired the BBC and CNN today. Namiri didn't spare any expense and forced them to sell their companies. Luna was very happy due to that. But the thing was, none of us wanted to sleep without having any action. We finally to sleep after 12 hours of continuous sex variation, but since the time was frozen, not a single second has passed since we have started. All of us finally went to sleep, completely exhausted and satisfied. Chapter 342, A Chat with Flavia and Red Room, 3. POV Rio. So what are we doing in Budapest? I asked curiously. Well, I didn't mind going around with Nat and Dora. In fact, I would like to go around the world with them, but I was simply curious. I am here to free my sister from Dracov's control, Nat said with a smile on her face. Did she just sister? In the movies, she never had a sister. Even in the comics, she had no sisters, only brothers, who were presumed dead. A/N, remember Rio was born before the Black Widow movie came out. She isn't my real sister. When we were small she posed as my real sister during missions and then we went through Red Room's training together. Nat explained. She must have noticed my weird looks. Baby Widow in sight. From the side, Dora muttered. We never decided on that code name. Nat grumbled. You are the big bad Black Widow, and she isn't strong like you, so Baby Widow, Dora said like it was a matter of fact. Nat decided not to humor Dora. Pish. I think she is angry. Seeing Nat react like that, Dora loudly whispered into my ears. Dora. I can still hear you, Nat said in an annoyed tone. Dora started to whistle while looking in another direction. She isn't alone, 2 more widows are shadowing her, Nat said and started to contemplate. So, what are we going to do about the others? Off them. Dora asked, making gestures of slashing throat. Nat simply shook her head. No, we free them from Dracov's control. If they are still loyal to the Red Room, then we off them. And we will do the same with my sister too, Nat said in a serious tone. Dora also turned serious and nodded her head. I am simply going to wait up here. I said, and both of them nodded their heads, and after that, they jumped off the roof, leaving behind the thermal binoculars for me. All of a sudden a sparkly golden portal appeared beside me. I was kind of expecting this already. Good morning, Rio. I believe that yesterday was quite productive for you, Flavia said while munching on potato chips. That I did. I got 2 infinity stones, you already knew that. I also freed Hela Odin's daughter, Thankfully she isn't a mindless warmonger, I said in a neutral tone, and Flavia simply smirked after hearing my words. I have some records about her, most seemed vague and they mentioned her as the advent of death, Flavia said and picked up the thermal binoculars to see the fight going on in front of us. Nat and Dora have finally engaged with 3 brainwashed widows. Those records aren't that wrong, after all, she had killed trillions. Odin raised her to be a conqueror, an unstoppable harbinger of death, but Odin finally went soft, but Hela refused to stop, so Odin locked her away, I said with a snort, and Flavia gave me weird looks. I won't say anything as long as she isn't trying to wipe off humans. Flavia said with a shrug and put down the binoculars. The fight was finally over. The 3 brainwashed widows were lying on the ground, knocked out cold. Nat and Fora had already erected notice me not wards before starting the fight. So what did you find? I asked Flavia, who looked at me and smiled. I did find several methods. The easiest would be travel through the mirror dimension. Even I could perform it, but I would need some time. Flavia said and continued munching on potato chips. Nat finally made the 3 widows smell the red dust. Nat pointed towards the widow on the left and Dora swiftly broke that widow's neck. After that it was a touching reunion session between the 2 sisters. The other widow agreed to help Nat and Dora. I saw that Nat typed something in her phone and put it back in her pocket. My phone buzzed. I pulled out my phone and found a text from Nat. We are going to 7th Circle Prison, Russia. We need to free someone before we can continue our plan. I read the text and put the phone back in my pocket. So, tell me Flavia, have you heard about the upcoming war? I asked Flavia and she nodded her head with a solemn look on her face. I saw that Nat, Dora, and the other 2 entered Nat's portal. Finding Nat's location with my space powers was child's play. Both Flavia and I appeared above the 7th Circle Prison. Both of us were standing on air. I am really impressed. For a second I thought that I was going to fall down. Flavia said with a relieved look on her face. As for the war, I am happy as long as you are not going to wipe off humans. After all, I can't oppose you, Flavia said in a neutral tone. She finished the potato chips packet she had brought with her, so she simply threw it away. A small portal opened in front of her. She put her hand inside and pulled out another potato chips packet. Flavia started to munch on the chips. The 2 of us looked down and saw that Dora had already infiltrated the prison while mimicking one of the guards. How are the zealots? I asked Flavia and her shoulders sagged in disappointment. They are currently stealing artifacts from various museums so that they could power up the portal. Flavia said in a sad tone. I knew that they would turn out like that, but it is still disappointing to see it with my own eyes, Flavia said and released a defeated sigh. So, are you finally going to kill them? After a few moments of silence Flavia asked me. I was slightly surprised due to her question. After all, I thought that she would want to keep them alive to challenge Strange. After all, she had said multiple times that she wants to dump her responsibilities on Strange. Don't you want them alive so that you could train Strange using them? I asked and she smiled once again. No, the future has changed drastically. I can no longer depend on those visions. This world is completely different from my visions. Flavia said while shaking her head. I thought about the Flavia said. All of a sudden several explosions ripped through the whole prison. Dora finally could be seen walking out of the prison while she was levitating a middle-aged redhead man behind her. You know that killing the zealots won't work, right? Dormammu will simply get other servants. I said, and once again, Flavia nodded her head. I know. Dormammu won't stop because we killed off some of his pawns. He will keep trying. You need to deal with him permanently. Flavia said, and I nodded my head. I wasn't bothered that she said that I have to deal with Dormammu. After all, I had promised her that I would deal with the threats to this reality at her behest when she gave me the time stone. Since she had given me the time stone willingly, I will keep my promise, and if Dormammu comes to Earth then it would also cause problems for me and Elysium. I don't have many feelings for Elysium, but I have built that place from scratch and I will be damned if I allow some noseless and formless being to destroy my creation. You know you are going to die, right? I asked Flavia, who kept munching on her potato chips. Even though we were talking about a completely different matter, our eyes were still on Nat's and Dora's group. They were currently talking with the men Dora had just rescued from the prison. Ah. I finally recognize him. That's Alexei Shostakar, better known as the Red Guardian. I am not even surprised that you knew about that. Well, to be honest, I have lived long enough. Don't get wrong, like anyone else, I don't want to die, but if stopping Dormammu means my death then so be it. Flavia said in a determined tone. I simply contemplated her words without saying anything. POV Nat. So what now? Yelena asked me while I was busy with my thoughts. We need to free the other widows before going after Dracov, or he will simply use them to run away. I said in a serious tone, and everyone agreed with me. There is also the Taskmaster. Dracov's elite, we need to take care of her, the sooner the better. Yelena said, and I nodded in agreement. I have seen her files and she needs to be taken care of. A/N, the files didn't have the Taskmaster's name but her sex was mentioned there. We need to meet Melina Vostokov too, she will be able to help us, Alexei said, and once again I agreed, but I am not going to trust anyone blindly. I need to be careful before approaching her, after all, she might still be loyal to Dreykov. She lives in St. Petersburg, she will be able to get us in contact with the other widows out there, Alexei said, and I looked towards the others. They simply shrugged, so I agreed with Alexei and opened a portal to St. Petersburg. Let's go, I said, and I waited for everyone else to enter the portal. I entered the portal at last. We were outside a farm. I picked up Melina's location from Alexei's mind, so I directly opened the portal in front of her house. Expect guests but knock them out. I sent a mental message into Dora's mind and she simply nodded her head. We walked up to her door and I already felt Melina waiting for us by the door with a handgun and a knife in her hands. That won't work, Melina, and I don't want to rough you up, I said, but Melina didn't seem to move from her position. All of a sudden I felt several life signs enter my sensing range. Well, I have been expecting something like this. Chapter 343, Red Room, END. POV Nat. We have guests, I said loudly to notify everyone around me. It only took us a moment to notice the choppers flying towards us. Yelena was glaring at Alexei, quite understandable, after all, he was the one who wanted us to come here. Dora, take care of the woman inside, she has a handgun and a knife in her hands, she is moving towards the back, I said, and Dora rushed towards the house before anyone could even blink. Dora isn't the fastest among us, but if she was being compared to humans, then there was no way that they could compare with Dora's speed. Take cover, I said, and everyone followed my command without any argument. I knew that Alexei didn't betray us, after all, I have scanned his mind after Dora rescued him from the prison. He holds no loyalty towards Dreykov, he loathes the men because it was Dreykov who put him in the prison. Now, I only needed for the choppers to arrive. I didn't want to reveal my telekinesis, but it looks like that I don't have any other options. I have already shown my portal formation ability, so I don't think that it would be a problem. There were 4 choppers in total and Dora also arrived with a knocked-out Melina. I quickly manipulated the pilots to land the choppers while I manipulated the widows inside to fall asleep. The choppers finally landed on the ground and I manipulated the pilots to turn off the engine and fall asleep. Damn. That took a lot out of me. I was breathing heavily and I was really tired after mentally manipulating so many people. Reading minds wasn't a problem, but making them bend to your will is definitely hard. What was that? Yelena asked me while giving me worried looks. I don't know if the metahuman-hating virus is still active or not, but I had already revealed powers, there is no reason to hide it anymore. Due to some circumstances, I had awakened my dormant X genes. I have gained some powers after that, I said cryptically. For now, they didn't say anything and they simply contemplated my words. Let's go, we need to use the red dust on them quickly, we can't allow Dreykov to run away, I said, and everyone nodded their heads. Let's get to work, there are more than 30 widows we need to free from Dreykov's control. POV Rio. By the way, I gotta go, tell Momo and Luna that I will visit later, Flavia said while waving her hand and walked into a sparkling golden portal. Sure, stay safe, I said while I waved at her. Flavia smiled after hearing my words. I decided to simply laze around while Nat and Dora were busy with the Red Room fiasco. I laid down over thin air and yawned while stretching my limbs. Yeah, this is life. All of a sudden my phone started to buzz. I pulled out my phone and saw that it was Eric. I accepted the call. Hello, Eric. How have you been? I asked him and Eric simply snorted. I was pretty good, but some people decided to abduct some metahumans from our office in Madagascar. I have been having a bad day since then, Eric said blandly. There was a sarcastic undertone in his voice too. Ooh, is that so? Can't you find out where these metahumans were taken? I asked lazily. No. I have just received the report and that's not it. Emma is in a bad shape, but she was able to escape with a bullet in her gut, Eric said while gritting his teeth. I could feel his anger from his voice. How were they able to hurt Emma? I asked curiously. They came prepared, they had brought the X-gene suppressors with them, they hit us quick and hard, it was your basic tag them and bag them scenario, Eric said in a defeated tone. So do you want me to go after them? I asked him, after all, he hasn't told me anything about going after them. No, you don't need to do that. I simply wanted to inform you about the incident, that is why I called you. I wanted to meet you yesterday, but Aurora told me you were busy. I wanted to inform you that the Inhumans had decided to join our group, Eric said in a tired voice. Yeah. I feel him. You know you don't need to inform me about everything that happens on Elysium, after all, you are the leader and I am simply a guy who loves freedom and his women, I said, and Eric snorted once again. By the way, I have been getting some reports of the movements of the fleet, do you know anything about that? Eric asked me in a curious tone. Oh. Looks like they have already started. I think you should start preparing for war, Humans have decided to make their final move, I said and ended the call, while I was talking with Eric, Nat and the others were already gone. I could still sense Nat and Dora, so I simply willed myself to arrive near them and I appeared in front of a tower-like building. I quickly spread my senses and found a lot of life signs from the building. Dreykov seems to be a well-connected old fool, after all, he was able to build a place like this. I know that S.H.I.E.L.D. was supporting Dreykov, but it didn't mean that he didn't have other connections. With a simple click inside my mind, the whole building turned transparent for me, and with the help of Soul Stone, it wasn't that hard to locate Dreykov. He seemed to be gathering his stuff and he was in a rush too. Ah. He wants to run. Without making a sound, I appeared behind the man and grabbed him by his neck. Arg. Dreykov yelled and started to flail his arms and legs. I let him go and used my powers to raise him up in the air. As soon as his eyes landed on me, he paled beyond anything human. Leviathan. He stuttered in fear. Yep, that's me. I said and stared into his eyes. Before he could say anything else, I decided to delve into his mind. Legilimens. I shifted through his memories, but this time I was careful, not wanting to melt his brain. Yep, I could bring him back, but I won't be bringing back anyone with my time powers, until and unless there are no other options. Ho ho, looks like I got the jackpot. I have finally found the location of Wolfgang von Strucker, hee. He is currently hiding in Sokovia. He is hiding under a barrier that protects him from any kind of satellite surveillance, truly a jackpot, and I also found that Alexander Pierce was taking suggestions from Arnim Zola. Well, to be exact, it was the computerized Arnim Zola. I already knew about this, but I didn't found him important enough to bother with. It looks like I will get a lot of information from that outdated computer too. I wonder if it knows about me or not. I finally retracted from Dreykov's mind and he dropped to the ground while clutching his head. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Here, let me help you, I said and used my time powers to alleviate his pain. I used my powers to pick him up from the ground and then I stuffed him in his chair and petrified him using magic. I can't have him running away now, can I? With another thought, I appeared outside the building where I previously was. The fight was about to start and there was no way I was going to miss something like that. POV Nat. So, all of you remember the plan, right? Nat asked and everyone nodded. The plan was pretty simple. I, along with most of the widows, would storm the base. We won't use lethal force while fighting against the widows, but the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were going to be killed. I have already checked and found that both Dreykov and the Taskmaster were inside the building. Basically, everyone will pay attention to us. While Dora, accompanied by 6 widows, will look for the ventilation system, and after finding the ventilation system, they will use it to spread the red dust. Red dust will have no effect on normal people, so we were not worried about it. Alexei's job was to take over the control room as quickly as possible. We can't allow anyone to escape. Alexei was given his own team. Melina was also on his team. She was also under Dreykov's control, and that is why she had called reinforcements to capture us. We finally broke into the building and the alarm started to blare, but we were not worried about that. Everyone knew the plan, so Dora and 6 widows separated from the group and went on their own way while I was leading the main group. Just like I had thought, they decided to send the widows so that they could buy themselves some time. It took us 5 minutes to knock out the widows Dreykov had sent to neutralize us. I didn't know if there were any more widows, but the others said that it was all of them, so we started to head towards Dreykov's office. Alexei's group had already taken over the surveillance room and the control room. According to him, Dreykov was in his room, still alive, but for whatever reason, he wasn't moving. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were trying to get to the roof, but Alexei had put the whole building under lockdown, so they weren't able to escape. Dora is definitely taking her time. Just as I was about to call Dora, the red dust started to come out of the ventilation systems. Alexei told us that the Taskmaster was down. The Taskmaster was heading towards Dora's team, but she failed. Dora, restrain Taskmaster and keep an eye on her, I said. Yeah, sure. Dora said in a cheerful tone, and we have finally arrived in front of Dreykov's room. Are you girls ready? I asked, looking back towards the widows, and all of them nodded their heads eagerly. I kicked the door open but found that Dreykov was still in his chair without moving. I quickly scanned his mind and found that it was Rio who did this. Well, I had no problems with that. I told the other widows why Dreykov stayed in his chair unmoving. They were slightly peeved at Rio, but they decided that it would be better that they did not voice their concerns. Why don't we burn him alive? I think it would be a satisfying end for him. All of a sudden Yelena spoke up, and after a couple of seconds, all the widows nodded in agreement. We decided to burn him at a stake. All of us quickly gathered while I was hauling Dreykov outside the building. Within minutes the widows prepared the stake to burn him. Dreykov was crying but wasn't able to make any sounds. Everyone agreed that it should be me who should carry the torch. Dreykov was finally on fire and all the widows cheered in happiness. Ah, let's go deal with the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. They are still trapped inside, I said, and everyone nodded their heads eagerly. Chapter 344, Chapter 349. POV Rio. I have to say that the widows were quite vengeful. They burned him alive on a stake. Damn. That was pretty intense. Even I haven't done that yet. Yes, I have burned people alive, but it was always over in an instant. Fiend fire is not an ideal fire to burn someone alive. I finally decided to return to Elysium when Dracov was finally dead. Before anything else, I needed to take care of Strucker, and maybe inform Eric about his son and daughter. Yeah, that will definitely earn me some good karma. I arrived in front of my house and saw that Hela was patting Attila. She must have taken a liking to the giant snake. I have been waiting for you. That is when I saw this majestic creature. Hela said without looking towards me. She was still caressing the giant head of Attila. My basilisk seemed to be quite satisfied. If I might ask, where did you find such a majestic and beautiful creature? Hela asked me in an excited tone. It is a long story. I will show you the memory later, I said, and Hela nodded her head in understanding. She finally stood up and turned towards me. Only now I noticed that Hela seemed to be much taller than me. I clearly remember that she wasn't that tall yesterday. Then my eyes finally landed on her feet and I noticed the tall heels she was wearing. Ah. So that's how it is. She was only an inch shorter than me without those insanely tall heels. I was currently 6 feet 10 inches tall, that easily makes her 6 feet 9 inches tall, and now she had easily crossed the 7 feet mark. I have to say that she is looking really imposing at this moment. But I cringed as my eyes landed on her heels once again. Are they even comfortable? I asked Hela while pointing towards her heels. At first, she didn't understand what I'm talking about, but it finally clicked in her mind and she started chuckling. Yes, now that I regained my full power, I have no problems creating these. These are enchanted with my death energy. If I want, they will start killing the vegetation I am standing on, Hela said with a grin on her face. But why would you even need enchanted heels like that? I asked her in a bewildered tone and she started chuckling again. It's a scare tactic, pretty useful when you are starting to fight an army, Hela said with a grin on her face, her green eyes glowing brightly in glee. I decided to take her words at face value as I had no experience of fighting a whole army on my own. I might have done that in my past life, but I don't remember that now. So, you wanted to talk with me? I asked her and she nodded her head once again. Yes, I want you to accompany me to Asgard. I might need someone to hold me back, or I might end up showing too much love to my beloved mother. Hela said with a sullen look on her face. She really wanted to harm Frigga. I have something to do now. Do you want to go right now? I asked her. I have no problems accompanying her, and I also wanted to see Asgard. I wonder how Thor is going to react when he meets his long-estranged sister. Lastly, I had nothing better to do. I had promised to spend time with Dora, but she was busy with Nat. No, by the way, the thing you had to do, does it involve killing people? Hela asked in an eager tone. I could see her eyes shining in excitement. Yeah, this is the only thing I have been missing in my life, a deranged intergalactic army killer and warmonger. I thought sarcastically. Yes, want to come along? I asked and Hela nodded her head like a little girl. The scene would have been really cute if we weren't talking about slaughtering people. The next moment both Hela and I appeared outside Eric's office. Your space powers are quite impressive. Hela nodded her head in an approving manner. I was about to knock on the door, but before I could do that, Eric opened the door and told me to come in. What can I do for you, Rio? You already know about the abductions. Emma was healed only a few moments ago. Eric said with a small frown on his face. He seemed to be really busy. Interesting, you allow weaklings to talk to you like that? Hela said, and Eric immediately stiffened as he felt Hela's bloodlust. For any mortal, Hela's bloodlust would be suffocating. I placed my hand on Hela's hand, stopping her. Don't need to be like that, Hela. He is a friend and I have brought good news for him, I said, and Hela simply nodded her head. Eric was breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath. He must have seen death several times when Hela released her bloodlust. Don't mind her, Eric. She was sealed away for quite a long time, but I have brought some good news for you, I said, and Eric simply nodded his head with fear clear in his eyes. What is the good news? He asked me slowly, and I stood up in a dramatic manner and several party poppers, party popper, went off in the room. Congratulations. You are going to become a father, I said in a cheerful tone and shook his hand. Eric stood there completely dumbfounded. What the fuck? Eric yelled out in bewilderment. He was completely confused and Hela wasn't even interested in the topic. She was playing with the party poppers that just went off in the room. Well, you see. I found that you have a son and a daughter and they are currently being kept captive by a bad guy. Since you are going to meet your kids for the first time, you are going to become a father, I said like it was a matter of fact. Technically I was right and no one can sue me. Wait, tell me from the start again, Eric said hurriedly, so I decided to explain once again. Hela was completely disinterested in the conversation. She was now playing with a small knife. So, you are saying that I have a son and a daughter and they are being experimented on? Eric asked me and I simply nodded my head. Then what the hell are we even waiting for? Let's go. Eric yelled hurriedly and a blue portal formed behind me. Then let's go and Hella can fuck up the bad guys, I said in a cheerful tone and gestured to Eric to enter the portal. He was the first to enter the portal and both Hella and I entered the portal together. The three of us arrived in a field of snow. In front of us, there was a huge building on a hill. Wait Hella, let me get the kids, you can go nuts after that, I said and Hella nodded her head. I used my soul powers to look for the kids and I found more than 2 kids inside the building. All of them were metahumans, so I decided to teleport all of them here. 20 kids appeared in front of us. All of them looked really surprised, confused, and bewildered. Before they could ask stupid questions, I waved my hand and knocked out all of them. Why did you do that? Eric asked in a bewildered tone and I simply shrugged. You are the leader of Elysium, it is better if you explained it to them, and as for your kids, they are Pietro and Wanda Maximoff, they will wake up in 5 minutes, I said, and another portal appeared in front of us. Okay. Eric said while nodding his head. Eric entered the portal and only after a couple of seconds, he returned with several people. They were from the infirmary. After all, I had opened the portal to the infirmary. It took them a minute to take away all the 20 kids. You can deal with them as you wish, I said, and a sinister grin appeared on Hella's face while green blackish smoke started to surround her body. The smoke dispersed only after a second, leaving behind a armor-clad Hella. She looked really dangerous. Image here. Arise. Hella said, and astral figures started to rise out of the ground. These were the same Valkyries she had tried to use against me. They are way too few to get my hands dirty, Hella said, and the astral figures rushed towards the building. Sure, have your fun, I said with a snort, and Hella started to walk towards the building with a huge grin on her face. Shield Headquarters, New York. Please tell me this is a joke, Fury said while rubbing his temples. No, sir. I have thought this through. Shield is not for me. I am not fit for duty any longer, Agent Hill, or former Agent Hill said in a determined tone. She knew that Fury would never accept her resignation, but she simply wanted to avoid the upcoming war. You know I can't accept your resignation, right? Why don't you take a long vacation? Fury asked. Hill didn't look happy, but she also knew that this was the best offer she was going to get. A long vacation is going to do, Hill said while nodding her head, accepting the offer Fury gave her. Hill left Fury's office after that. As soon as Hill left, Fury started rubbing his temples once again. All of a sudden an agent burst into Fury's office. Agent, this better be good news. Fury growled out in anger, and Agent simply gulped down in fear. Sir, the Red Room was destroyed. The agent stuttered out in fear. Chapter 345, Hela visits Asgard, I.A/N, 350 chapters successfully posted. Check ballot box with check ballot box with check ballot box with check. POV Rio. I calmly entered Strucker's base of operations, or former base of operations to be exact. After all, dead people no longer needed any base of operations. It has been only 5 minutes since Hela had started the massacre. I have to commend Strucker's soldiers. They were quite strong. After all, they held on for 5 minutes, or Hela might have decided to take her sweet time with all these people. The snow was dyed red, while you could clearly find some organs and body parts littered here and there. I walked through the halls and found similar scenes everywhere. I didn't want blood on my shoes, so I was actively using my space powers to avoid contact with the blood on the floor. I finally arrived in a giant meeting room. Hela was simply standing there with a contemplative look on her face. Did you have fun? I asked her. This seemed to break her out of her thoughts. It wasn't enough. I tried to delay it, but they died so quickly, Hela said in a saddened tone. Though it will be fine for now, my thirst for the battle is sated for now, Hela said while nodding her head, and finally a small smile appeared on her face. Hela, can you tell me if you killed a bald guy with a monocle? I asked her, and she simply gave me a bewildered look. Was he someone important? I need to ask my shadows, Hela said in a gentle tone, and after a few minutes, one of her astral Valkyrie appeared with Strucker's head in her hands. I simply nodded my head, and the astral Valkyrie threw away the head after getting my confirmation. You can go to Asgard now, but before that, I need to take care of something. Don't worry, it will only take a couple of minutes, I said, and went to their lab. I wanted to get their data. That was too important to leave behind. I connected my phone to their mainframe and asked Momo's AI to copy all the data in here to a separate data reserve. The AI told me that I could disconnect my phone now because it simply needed to establish a connection with this system. Now that the connection was established through my phone, it could transfer the data through satellites. What are these contraptions called? Hela asked me while pointing towards the computers. These are computers. A computer is an electronic device used for storing and processing data, typically in binary form, according to instructions given to it in a variable program. I said, yep, thank you, Clemency. This is something I have read in my middle school. Hela gave me a blank stare for a couple of moments. Sounds impressive, even though I didn't understand a lot of the things you spoke about, Hela deadpanned, but she didn't say anything else for now. I am not good with this kind of stuff, it would be better if you ask Momo. I said while rubbing my temples. Yeah, my explanation was really bad. Okay. I am done here, let's go, I said, and Hela smiled in excitement. Do you think Heimdall will open the Bifrost for us? I asked Hela, who simply shrugged. Heimdall, open the Bifrost. Hela said while looking towards the sky. A few seconds passed but nothing seemed to happen. Looks like he won't be opening the Bifrost for us, Hela said dryly. A small portal opened in front of us and two of us entered the portal together. I wanted to say ladies first, but I am pretty sure that she won't be able to understand the reference. Both Hela and I arrived on the Bifrost bridge and I was slightly surprised to see that the Bifrost was destroyed. Did the events of the Thor 1 movie already happened? I didn't notice anything. It could have happened when we were enjoying ourselves in the MHA and the HP world. I was expecting the Asgardian army to welcome us. Hela said while looking around in clear distaste. Looks like Heimdall is as blind as always. I said sarcastically, legends say that Heimdall sees everything, but that is just a load of bullshit, he can't even see his own back. Ah, look, someone is finally coming to greet us. Hela said with an amused smile on her face and pointed towards the castle. I could see a woman dressed in a red gown coming towards us at amazing speed. The woman looked quite odd, she only had one eye on her face and she was also wearing some kind of helmet on top of her head. The woman didn't seem to have any legs, her lower body seemed to be serpentine. Is she a damn lamia? Why isn't Odin already here? Now that I think of it, Odin didn't even notice that I freed Hela from her prison. I mean, Hela's prison was connected to his life force, so he should have felt it, right? I think that something is going on in Asgard. The woman finally landed in front of us and bowed her head in complete fear. Hela. Please don't kill me. I will relinquish Asgard's control to you, after all, you are the rightful heir to the throne, hee. I just wanted to clean the throne for you before you returned. I always knew. The woman started to kiss Hela's ass as soon as she started speaking, but Hela stopped her. From this woman's tone, it was pretty clear that the woman was very scared of Hela, her whole body seemed to be trembling in fear, and what the hell she means from cleaning Asgard's throne for Hela, and who the fuck is this woman? She must be a comic exclusive character and her plot must have been small or I would have recognized her. Zelia, that's enough. I won't be killing you so you can stop buttering me up, so tell me Zelia, how is the king's life treating you? Hela asked the woman in an amused tone, so that woman is named Zelia, Nope, doesn't ring any bells. It's quite comforting, my lady. I always wanted to rule Asgard but I never dared to do that in your presence, after all, only you were worthy of ruling Asgard, Zelia continued buttering up Hela. I really wanted to burst out laughing. Zelia, you better stop kissing my ass or I will kill you. Hela said while looking somewhat annoyed. Zelia shrieked in fear and started to apologize frantically. Once again Hela waved her off. How is that old coward? Hela asked Zelia. I haven't checked on him, my lady. I think he will be sweating like a pig knowing that you are freed, Zelia said, and Hela started grinning viciously. Good. I will be visiting him later, it won't be a problem, right? Hela asked Zelia while Hela's eyes were boring into Zelia's cowering figure. No, of course not. What should I do now? Zelia asked, and Hela seemed to think for a couple of seconds before a certain glint appeared in her eyes. Why don't you make the fake Odin hide somewhere like a coward? I think it would be really befitting for his true personality. Hela said, and Zelia frantically nodded her head. My lady, are you sure that you don't want to rule Asgard? Zelia asked once again, and Hela simply shook her head. Yes, I am sure. I am no longer interested in ruling Asgard. Hela said in a dramatic tone, and Zelia flew away towards the royal palace after that. While the two of them were talking I was completely ignored. Did I awaken Drax's ability to become invisible? Fuck this shit. Looks like you got another follower. I said, and Hela shot me an annoyed glare. She has always been like that, a little mouse, too afraid of death, but she isn't a fool. Can you believe that she is the ruler of the dark gods? Hela said and snorted in disdain. Appearances can be deceiving. I said, and Hela nodded her head in agreement. We have wasted enough time, let's go, I want to meet my beloved mother. Hela said with a sinister grin on her face, and she disappeared into a wisp of greenish-black smoke. I noticed that she appeared inside the royal palace, and the next second, I was beside her. What was that ability? It wasn't space ability. I asked Hela, who gave me a cheeky grin. It is an ability I have gained through my death power. It isn't exactly a space ability, it is hard to explain. The basic concept is that death is everywhere, so it also applies to me even though I am just death's avatar, Hela said with a small frown on her face. We finally arrived in front of a pair of giant doors littered with gold and silver intricate designs. I could feel that there was someone inside the room. It only took me a second to recognize the woman behind the doors. It was Odin's wife, Frigga. I have met her once, so it made it easier for me to recognize her. Hela took a long breath and burst into the room like she owned the place. Frigga jumped up in fright and turned around. As soon as Frigga's eyes landed on Hela, her face paled drastically and she backed away in fear. "Hello, mother, did you miss me?" "I have missed you a lot, won't you hug your beloved daughter?" Hela asked sweetly. Yes, I made the right choice. I simply can't miss this drama." Chapter 346, Hela visits Asgard, 2. POV Rio. "I really wish that I had some popcorn, that would have been perfect. Pity. I can't create some popcorn, now I wonder if having creation powers would have been better than destruction powers. Nah. Destruction is way better than creation. Why don't I conjure myself some popcorn? Fuck. Why didn't I think of this? I know that the popcorn will disappear from my stomach but I can still taste them and eat them when it matters, which is right now." I waved my hand, a bucket of popcorn appeared in my hand. I cast a silencing charm around me. I can't disturb the reunion of a mother and daughter, that would be a crime punishable by heavens. I have been cruel in the past but even I am not that cruel, so, I decided to enjoy the drama from the sidelines. "Hela." Frigga stuttered out in fear and tried to back away from Hela but the wall behind Frigga is kind of stopping her. "Stop that, you dumb woman. There is a fucking wall behind you, and you aren't intangible like certain people I know." "I am hurt, mother, aren't you happy that I am back?" Hela said with a mock-hurt look on her face and started to approach Frigga. Seeing no other way, Frigga pulled out a small knife from her robes. Hela stopped when she saw the knife. For a couple of seconds, she stared blankly at the knife. I was having a blast. I was continuously munching on popcorn. After staring at the knife for a few seconds, Hela finally burst out laughing. "Please don't tell me that you are going to fight me. Tell me, mother, what are you going to do with that pesky toy?" Hela asked her mother while she continued laughing. Frigga simply flinched when she saw Hela's laughing like that. Once again I was being ignored but I didn't mind it. There is a huge possibility that I really learned Drax's ability to turn invisible. Fuck all that. I have more pressing matters in front of me. POV Hela. Is my beloved mother making fun of me or does she want to fight me? Does she want to defeat me with that butter knife? I wonder if that old coward had addled her brains during a romp in the sheets. Impossible. "How did you escape?" my mother asked me fearfully while she was still pointing that butter knife towards me. For someone like me, that thing is nothing more than a butter knife. A certain someone helped me. I said and gestured towards Rio. The fuck is he eating? He simply waved at both of us. Frigga also turned her head to look towards Rio and her eyes grew wide. Looks like my beloved mother recognizes him. "Hello, Frigga," Rio said and started eating whatever he has been eating. My mother didn't know what to say, she simply gulped down in fear. "Looks like you know him, but enough about him. I have heard that you had another son after me. Well, you would have two sons but Odin recently made your son kill the adopted one, didn't he?" I asked with a huge grin on my face. Frigga's face contorted in rage, but she didn't snap. Pity. I was expecting her to attack me. "Don't talk about them, you monster," my mother screamed in rage. She started to craft a teleportation circle behind her back but I didn't stop her. I will allow her to do whatever she wants. Wrong. I am not a monster. I am the goddess of death and war. You and father are the ones who made me what I am. Aren't you proud of yourself, mother? I asked and started to release my bloodthirst and with a flash, my mother disappeared. I stopped releasing my bloodlust and Rio finally approached me with a thoughtful look on his face and offered me whatever he has been eating. I took some of these puffy things and put them in my mouth. Crunchy. I like it. What are these things called? I asked him. Popcorn. By the way, what do you mean Odin made Thor kill Loki? Rio asked me in a serious tone. So, it is called popcorn. I will have some more after I finish my visits. Well, I have heard this from Death. This is how I found out about Zelia. With that I started to tell him what Death has told me. We were already walking towards the throne room. His expressions kept changing during the story but he didn't say anything. Do you want to fight them? I asked him curiously. Nah. If I fight, I would end up killing them, he said with a grin on his face and I simply nodded my head. It is quite surprising that all these halls are empty. My mother must have informed my brother about my visit. After all, Zelia had sent her puppet Odin into hiding. The two of us finally arrived in front of the throne room. I kicked the doors open and they blew away from the hinges and slammed to the sides. Huge cracks formed throughout the throne room and the fake roof finally started to collapse. Everyone inside the room were running around like headless chickens trying to avoid the collapsing room. The roof finally stopped collapsing and everyone stopped running around, only now everyone noticed that it was a fake roof. Everyone finally noticed the illustrations under the fake roof. Ah. I really miss those times, glory days. I finally noticed a tall blonde man hugging my mother protectively. He must be my brother. He is also carrying a puny hammer. Mother, I thought that you would arrange a better welcoming ceremony for me. That is why I allowed you to leave, I said in a dramatic manner. This brought everyone out of their trance. As soon as their eyes landed on me, once again, they looked up to confirm things. Can't they think fast? It looks like you have finally confirmed who I am. Well, let me introduce myself to all of you, I said, and started to walk towards the center of the throne room. I am Hela, the goddess of death and war. My fool of a father and mother tried really hard to hide my existence, as all of you can see, I said while pointing towards the roof, and everyone gulped once again. I am sorely disappointed. The quality of Asgardian soldiers has really dropped. During my glory days, we didn't have a place for cowards in our army. Sister, we need to discuss this calmly. There is no need to fight. My brother spoke up gently, but he was standing in front of my mother protectively. What do you mean by discuss, brother? I just came to Asgard to see my birthplace once again and maybe meet my mother and father. Well, that ancient coward is already gone, so nothing could be done there, I said while shaking my head and pointed towards the empty throne. My father is not a coward. Thor screamed in rage but didn't attack. But some Asgardians did start to surround me. They looked like warriors, but they were simply jokes. Why don't you ask our beloved mother? Last time he sacrificed the Valkyries to buy himself some time. I wonder who he is going to sacrifice this time, I said, and murmurs broke out in the room. A lot of soldiers looked towards their queen, who was trying her best to avoid everyone's gazes. Lies. Thor bellowed out and threw his lightning-coated hammer towards me. I simply stopped the hammer with my hand like it was nothing. A/N, like she did in the movies. Everyone stared in complete disbelief. Impossible, Thor said with clear disbelief etched on his face. Dear brother, you have no idea what's possible, I said, and grabbed the hammer's handle. The hammer stopped releasing lightning. The hammer denied to activate in her hands. I simply forced my will into the hammer and lightning crackled from the hammer, surrounding my whole body. Impossible, this is not possible, my mother said with a horrified look on her face. Everyone backed away when the lightning started to burst out of me erratically. So, this is the power of thunder. Obviously, I didn't gain his divinity, but I can use the power of thunder now that I am the owner of the hammer. But it is pretty useless, so I threw the hammer to Thor's feet. Power should be yours. You shouldn't rely on a weapon to give you powers, because if you lose the weapon then you also lose the power. Come on, pick it up, show me how strong you are, or are you simply a coward just like our father? I mocked Thor. It worked like a charm. Lightning radiated from Thor's body and he lunged towards while pulling back his fist. My father is not a coward, he bellowed, and he punched towards me, but once again I surprised him once again when I caught his fist still coated in lightning. His whole body was covered in lightning. Weak, I said with clear disdain in my voice, and slapped Thor. All of his lightning disappeared into thin air and his body slammed on the floor. I leaned back and dodged a sword slash from a woman. I simply balled my fist and I smashed my fist on her sternum. Her breastplate took the most damage and a fist-sized dent formed right in the center. She spat out a mouthful of blood and she was still blown away like the garbage she was. A tall man with a long beard came from behind me and swung down his giant battle axe, but before his battle axe could reach me he dropped on the ground and his blood splattered everywhere. Nobody except Rio saw me move, but now I had a blood-soaked sword in my hand. Slow, they are so slow that it is pathetic. Aren't you two going to attack me? I thought you were on the same team, I said, looking towards two men. One of them was carrying a rapier while the other held a mace in his hands. Don't bother. I am bored, if this is what Aska. All of a sudden I was interrupted when I felt a lightning-coated fist coming towards me. I grabbed the fist once again and this time I slammed my fist on Thor's face. Looks like the slap wasn't enough. I punched him again and blood splattered between Thor's feet. When I punched him for the fourth time a loud crunch was heard and I felt his jaw was dislocated. After that, I simply dropped him. Yes, just like I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. I am disappointed with Asgard if this was the best they could offer me, I said coldly and opened my hand. Thor's hammer flew into my hand. As reparation for disappointing me, I will take this hammer with me, I said, and started to walk out of the throne room when I stopped. Mother, let's have some tea the next time, I said, looking towards my mother. Then my eyes turned towards my bloodied brother. I hope you grow stronger and don't believe in the shit mother and father spout every time they open their mouths. Until next time, brother, I said, and walked out of the throne room to find that Rio was already waiting for me while eating popcorn. I grabbed some popcorn and threw them into my mouth. I like popcorn. So, do you want to visit any more places? Rio asked me and I hummed in agreement. Yes. I still need to greet my beloved father, and there is one more thing I need before leaving Asgard, I said with a smile on my face, and Rio simply grinned cheerfully. Chapter 347, Hela Visits Asgard, 3. New York, Sanctum, Earth Zeta 71. What is the status, Stark? Strange asked while drawing some kind of runic formula on the floor. Scott and Hope said that it is possible, but currently they have no way of navigating through the quantum tunnel, Stark said while he floated inside the room. He was wearing a high-tech suit made up of nanomachines. Can't you make something? Strange asked, suddenly looking up towards Tony. Currently. I don't know, I would have to read through their research materials, Tony said with a thoughtful look on his face. Dr. Strange, you said that it would be possible to travel to that dimension through your mirror dimension, right? Agent Natasha Romanoff aka the Black Widow asked Strange in a neutral tone. She was sent here by Nick Fury to help them with whatever they needed. They needed to get back those stones. Yes, that is what I wanted to do, and traveling through the mirror dimension would have been easier, but someone is actively sabotaging my anchoring runes from the other side, Strange with a deep frown on his face. Who could possibly do that, Strange? I thought you were the best, a woman dressed in a red and blue suit asked Strange with a laid-back expression on her face. The woman had short blonde hair on top of her head. The woman's name was Carol Danvers, aka Captain Marvel. I might be the best in this world, but there could be someone else better than me in their dimension, Strange said with a frown on his face. And anyone with above-average sorcery knowledge could destroy my anchoring runes, Strange said blandly. It could be the Sorcerer Supreme of that dimension. Didn't Charles's group say that she was on good terms with this Leviathan guy? A tall man said nonchalantly. He had had a beer in his hands. The man was known as Star-Lord throughout their star system. His real name was Peter Quill. Shut up. I am about to power up these runes. Strange said. Everyone stopped speaking. The runes flared up and started to glow brightly. For a few seconds, the runic circle kept pulsing strangely. Anyone could tell that the runes were trying to stabilize. After a minute, the runic circle finally started to rotate and a smile appeared on Strange's face. What, did it work? Stark asked in an excited tone and Strange nodded his head. So, we can go into this dimension now? Carol asked and got up from her seat. No, we would need 6 more runes like this, but I want some information before doing that. Strange said and started to draw runes in the air. The runes kept floating in front of Strange and after a few seconds a smile appeared on his face. The time stream in their world is very slow when compared to ours. In our world, 2 months have passed since Nimrod came back, but in that world only 2 days have passed since then, Strange said and grinned. That means that we could prepare ourselves better before going into their dimension. All of a sudden a furry raccoon dressed in a spacesuit exclaimed loudly. The raccoon's name was Rocket. Yes. I should inform Director Fury about this development, Natasha Romanoff commented offhandedly. By the way, didn't you say that the Sorcerer Supreme of their dimension was destroying your anchors? Carol asked with a frown. Yes, but I connected this anchor to a very different location. Strange said cryptically and everyone became curious after that. Where? Stark asked with a small frown. The moon, Strange said with a smug look on his face and everyone nodded their heads in appreciation. I am going to meet Charles. I will need his help to pinpoint the locations of the other anchors, Strange said and a sparkling golden portal formed in front of him. POV Rio. So, what are you going to do with the hammer? I asked Hela curiously. Dunno. I simply wanted it so I took it, Hela said with a shrug and threw Thor's hammer into her shadow. For a moment Hela's shadow rippled and the hammer disappeared. What was that? I asked pointing towards her shadow. A simple storage space, it isn't that big though. I could only store a few things in there, Hela said with a smile and grabbed some popcorn. I simply can't stop myself from loving this thing, Hela said in awe. Popcorn does that to you? I said in a sagely tone while nodding my head. We finally walked out of the city and I cancelled the disillusionment charm I have placed on both of us. After leaving the throne room, Hela said that she needed to visit her father in some other location, and according to Zelia and Death, Odin wasn't inside the palace. Hela said that she doesn't want to attract any more attention because she no longer cared about Asgard, so I used the disillusionment charm on us to hide us. Yes, strong people would have been able to see through our illusion but most of them were busy with the throne room incident. When I finally deactivated the disillusionment charm, Hela started to look around and her eyes were glowing eerily. Zelia. Hela growled out and within a couple of seconds, Zelia appeared out of thin air. My lady, I saw you going out of the city so I decided to wait for you here, Zelia said and bowed her head. Wow, she is acting like a dutiful maid. Enough of that, lead me to Odin, Hela rolled her eyes when Zelia bowed her head once again. She nodded her head, and she started to float up in the sky. I can't fly, Hela deadpanned. Don't worry. I will carry you, I said while floating and I extended my hand towards Hela. She grabbed my hand tightly and I started to follow Zelia while carrying Hela. It wasn't that hard for me. After some time we arrived in a complete wasteland. Zelia pulled out an odd-looking key from her robes and an ethereal door with several chains flared up into existence. Zelia quickly unlocked the door and the prison disappeared leaving behind a weak Odin, chained up in ethereal chains. Surprisingly, I didn't feel any kind of power coming from Odin. Why is he like that? I asked Zelia who looked towards me with a stoic expression on her face but her only eye was filled with fear. I made the faux body absorb all of his powers. I didn't want Odin to have access to his powers, Zelia answered my question in a somewhat shaky tone. I wonder why is she so scared of me, previously, she had completely ignored me. Good idea, Zelia. We can't have him running away now, can we? Hela said and kneeled down beside her father. Hello, father. How have you been? Hela asked Odin with a smile on her face. While Hela was chatting with her father, my eyes were on Zelia. Why are you so afraid of me, Zelia? I asked Zelia, who shuddered after hearing my question. I have finally recognized you from Odin's memories. You are one of the cosmic entities that has been residing on Midgard. Zelia said, and I simply nodded my head and didn't say anything more to her. Hela. Odin breathed out with quite some difficulty and his voice was really raspy. How did you get free? Odin said slowly. Hela didn't answer him and looked towards Zelia. The fucker is going to die, he looks so weak, Hela said, but Zelia simply shook her head. No, my lady, I am continuously giving him my own energy so that he won't die. Zelia said with a small smirk on her face. Hela simply nodded her head and a green circle formed in her hands, and after that Hela also nodded her head. You are right, he won't die, keep treating him like this, Hela said with quite some venom in her voice. Well, father, looks like you aren't that happy to see me. I will visit you after some time, maybe then you will appreciate my visit. Hela trailed off and stood up. Hela signaled Zelia, who nodded her head and locked away Odin once again. You can leave, Zelia. Oh, you won't mind me visiting Odin's vault, do you? Hela asked, and Zelia frantically shook her head. No, my lady, everything is yours, you don't need to ask me, Zelia said and flew away. Hela kept watching Zelia's retreating form and burst out laughing. I can't believe that she had grown up so much. Well, good for her, Hela said with a melancholic look on her face. You sure that you don't want to rule Asgard? She is giving Asgard to you on a silver platter. I asked Hela, and she shook her head with a smile on her face. No. I really wanted to rule Asgard, but to be honest, I have lost that passion. After death told me that Ragnarok is going to happen no matter what, so I decided that it would be better to give up on Asgard, and I believe that ruling Asgard would be quite boring, Hela said with a small smile on her face and extended her hand towards me. I took her hand. The next moment I found myself in some kind of treasury. I felt really odd after being turned into smoke by Hela. That felt really bad. I choked. Ah, don't be such a baby, you are a cosmic entity. Hela rolled her eyes and approached a giant wolf laying on the ground. The wolf wasn't moving and it was pretty clear that it was long dead. It must be Fenris. Hela placed her hands on the wolf's fur and started to caress its fur with a gentle look on her face. I am sorry, girl. I should have been there. I am sorry, forgive me, Fenris, Hela said while caressing the wolf. Her eyes were glittering with unshed tears. Hela backed away from the giant wolf's body and greenish-black smoke started to ooze out of her hands. Hela screamed and slammed her hands on the deceased wolf's body. The wolf's body started to pulse with green light, and only a few moments later, heartbeats could be heard from the wolf's body and it started to breathe. Hela pulled back her hands and she released a huge sigh. The wolf's body stopped glowing and the wolf started to whimper painfully. The giant wolf snorted loudly and slowly pulled herself up from the ground. Yes, girl, that's it, you can do it, Hela said, and the wolf mewed and finally got up on her feet. The wolf turned around and started to lick Hela's face. Fenris. I am so glad that you are back. I won't abandon you again, Hela said while caressing its muzzle. Fenris's eyes finally landed on me and she started to growl aggressively. Down, girl, he is a close friend, he is the one who freed me, Hela said admonishingly, and Fenris stared at me intently and a friendly grin appeared on her face, if you can call it a smile. Fenris lunged towards me and started to lick my face. Stop, stop. I protested, but the giant wolf seemed to ignore my protests. After some time she finally stopped licking my face and started to nuzzle her head with my face. I reluctantly started to caress her. Rio, Fenris. It would be great if you two could back up a bit. I want to bring back my soldiers too. Hela said loudly, and both Fenris and I backed away quite a bit. She is definitely a smart girl. Hela started to release huge amounts of greenish-black smoke. When the smoke finally covered the whole room, a glint appeared in Hela's eyes. Arise. Chapter 348, The Stole, Ahem Liberated Artifacts. POV Rio. What are you even going to do with all this stuff you brought from Odin's vault? Hela grumbled while looking somewhat annoyed. Ah. I guess that's my fault, after all, she was the one who had to carry all this stuff in her shadow. Ah, sorry, but there was no way, I was going to leave those things to rot in there, I said sheepishly while rubbing the back of my head. I guess I kind of agree with you there, these things were simply rotting in there, Hela said while looking towards the things I have taken, ahem liberated from Odin's vault. I have taken the tablet of life and time, I wanted the lifeline formula, even though none of us are humans, it would help us a lot. It won't help me in the long run because I was destined to be a higher being, but I would definitely get a massive boost after consuming the lifeline formula. From what I remember, in the comics, this was an ancient magical book written by some ancient magical mermani. In the comics, the story of this artifact was very different. I don't remember exactly, but I think it was stolen from some other reality or something like that. But the artifact in front of me was completely different. If this thing was written in ancient Atlantean, then I would have already recognized it, but it is clearly not written in any kind of Atlantean language. Hela, can you read what is written on the tablet? I asked her, who reluctantly nodded her head. It's written in ancient Asgardian, pretty old. Even that old fool didn't know how to decipher ancient Asgardian. I was bored, so I decided to read some books. Mind you, I am no expert and it will take me a few years to decipher this thing completely. Hela said with a thin smile on her face. Even Odin didn't know how to decipher this thing. Well, Hela can do it, even though it would take her a few years to do that. So, can you decipher the tablet for me? I asked Hela, and once again she reluctantly nodded her head. Though I will only do it in my free time, it's really boring, Hela whined with a grimace on her face. I guess I kind of understand her pain. If I told Rumi to study instead of training, then she would have reacted just like Hela is doing. I wouldn't have asked her to do this if I didn't need the lifeline formula. It is very important for me. This is something that could solve the problems of short lifespans our families have. It isn't a problem because of the current situation of the time difference between the worlds, but this is going to be a huge problem if the situation is reversed. Then my gaze moved towards the next artifact I have liberated from Odin's vault. The Warlock's Eye, a very dangerous artifact in the hands of someone like me. It can cast instantaneous mind-controlling enchantments. Only a few could resist its power, but in my hands, the beings who can resist its power are nearly non-existent. It wasn't like the Imperious Curse. After all, your target knows what he is doing, but the Warlock's Eye is different. It's like the Koto Amatsukami of Marvel World. I don't know if I will ever use it or not, but having it is better than not having it, and I am someone who is very responsible with artifacts. I promise I won't abuse this. Then my eyes trailed towards the next artifact, the Eternal Flame. Do you mind if I take some of the flames? After all, I will be deciphering that blasted thing for you, Hela said, and pointed towards the tablet of life and time. I simply shrugged and gestured for her to go ahead. Hela submerged her hand in the flames and pulled out a handful of flames. The flames were quickly absorbed by Hela, and the next moment, greenish flame flames appeared in her hands. Eternal flames of death, what do you think? Hela said with a grin while looking towards me. What does it do? I asked her curiously. After all, I was really interested to see what she had done. This flame causes death. Not even gods or cosmic entities will be able to put off this fire. The flames will keep burning until its target is dead. Hela said with a huge grin on her face and closed her palm, putting off the flames. Nice. What do you think about this? I asked her, and a wisp of purple flames appeared on my palm. The flames looked calm, but obviously, that wasn't the case. Oh, you added your power of destruction to this magical fire. I don't know the properties of this magical fire, but I could clearly feel that you have to keep supplying your magical energy to the fire if you want to keep it burning and under your control, Hela said with a thoughtful look on her face. Just as I had thought. Hela would immediately learn the properties of my fiend fire diabolica. I might be stronger than her, but her battle senses and instincts are far superior to mine. Add some of the eternal flame in there, then you wouldn't have to worry about control and supplying magical energy, Hela said while nodding her head. I wasn't ashamed to listen to her advice. Only stupid people would think like that. I shoved my hand into the eternal flame and pulled out a wisp of flame. I added the eternal flame to the fiend fire diabolica in my hand, and the fiend fire diabolica hungrily absorbed the eternal flame. I instantly felt the changes. Now my control over the fiend fire diabolica was absolute, and I no longer need to keep feeding my magical power to keep it burning. It would keep burning as long as I wanted to its own. Like I said, only fools would feel ashamed if they listened to someone like Hela's advice. In the movies, I remembered that Hela used the eternal flames to resurrect her berserkers and the Fenris, but this Hela didn't need to do that. It might be because of the death energy she has, and in the movies, Hela wasn't the avatar of death, but here she is. Good, the flames are much stronger now, Hela said while inspecting the flames on my hand. What did you name it? Hela asked with a glint in her eyes. Fiend fire diabolica, I muttered, and Hela nodded her head approvingly. But I didn't bring the eternal flame so that we could upgrade our flames. I brought it for Jean and Fleur. I think the eternal flame would be quite useful for them. I wonder where Fenris has gone. Hela muttered under her breath. She is playing fetch with Attila and Luna. I said as I sensed Luna, Fenris, and Attila were jumping in the field. Impossible. Fenris won't listen to anyone except me, Hela said, and the next moment both of us were in the field where Luna was playing with her new pet. I used my space powers to bring us here. Hela's eyes grew wide and clear disbelief was etched on her face. See, that's Luna's magic. Just as I had said, Fenris and Attila were playing fetch with Luna. The giant wolf was already smitten with Luna. Fenris didn't even glance towards Hela. What kind of sorcery is this? Hela asked in clear disbelief while looking towards Fenris. Oh. Rio, Hela, I have been waiting for you. Fenris is saying that she is missing you, Luna exclaimed while looking towards us. Hela robotically nodded her head. Don't worry. I understand how you feel. after all, Attila is my familiar but she spends the whole day with Luna, I said in an understanding tone while patting Hella's shoulder. Hella once again reluctantly nodded her head and we finally decided to join Luna. We spent the next couple of hours playing with Attila and Fenris. At first Hella didn't know what to do, but after some time she got used to the game and the three of us had a lot of fun, though Hella was quite dejected that Fenris was smitten with someone else other than her. When we were finally done playing, Luna decided to bring ice cream for all of us, and from that, I mean all of us. Adam and Eve were also included. I said that I wanted to test my space powers and lock the space, but Luna was still able to teleport even when I have locked the space. I call it hacks. I would have called a GM, but it seems like Luna had banned them. So, do you like this place? I asked Hella and she started to think. Luna returned, but Hella was still deep in her thoughts. Luna distributed the ice cream between us with a huge smile on her face. Hella took a small bite and stars appeared in her eyes. It was clear that the 1,000-year-old convict loved the ice cream. She finally looked towards me and smiled. I like it here, don't get me wrong, I miss killing and wars, but I can get used to this relaxed lifestyle. This isn't bad, Hella said with a smile, and once again her attention went towards her ice cream. Yes. Hella, you should stay here. If you leave then Fenris is going to miss you, Luna said with a beaming smile on her face, and Fenris also nodded her head. This made a tick mark appear on Hella's head. Chapter 349, A Date Above the Clouds. POV Rio. Without making a sound I kept stalking my prey. It was imperative that I stayed hidden from my target. My target was completely oblivious to my presence. I might sound like a creepy pervert, but this was necessary. I was using my space powers to exist out of the space. After all, my target had the ability to sense others' presence. The next moment both of us found ourselves floating above the clouds. My target yelped in surprise. Kaya. Just after the surprised yelp came out of my target's mouth, my target turned around and directly took a kung fu stance. The stance was pretty amusing though. You. Circe's tits. Do you know I could have just died? What if my poor heart came out of my mouth? I don't even know if gods can survive without their heart. My target said with a worried look on her face and mumbled incoherently. You are exaggerating, Dora. I don't think that even a goddess can spit out her heart. That would be pretty gross, I admonished the girl in front of me. Dora simply pouted and placed her hands on her hips and started to glare at me. By the way, how did you sneak up on me? I can sense anyone. I can sense you especially. Dora shot me an accusing glare. I used my space powers. Now tell me, do you like it? I asked her and gestured around us. Dora finally looked around us and once again she shrieked in fear. Before I could even blink she was in my arms. I sweat dropped. The fuck was that speed? I only grabbed her on instinct. Merlin's wrinkly balls. Hold me tight. I might be a goddess but I still can't fly, Dora yelled in a shaky tone. I grimaced after hearing her choice curse. Fuck it all. This isn't Tom and Jerry. You were standing in the air all this time, so gravity would have worked from the beginning. It won't start working only after you look down. Calm down, Dora, it is completely fine. I am using my space powers to make the air solid. I said, and Dora gave me a questioning look. She finally lowered her foot and tapped the air a couple of times to make sure, and a huge smile blossomed on her face. Are you sure that this will hold? I won't fall off if I trip, right? Dora asked me, looking slightly worried. My klutz of a goddess was still worried about tripping. Don't worry, it will be fine. I said, and she finally got down from my arms and started to walk around with a cute look on her face. Throughout this whole time, her hair has been morphing through various colors. Only now, her hair stopped morphing and her hair currently sported her signature bubblegum pink hair. This is awesome. By the way, we are really up in the air, right? Dora asked cutely, and I simply nodded my head. Then why am I not feeling cold? Dora asked me with a confused look on her face. Nor am I having any trouble while breathing. I have heard that the air gets thinner as we keep going up. Dora fired off several questions. I have made an invisible room around us using my space powers. You don't have to worry about anything, and we already know that we don't need air to survive, I said, and Dora nodded her head in understanding. But I like air. I didn't like the feeling of a vacuum, to be honest, Dora said with a pout, and her body shivered. I guess. I said and sat down. A small portal appeared in front of me, and before doing anything I patted the place beside me while looking towards Dora. She immediately came and sat down beside me with a grin on her face. So what are we doing? Dora asked me in an excited tone. I always wanted to shag in the air with my balance, Dora gushed out excitedly. I will take you up on that, but let's eat something. I brought a lot of things for us. I said and started to bring the food out from the small portal. Everything was Dora's favorites. The pizza had her favorite toppings while the burgers and rolls had her favorite fillings. I made my own storage space after I was done eating the ice cream Luna brought me. I had seen Hella's power and thought that I could make something like that. After all, I had all these OP space powers, and an inventory was a product of spatial manipulation. Though I really underestimated the difficulty, the most difficult thing was to stabilize the separate space I had just created. For now, I wasn't able to freeze the time in there, but in the future I will be able to do it. Merlin's pants. All of them are my favorites, and even the cola is my favorite. Yeah, almost no spices, just the way I like it, Dora said and kissed me passionately with a smitten look on her face. Brits tried to conquer the whole world for spices, and here they are eating spiceless food, quite mysterious. Dora was happily munching down food while offering me everything she had in front of her. I simply shrugged and joined her. I can always contemplate on that later. It took us half an hour to finish everything, now we only needed to finish the cola. Yeah, that hit the spot. That was awesome. So what have you been up to? Dora said in a relaxed tone with the bottle of cola in her hands. I went to Asgard with Hela. I said with that. I started to tell her about Asgard. I didn't tell her much about the things we have done, after all, it was Hela's business. Dora was really interested after hearing about Asgard's beauty and wanted to visit Asgard. I told her that I will take her sometime. After that the two of us sat in complete silence while sipping cola from time to time. After some time we finished that too. Wanna shag? Dora asked me in an excited tone, and I didn't even need to think to make a decision. Sure. I said and froze the time. After that everything was history. The invisible room was filled with the pants, moans, screams, and groans of pleasure. One eternity later. You know. I would do anything if I get to spend time with you like this, Dora said while caressing my hair. Both of us lying naked after Dora was completely satisfied. She knew that it wasn't enough for me, but it was okay. After all, none of them could satisfy me on their own. You know, you don't need to do anything special to spend time with me. I said while I pulled her closer to me, and she simply giggled. I know. Have you heard about the war preparations going on? Dora asked me, and I nodded my head. I have heard about it from Nat. Nat has told me about it. I said, continued caressing her backside. You know, I have decided to relax and laze in the next world. Being Agent Tonks is good and all, but I think that lazing around would be much better, Dora muttered like she was a sage, and I chuckled after hearing her words. You can do whatever you want after this world. To be honest, I no longer need you in S.H.I.E.L.D., you can quit if you want. I would have never imagined that I would grow so strong in this world. I said with a gentle smile on my face. Nah. I will stop working after the war, though I highly doubt if S.H.I.E.L.D. would even exist after the war. Dora with a cheeky grin on her face. Haha. I wonder if Fury would be alive to see that or not. I laughed out, and Dora also joined me. After some time both of us became completely silent. Do you have anything to do? Dora asked me curiously, and I simply smiled. Nah. Let's stay like this and relax, I said, and Dora also nodded her head, and we simply decided to relax like that in mid-air floating in the sky. So, what's for dinner? Dora asked in an excited tone and plopped down on her chair. Luna, what kind of sorcery did you use to tame my Fenris? It is simply impossible to do naturally. Apparently Hela was still bothering Luna with that. Hela was very dejected that someone else was able to tame Fenris like that. She simply likes me. Hela, don't worry, you are still her master, Luna said with a beaming smile on her face. Hela gave Luna a questioning look, but she decided to drop the matter for now. Oh, set up one more plate, we are going to have a guest, Luna told the house elves, and before they could say anything a sparkling golden portal appeared in front of the table and Flavia came out with a grave look on her face. Did something happen? I asked her and gestured her to sit down. The house elf saw her and decided to add one more plate as Luna had asked her. I am sorry for bothering you so suddenly, but this is something urgent. Flavia is exasperated. Wow. I have never seen her like that, it must be grave. What happened exactly? I asked her once again. The people from the other universe were able to establish an anchor to our world. I can sense the presence of that anchors, but I can't locate it. Flavia said after taking a deep breath. This is something I need to think about. Flavia, since you are here, why don't you join us? Momo asked. Flavia was about to deny, but I decided to speak up. Yes, join us, Flavia. I will see what I can do after dinner, I said, and Flavia simply nodded her head and decided to join us for dinner. Chapter 350, Earth Zeta 71. POV Rio. This world seems to have a somewhat darker vibe to it. Aurora muttered under her breath. It is pretty advanced though, these cars are much more advanced than the flying cars we have back in Elysium. Jean said in an excited tone while looking at the car. I have already hacked into Stark's system, you won't believe the type of shit their whole group is involved with, the whole world is divided into empires, there are no longer any government bodies in the world. Nat said while pulling up various files from Tony Stark's system of this world. This world is pretty advanced. Stark's security must have been better too, you didn't have any problems, right? I asked Nat, who simply shook her head in denial. His system is virtually impenetrable for any hackers, but unfortunately he didn't safeguard his system against a computer that can utilize magic, Nat said with a smug grin on her face. I don't feel my presence in this world. I find it pretty odd, was my counterpart so weak that she was killed? Hela asked me with a bewildered look on her face. I also feel quite odd in this world, though I don't know why. Flavia said while looking around. Hela, you are not the only one. I already know that I am dead in this world, Jean deadpanned, and Hela was still shaking her head in disappointment. After finishing our dinner, I decided to pay a visit to this alternate reality. Flavia was getting really worried because it was still her duty to protect our reality from outside threats. A threat from a different reality also counts as an outside threat to our reality. So, Jean, Aurora, Nat, and Hela decided to accompany me. They wanted to see their counterparts' world. Even I was surprised to see how technologically advanced this world was. Not only the flying cars, but everything in here was advanced. The whole place was filled with towering skyscrapers, and each of them reached above the clouds. Yes, the pollution levels were much higher in this world, even though in this world the cars didn't have any kind of combustion engines. I could sense the whole world, and the whole earth was littered with towering skyscrapers like we were currently standing on. I looked up towards the sky and found that even the moon wasn't spared. Half of the moon was made up of metal, and it was clear that it wasn't because of something natural. The earth was also surrounded by a natural asteroid belt and two man-made rings. The rings were like from the movie Elysium, in which Matt Damon had starred in. I needed to find out about this world, and there was a simple way to do it. My eyes turned green and started to glow eerily, but my eyes weren't like Hela's. The light in my eyes wasn't natural, it was magical. I started to see the history of this world, and to be honest, I was quite impressed and disgusted at the same time. The strong people in this world decided to join corporations after the World War II instead of governments. The government obviously tried to stop it, but it was already too late. While the governments around the world were busy with the war, the biggest corporations kept gathering political power behind the shadows. So, when the face-off between the governments and these corporations finally happened, the corporations came out as victors. Stark Industries became one such corporation, and they slowly engulfed the whole US, before moving towards Canada and finally Mexico. Now, the whole continent was known as the Ethereum Empire, quite a bold name. Avian Draconic Crusaders. Howard must have named his empire after the battleships he corporation is feared for. The Dragon series battleships. Apparently, Howard Stark was still alive in this world, and it was also because of one simple thing. Red Skull never got his hands on the Tesseract. Since he didn't get the Tesseract, he failed to make Tesseract-powered weapons. Due to that, Bucky didn't fall off the train to become Winter Soldier. Howard was the first person to find the Tesseract too, and instead of making weapons, he used the Tesseract to revolutionize technology. Stark Industries were the most powerful corporation in the world. Howard could have easily taken over the whole world with his military might, but he simply didn't need to. After all, Howard found that ruling over the whole world would be bothersome, so he was satisfied with this whole continent. Since Red Skull didn't have the Tesseract, Captain America didn't have to sacrifice himself. After the war, the Captain was given the Infinity Formula, the same formula that Nick Fury had taken to elongate his life. Since the Captain was alive and kicking, he was able to completely eradicate Hydra. Since there was no Hydra, there was no longer any Alexander Pierce or Wolfgang von Strucker, so no one manipulated Stark to make Ultron from the Mind Stone, but he did make an android named Vision using the Mind Stone. Vision was a combination of Jarvis and the AI structure present inside the Mind Stone. So, due to that, there was no Ultron in this world, so Sokovia was also fine and never got destroyed. That is why there were no unhappy Sokovians who would try to take revenge for their families. The incidents of the Civil War never happened in this world. Yeah, so in simple words, this world was a lot different than ours. I finally stopped using the power of the Time Stone. After all, I have seen everything I needed to see. To be honest, Hela, your counterpart was pretty weak compared to you. After all, she wasn't the Avatar of Death, and she was defeated by a group called the Avengers. You gave them a pretty good fight, I said while looking towards Hela. Even though she wasn't impressed, she still nodded her head. Jean, your counterpart simply died because of bad luck and the stupidity on her part. She blindly trusted Charles Xavier, and when he asked her to sacrifice herself to protect humans, she sacrificed herself with a smile on her face. I said, and Jean already had dark lines on her face. Yeah, her reaction is quite understandable. Aurora, you have already met your counterpart. Well, there isn't anything more to know about her. I said with a shrug, and then I remembered something about her. Though your counterpart is smitten with the Prince of Wakanda. I said with a shrug, and Aurora also shrugged after hearing that. Nat. I don't know what to say. Your counterpart is a Fury fanatic from head to toe, though it isn't her fault. After all, Fury played her like a fiddle, and now your counterpart thinks that he can't do anything wrong. I said solemnly. Nat immediately grimaced after hearing that. Sorry, Flavia, your counterpart died as some noble concubine back in the 1300s, though he kept you happy, I said with a grin on my face, and Flavia simply shrugged. She wasn't bothered by her counterpart's fate. She was busy munching on potato chips. Even though the world was so developed and advanced, metahumans were still treated like dirt in this world, only because of one person. Charles Xavier. Metahumans only have one safe place in this whole world, the Xavier Mansion. Outside of the mansion they are treated worse than animals. Eric had tried to do something, but every time he was stopped by the X-Men, they completely ignored the fact that Eric was trying to do something for them, for the X-Men. As long as Charles was happy, everything else was fine. That old bastard had brainwashed them pretty nicely. From the outside, no one will notice this fact, but if someone badmouths Charles Xavier in front of them, then they will automatically consider the person in front of them as a bad guy. They didn't show this attitude in our world simply because we were talking about a completely different Charles. Now, do I feel bad for these metahumans? The answer is a big fucking no. I don't give a single fuck about them. Yes, they have my sympathy, but since they have decided to place their trust in an old fool, they better face the consequences. After all, Charles didn't do all the brainwashing as soon as he met them, he had done that throughout the years. Now, if I had arrived in this world then everything would have been different though. I would have simply killed all of them and I would have crucioed Charles into a brain-dead vegetable. So, what are we going to do now? Aurora asked me while looking towards the sky. I say that we allow them to enter our world and give them a big surprise, Jean said in an excited tone. I agree with Jean, they will come to our dimension willingly but they will be buried in our dimension unwillingly, Hela gushed out with a sinister grin on her face. I looked towards Flavia. After all, her opinion also mattered since our whole reality was involved. I have no problems with what Hela proposed, as long as they die. I have no problems, Flavia said with a shrug, and I nodded my head. Then, let's go back. I said with a grin, and a blue portal opened right in front of me.